Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Whose Line Is It? Oh, shit, wrong show. Welcome to Ken's Counseling Couch, episode 42. Today we will be discussing the Johnny Depp defamation trial and the different psychologists and their diagnoses of Miss Amber Heard. If you haven't been following the trial, do. It's amazing. I highly recommend 𝐓𝐢𝐽𝐽 Law and other people in that sphere. They've been doing an amazing job on providing legal insight into it. It is, however, a complex case with lots of facts and information, but today we're here to analyze the different psychologists and give our opinions on how well they did with their diagnoses, whether we agree with it or not. Our first guest of the day, there's a potential second guest. Our first guest of the day is Miss Aydin Paladin. Welcome, Aydin.
Hey, nice to be back. And nice to talk to you, man.
It's good to be back. Also, for those who are asking, it has been 3 weeks since I streamed. As I've mentioned in my last stream, I've been dealing with a lot of personal shit. So, unfortunately, as much as I hate not streaming, I've had to not stream. Plus, I had COVID, which has kept me out of work for the last 3 weeks too, and it's been fun.
So. All kinds of not fun shit. Yes. Oh, yeah. It sounds like it.
It's been really busy. So we also have a potential second guest that might be popping in later, a licensed therapist. I forget what state she practices in. Let me check real quick. I don't remember. But she has a podcast here on YouTube. Her channel's got a few hundred subscribers, so if she pops on, we'll give her a nice shout out. We'll see if we can get her subscribers up a bit.
Heck yeah.
But she might have a different view than myself and Miss Aydin will. So we'll see how that goes. I'm definitely looking forward to it, regardless of her insider opinion. I know she has more experience than me, so I look forward to hearing what she has to say about this. So
yeah,
let me go ahead and get this pulled up here. I think I came prepared for once. That's a lie. I'm not prepared at all. So I think what we'll do is, or do you think it's necessary to go through the qualification of the expert witness and her background and history? Do you think that's necessary or no?
I actually think are we talking about Dr. Muffins? Or about the other one?
Dr. Curry, the
Curry,
mommy psychologist.
Mommy psychologist.
Psychologist.
I actually think it is relevant to talk about her qualifications, only because Heard's witness, psychiatrist, seemed to call into doubt her qualifications or her ability to make these diagnoses.
Yeah, she did shit on Dr. Curry quite a bit.
Yes.
Which I thought Dr. Curry's qualifications were pretty significant, in my opinion. So.
I did as well. And I thought and we'll get into it, I thought her diagnoses seemed to align.
And they spot on.
I mean, if you're going to diagnose someone with borderline and then they get on the freaking stand and show to you time and time again every symptom of borderline, I mean, more or less, not every symptom, but
look, I want you to name one, maybe
criteria.
Name one thing. No, name 13 things. Name 17 things that Amber. Okay, you can't. That's
well, it's only 5 to meet the criteria for borderline. So only 5 out of 9.
Shut up.
So if she can meet the 5, I think we can. I mean, it's astonishing because it's like I really am astonished that she's gotten on the stand and then has her own psychologist or psychiatrist. I don't remember if she's a psychiatrist or psychologist.
Both expert witnesses are psychologists.
Okay, so she has her own psychologist come up and criticize the diagnoses of the other psychologists. Just as a quick recap, Dr. Curry, who was brought by Depp, Depp's team, but who treated Amber Heard, said that she believed that the diagnoses of histrionic personality disorder and borderline personality disorder were what she believed was Miss Heard was struggling with, right? The psychologist brought up by Heard's team said that it was post-traumatic stress disorder as a result of abuse from her parents and from Johnny Depp, I'm assuming. The wording was not clear because her diagnosis was not particularly clear.
Yeah, I don't see PTSD though
No.
I don't see, and not with, and a lot, and I've been paying attention to some of the comments and people discussing the way and myself and Aydin talked about this backstage before and yesterday, deciding exactly what to do for today's stream, about whether to analyze Amber Heard or whether to analyze the psychologists and their diagnoses. Is a lot of people are doing the Amber Heard stuff, and I don't think anyone's really digging into the psychologists. So I figured it would be better, and Aydin pointed out it would probably be a better stream to do that, and I agree. So, but
I think also
Amber still didn't, like, just her behavior isn't consistent with that of a victim. And I don't mean that to diminish any victim. Let me put that out there before anyone criticizes me. Is, you know, her body language, her emotions, and the only way you see someone with emotions like that and able to testify that clearly without crying, without losing it, is through true.
She cries.
Well, I mean, like,
she cries when it's expedient to telling
the story. If you can't cry, if you're not crying when you're talking about being forcibly searched for drugs in your vagina,
I know.
You've either
it's possible you can be.
You've been through years of therapy, like literal years of therapy, to deal with it,
or you're emotionally kind of void. In which case, you're going to get that as a consistent response of which you found with Johnny Depp, by the way, of the kind of, I mean, and I guess this is the thing, is that even though we're going to talk about the focus on the psychologist diagnoses, it's inevitable that we're going to talk about the way that they've reacted on the stand. Whereas with Johnny Depp, I find that, I mean, again, there's many ways that people cope with trauma, right? But But Johnny Depp's coping mechanism, which appears to be comedy and being emotionally, obviously almost despondent, or because that's why you use comedy, is to take yourself out of the situation, right?
Yeah.
To distance yourself from it. And his reaction to everything was highly consistent. I'm removing myself with comedy and laughing about it in retrospect, but the same timbre. I mean,
when your wife shits on your bed, and like,
I know
his reaction to that was amazing, though. On the stand, he was just like, he was like overloaded. He's like, what do you do? And
what do you do?
Yeah, like, I love my wife, but if she shit on the bed, I would break. Like, I would just be like broken. I would just probably laugh and I just giggle. I mean,
that'll get into her diagnoses, because it's funny that she accused the dogs of doing that, of shitting on the bed. That was her explanation, is that the dogs shit on the bed. And the thing is that that's something that her whole issue in that situation, if I recall correctly, was that Johnny was away for a couple of days and not paying attention to her, essentially, or they had a fight or something. He left. He does what he does, which he retreats when he's in a vulnerable situation. That's been thoroughly, and that's Amber's problem with him too, is that he has a distancing reaction to violence and aggression and conflict.
Yeah.
And when a dog, is alone for too long, sometimes they'll just shit on the carpet, or a cat, you know what I mean? They'll just shit to show protest, or so it seems, I guess, from the human perspective. And it's like, why are you acting like a literal animal, Amber? You don't get the attention you want, so you take a shit on the man's bed. Very, very bizarre psychology. And I just find it cute that she blamed it on the dog, when again, that's animalistic behavior.
Now here's my question, and this is a serious question. is would it become domestic abuse if after Johnny Depp witnessed that if he took Amber into the bedroom, rubbed her nose in it and said "bad Amber"? Is that domestic abuse?
I mean,
I don't know. I need
I don't
clarification on
know.
this one.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'm not
Yeah,
sure if
okay.
if that would be considered domestic abuse or not. I mean, clearly she's got to learn, I suppose, but
Bad wifey.
wifey, yeah.
So, real quick, I'm going to jump through some of the super chats that have come in already, which thank you everyone for that. And then we'll do a quick review of both borderline and histrionic personality disorders
Yep.
in the DSM. So we have a rough idea for those who are unfamiliar. And then we'll
probably
jump
go
into
over PTSD as well, considering that's what her
very good point.
psychiatrist or psychologist
So
diagnosed
we'll
her with.
review all three, and then we will jump into the first testimony by Dr. Curry, who was testifying for Johnny Depp. So let me go ahead and mark the stream with that. Let me change my screen share to, where's DSM? Borderline. Here we go. All right, so we'll start with borderline personality. I think the left's better. So let me move this over to a different screen so I can do this at the same time.
I would say I think she meets these criteria for borderline more. I mean, there are elements of histrionic, so I would say it's mostly, in my opinion, mostly borderline with elements of histrionic, although she certainly meets the criteria for histrionic as well. But borderline seems to be
asked me before the first psychologist testified. They asked me, "Hey Ken, what do you think Amber Heard has, if she has anything?" I'm like, "Well, probably borderline." And I was leaning toward, and I hadn't said it out loud, I was leaning towards histrionic as well, potentially. But I was definitely on the borderline. I didn't see PTSD. So, real quick, let me...
Yeah, we'll get through that. But borderline.
Anna's Flabby Arms for $2 says, "Welcome back, Ken. I'd love to have you back. Thank you. It's good to be back. I hate not streaming. It actually stresses me out when I don't stream, believe it or not." Colonel Crayon says, "Spare a thought for a law student doing exams," with a heart symbol. I love you too, Colonel. Don't forget to
take care while you're studying for that.
Yeah, good luck with that. That sounds like
good luck on the LSAT. I guess if you're past the LSAT, so that part's over. But the internal tests.
Yeah, I thought about being a lawyer, but then I was like, no, fuck that. The Anime Collector for 49 says, "It's Mother's Day, so I'll catch the show later. I'm gonna message you on Locals Day or tomorrow." Okay, sounds good. Look forward to that message. And then Anna's Flabby Arms for $5 says, "Is this stream a direct safe space to simp for Aydin's lovely voice?"
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you have a simp in my Discord, I think. So they like your voice. So I think simping is appropriate here as long as Drexel doesn't pop in, then you're fucked.
Right. If I think Drexel was here earlier. I saw him in the chat a little while ago.
I think that's Tim.
Watch out. Okay. Watch out. Well, either way, watch out for Drexel if you're gonna simp.
Don't worry, Tim doesn't bite hard. So we'll start with borderline personality. So this is the diagnostic criteria is a pervasive pattern of instability of interpersonal relationships, self-image, and affects, and marked impulsivity beginning by early adulthood and present in a variety of contexts, as indicated by 5 or more of the following. So for the diagnostic criteria, you need at least 5 of the 9 listed items. So I'll zoom in a little. Oh, goddamn. I fucking hate Zoom on this shit. I always use a manual number so I can get in like the perfect number. So number 1, frantic efforts to avoid real or imagined abandonment. So do not include suicidal or self-mutilating behavior because that's covered in a different criterion. Number 2, a pattern of unstable and intense interpersonal relationships characterized by alternating between extremes of idealization and devaluation.
That sounds familiar.
Number 3, identity disturbance. Markedly and persistently unstable self-image or sense of self. Number 4, impulsivity in at least 2 areas that are potentially self-damaging. Examples include spending, sex, substance abuse, reckless driving, and binge eating. These aren't all inclusive. Do not include suicidal or self-mutilating behavior as is covered in criterion 5. Number 5, recurrent suicidal behavior, gestures or threats, or self-mutilating behavior. Number 6, affective instability due to a marked reactivity of mood. So examples would be intense episodic dysphoria, irritability, or anxiety usually lasting a few hours and only rarely more than a few days. Number 7, chronic feelings of emptiness. Number 8, inappropriate intense anger or difficulty controlling anger. Examples are frequent displays of temper, constant anger, recurrent physical fights. Number 9, transient stress-related paranoid ideation or severe dissociative symptoms. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read the and I know you know the DSM well. The diagnostic features section is just so amazing. It gives you a little bit more detail to those like bullet points.
Yep.
Because a lot of people will see the bullet points on like WebMD and shit, and what does marked affect and instability mean? Like, shit, I don't know half the time. I have to Google it, right? So this is where the diagnostic feature section is a great part of it, because it gives you some more in-depth examples and the definitions of what these are. So for the diagnostic features, the essential feature of borderline personality disorder is a pervasive pattern of instability of interpersonal relationships and all that stuff we read earlier, right? Individuals with borderline personality disorder make frantic efforts to avoid real or imagined abandonment, which is criterion 1. The perception of impending separation or rejection, or the loss of external structure, can lead to profound changes in self-image, affect, cognition, and behavior. These individuals are very sensitive to environmental circumstances. They experience intense abandonment fears and inappropriate anger even when faced with realistic, time-limited separation or when there are unavoidable changes in plans. Examples are sudden despair in reaction to a clinician's announcing the end of the hour, panic or fury when someone important to them is just a few minutes late or must cancel an appointment.
Oh, like shitting in the bed because somebody's late home? Yeah.
Look, I've only done that 7 times. They may believe that this abandonment implies they are bad. These abandonment fears are related to an intolerance of being alone and a need to have other people with them. Their frantic efforts to avoid abandonment may include impulsive actions such as self-mutilating or suicidal behaviors, which are described separately in criterion 5. Individuals with borderline personality disorder have a pattern of unstable and intense relationships. They may idealize potential caregivers or lovers at the first or second meeting, demand to spend a lot of time together, and share the most intimate details early in a relationship. However, they may switch quickly from idealizing other people to devaluing them, feeling that the other person does not care enough, does not give enough, or is not, quote, there enough. These individuals can empathize with and nurture other people, but only with the expectation that the other person will, quote, be there in return to meet their own needs on demand.
I mean, if you look at the expediency of their relationship, that's
a warning sign in its own.
Right, like we've got to move. And when she's describing it, she's talking about how he put the ring on her finger of like made out of a piece of tin or something, whatever it was, after they'd been dating for like 3 months.
Yeah.
Well, the thing about borderline too, that might not be described here explicitly, but when one person is ramping up the emotional level of a relationship, communication accommodation theory predicts that the other person will try to meet it. So a borderline person, probably within 3 months of relationship, not probably, but may be like, you're the most amazing person ever. You're the love of my life. You're my soulmate, after a very short amount of time. And reciprocal communication, reciprocal psychology means that the other person will often try to meet that because it's very intense. And it's you feel like you're supposed to meet it, right? When someone's being like, telling you you're the most amazing person ever. It makes that person feel like they're supposed to, act in turn. Yeah. Sorry, just an aside.
Oh, no, that's very insightful. If you feel free to jump in at any point. Let's see here. Where did I leave off at? These individuals are prone to sudden and dramatic shifts in their views of others, who may alternatively be seen as beneficent supports or beneficent. Oh, goddamn, it's early and cruelly punitive. Right. Such shifts often reflect disillusionment with a caregiver whose nurturing qualities have been idealized or whose rejection or abandonment is expected. There may be an identity disturbance characterized by markedly and persistently unstable self-image or sense of self, which is criterion 3. There are sudden and dramatic
shifts.
One of the
few I'm not sure about the identity disturbance. I'm not sure if that's one of the 9 criteria that I'm super sure about. But yeah, I think when you have now reading the further definition, let's get into it. Because at first I was not sure if she met that criteria. And again, remember, it's only 5 out of 9. But continue, sorry.
Yeah, you only need 5 of the 9. So some of these may not fit the person. So if you see them and goes, well, this doesn't make sense. Well, it doesn't have to always have them. Mm-hmm. Some of them will fit. Some people will have all of them. Some people will barely hit 5. Sometimes the pathology will change, and some people will have Some get worse, some go away if like they're doing therapy or if they're on meds. Some things may get treated easier, so you might see things become less significant or less clinical, or maybe something else pops up in its place, so things can change. Diagnoses aren't a static thing, they are a dynamic thing. You will change, you will see increases and decreases in severity and the impact. And, you know, because one of the things you'll see with pretty much everything in the DSM is, does it impact at least one or more areas of like work, home, or school? Like, so shit might
Yes,
only be
yes.
going on at home, but if it's going on at home and school and work and everything else, okay, then it's gotten worse probably. Or if you're able to narrow it down from all of those to one, you may be doing better on those other areas. So it's never just the diagnosis is done once and it sits. Like you're constantly reevaluating, okay, does this person, because some of the diagnoses have severity indicators, like mild,
Yes.
moderate, severe, like depression, major depressive disorder. So you may have major, severe major depressive disorder to start, and then in like a 3 month reeval, they may go down to a moderate major depressive disorder. So that just to keep in mind is it's not a static thing that always stays the same.
Right. And
Personality disorders are a bit different though, and I'm sure you can explain that.
yes. Well, personality disorders are persistent. They're a more so depression can be seasonal. Depression can be a result of usually a chemical imbalance. Personality disorders are developmental. Either it's something that develops when this person is a young child, usually, or there appears to be some genetic component as well, as that some people are just kind of born with these dysfunctions, and that's what makes it extremely difficult to treat these disorders. And also because you're basically teaching people coping skills with a disorder that has a chemical link in the brain, say like um, uh, depression or bipolar. Well, there's
Yeah.
medication you can use to solve the chemical imbalance that's causing that. With personality disorders, it's really only therapy. That person has to work on themselves, and they have to want to work on themselves. And with some of these personality disorders, part of the pathology is that the people don't want to work on themselves. So they're very,
Yes.
very difficult disorders to manage and deal with.
That's a true statement. Say a lot of times, and there's actually controversy. I know there was talk about removing personality disorders from the next iteration of the DSM. I don't know if that's actually going to happen.
I
We we do have the TR out, which I don't think I have a copy of yet. Have you seen that? The DSM-5
no,
TR
not
is out.
no, I have not,
Yeah, it's been
but
released.
I'll have to check it out. I didn't know they were considering removing PDs. Do you know what was their explication as to why they were doing that?
Oh
Do you
my
know?
god, this was years ago when I read it.
Right.
Because it was something along the lines of uh, personality shouldn't be pathology or something like that.
But these are pathological
I,
personality
I,
problems, so they
I
should be
look,
pathologized.
it should. I know it was like you shouldn't pathologize someone's personality. It was some argument like that. I think was. I don't think there was any real push to it. I think it was a discussion, just
Yeah,
like
probably just an opinion.
there's the and that's a segment of its own would be talking about some of the controversies with the DSM-5, which I don't think they're as severe as many people make them out to be. But
There's
I
some
could
issues, but yeah, I agree they're not as severe as some people
the
think.
people.
It's
Yeah,
bunk
people trip
essentially.
all over them. Like people go nuts over them. I'm like, it's not as big a deal as you
I
think it
mean,
is.
I think it's mostly revolved around the removal of the gender stuff. You know,
I actually agree with the changes from the
I
gender
think the
identity
changes
disorder.
are fine into yeah.
I
Because
know people freak out about that, but I think the change to gender dysphoria was a better change from gender identity disorder, personally. So
I agree.
uh, let's let's see where did I leave off right here. There's sudden dramatic shifts in self-image, characterized by shifting goals, values, and vocational aspirations, so like jobs and stuff. There may be sudden changes in opinions and plans about career, sexual identity, values, and types of friends. These individuals may suddenly change from the role of a needy supplicant for help to that of a righteous avenger of past mistreatment.
Oh, what a
Although they,
giveaway!
yeah,
See, I
spoiler
didn't.
alert.
I didn't read the explication on Criterion 3 because at first I was like, I'm not sure if that's correct, but then reading the expanded definition is like,
Mm-hmm.
oh, wait a minute. Okay, I think she
Isn't
meets Criterion 3.
say someone in Dr. Purr in chat is saying psychologists are murderers. I don't know how you get there. And Dr. Purr said, "Of course you would, therapist." I'm assuming to my statement on gender dysphoria. Hey, I'd love if you. I've been trying to get someone to debate me on gender dysphoria, but to have a discussion about it, not like just like not like a kill stream baby kind of debate. But
right,
like
right, an honest discussion.
yeah,
It's a bit of a mess. I do think probably the redefinition was probably warranted on that. But
I've had
there are
people hate on me for the
problems.
fact that I've worked with trans kids, and
I
I'm
don't.
like, well, I take it very serious when I work with like I've worked with a few trans kids, not that many, but I take a very conservative approach towards it. Like the slowest and most like legit one of the things I've always said is what happens if you go through with all of it and nothing and you don't feel better? What then?
Right, and that's
Like
the
because
big question.
that's reality. And teaching coping mechanisms for anxiety and depression and other comorbid things before pursuing
Well,
any kind of treatment. Like
you have to look for, because the the treatment for depression, bipolar, et cetera, it can give you drugs. Let's be clear, these are serious drugs. I know that they're given out like candy, but they shouldn't be. These are serious, often in many cases antipsychotics and other medications. It shouldn't be given out like candy. But comparatively to permanent life-altering surgeries, permanent body-changing hormone treatments, if there is a alternative hypothesis as to the diagnosis, if we can treat the depression, let's say, and that helps alleviate the dysphoria, then that should be the first options every time. Then jumping towards, in my opinion, then jumping towards hormone replacement and hormone blockers and
well, I've
and
done
and
a
surgery.
couple. I've done a small video series on my channel. I did 2 live streams talking
Hmm.
about the W Path Standards of Care version 7, talking about
Mhm.
the for children and adolescents the requirements for gender affirming care, and like you can't like have surgery under 18. Like it just doesn't. It's not legal.
I would agree.
Uh,
I mean, well,
there are
they're trying very
workarounds.
hard to get rid of that.
Well,
Yes, yes.
there are workarounds, just like anything else. There are ways to skirt around the law, but ethically, and to follow the standards of care, doctors are not allowed to give surgery to minors, with small exceptions to like 17
Oh,
and
sure.
16-year-olds in certain states with certain things. Like there's those exceptions, but
Well, I mean,
generally,
you can give surgery to you can give surgery to minors if it's life saving. It's a medical diagnosis. These are
like
psychological diagnoses,
for
and not
example,
medical.
one of the workarounds for and I know we're kind of off topic from it, but one of
Yeah,
the
sorry.
workarounds for surgery, for like top surgery for female to male trans, is you can't have breast removal surgery or breast reduction surgery for the purposes of gender dysphoria as a minor, but you can have it for the removal of back pain and for other things to
Right,
treat issues
but
like
the
so
girls
you
we're
can
talking about
skirt
who
the
are having.
lines.
Right, right, and I mean the reason why that's again that well this is because that was put into place because we're trying to help people, and unfortunately, I don't think that a lot of doctors are trying to help people with this gender stuff at all. I think that they're not all, but I think many of them are they're activists, and
Yeah.
they have a goal that they want to complete, and I'm sure that they think that they're doing a really good thing, but the
They
data aren't there, and so I'm extremely suspicious, and I do not believe anyone under 18 should be getting these because they are life
also
altering. They
I
are
sent you
life
a link
altering.
to the DSM-5 TR in private chat.
Oh yeah, thank you.
So I just now have a copy of it too. So I'm using the old one. I don't think there's much change for this, so hopefully there's not. So let's
Yeah, I have
continue.
some NCBI or articles up that have the academic articles from
Yeah.
the journals related to it, but.
Those who aren't familiar, libgen.is is one of the best things out there. I have
Mhm.
so many textbooks. There's so many textbooks. They're fucking helpful though. I've had like treatment planners and shit I've downloaded like hundreds of that are just great resources to have. So all right, so continuing. Although they usually have a self-image that is based on being bad or evil, individuals with disorder may at times have feelings that they do not exist at all. Such experiences usually occur in situations in which these individual feels a lack of a meaningful relationship, nurturing, and support. These individuals may show worse performance in unstructured work or school situations. Individuals with BPD display impulsivity in at least 2 areas that are potentially self-damaging. Criterion 4. They may gamble, spend money irresponsibly, binge eat, abuse substances, engage in unsafe sex, or drive recklessly. Individuals with this disorder display recurrent suicidal behavior, gestures or threats, or self-mutilating behavior, which is criterion 5. Completed suicide occurs in 8 to 10% of such individuals, and self-mutilative acts such as cutting or burning, and suicide threats and attempts are very common. 8 to 10% successful rate for suicide is very fucking high. That's a high number.
Yeah.
So to give you an idea of just how severe this disorder can be, is the 8 to 10% success rate of suicide is fucking high for the population.
Yeah.
So, which is bad. Recurrent suicidality is often the reason that these individuals present for help. True. These self-destructive acts are usually precipitated by threats of separation or rejection, or by expectations that the individual assumes increased responsibility. Self-mutilation may occur during dissociative experiences and often brings relief by reaffirming the ability to feel or by expiating the individual's sense of being evil. Individuals with BPD may display affective instability that is due to a marked react. Yeah, a marked reactivity.
Just to be clear, the word affective, because it's used in the text and people might not know, it just means emotional. Just to be clear. Sorry, continue. Just wanted to clarify.
You're fine. Due to a marked reactivity mood, example, intense dysphoric, episodic dysphoria, irritability, or anxiety, usually lasting a few hours and only rarely more than a few days. Criterion 6. The basic dysphoric mood of those with BPD is often disrupted by periods of anger, panic, or despair, and is rarely relieved by periods of well-being or satisfaction. These episodes may reflect the individual's extreme reactivity to interpersonal stresses. Individuals with BPD may be troubled by chronic feelings of emptiness. Easily bored, they may constantly seek something to do.
Well, you can always fill it with a bottle of Maker's Mark, right? So
yeah. That's what I do on my weekends.
Well, I mean, that's what Amber claimed happened to her, right? Her emptiness was filled.
I do the same thing. Individuals
well, I don't think it went through her mouth. You know what I mean?
No, the same way. There's no kink shaming here. No. Individuals with this disorder frequently express inappropriate and intense anger or have difficulty controlling their anger. Criterion 8. They may display extreme sarcasm, enduring bitterness, or verbal outbursts. The anger is often elicited when a caregiver or lover is seen as neglectful, withholding, uncaring, or abandoning. Such expressions of anger are often followed by shame and guilt, and contribute to the feeling that they have of being evil. During periods of extreme stress, transient paranoid ideation or dissociative symptoms, e.g., depersonalization, may occur. Criterion 9. But these are generally of insufficient severity or duration to warrant an additional diagnosis. These episodes occur most frequently in response to a real or imagined abandonment. Symptoms tend to be transient, lasting minutes or hours. The real or perceived return of the caregiver's nurturance may result in the remission of the symptoms. So if they feel, or if the caregiver, shows them love and affection and nurturing, as like it's saying here, the symptoms will subside, and so they won't be as severe. So that's where you'll see the ups and downs. It almost looks like what the most people think is bipolar, which isn't. Or the ups and downs you'll see here is it's what you're seeing, kind of. In a way, depending on... Yeah.
About bipolar is that it's hot and cold within 10 seconds or a couple minutes, whereas really bipolar is ups and downs for months at a time. It's 6 months of just depression and then 1 or 2 months of mania. What people are probably describing when they think of somebody who flips hot and cold very quickly is more can maybe, again, not necessarily, but maybe more towards a borderline diagnosis. Of I love you, I hate you, which the only waiting for the reciprocal attention, reciprocal love, the reciprocal caregiving is a good way to put it.
When people refer to bipolar as like changing moods and stuff, the only case you have for that, and it's very rare, is bipolar with God damn it, I just had it.
What, schizoaffective?
No, it's bipolar where the work can change like over seconds or minutes. I have there's rapid cycling,
yeah, which I think is more associated with, is it bipolar 1? I think maybe.
I think so, because it's not just hypomania, it's mania.
Right, because with bipolar 2, you mostly get hypomania, and with cyclothymia, you only get hypomania.
Yeah, so I think it's bipolar 1, you see more of the rapid cycling, and you can literally have a manic episode that lasts a minute, and then you go into a depressive episode that lasts a minute or two, and they can change really quickly. There's a couple of videos on YouTube of people who have it. It's really insightful to watch. So
Yeah. Yeah, that can be indicative of bipolar. That's true. Again, something you can treat with medication because it's a chemical issue causing that. Whereas with this particular diagnosis, that there's no chemistry. This is developmental or genetic. I don't think we're really sure which. I think it's
yeah.
probably developmental, and in Amber's case, which I think she hits.
She also had childhood abuse,
Ooh,
which this
yes.
year's, because this is associated features supporting diagnosis. Let's see here. I'm going to skip some of this because it's kind of rehashing some of it, but
Yeah.
it also talks about things that can contribute to it. Physical and sexual abuse, neglect, hostile conflict, and early parental loss are more common in the childhood histories of those with borderline personality disorder. Common co-occurring disorders include depressive and bipolar disorders, substance use disorders, eating disorders, post-traumatic stress disorder, and attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. BPD also frequently co-occurs with other personality disorders, which we're going to review here in a second.
Yes,
And
and I think
the
also
issue,
one thing that has not been brought up is that there's a study that's been done that shows that there is also some association with vulnerable narcissism specifically. And vulnerable narcissism, we didn't mean to go into it, but I'm sure you're familiar with the difference between grandiose and vulnerable narcissism. And I'm not sure. Should I go over it?
if you want to, just refresh my memory. It's been a while since I think I've remembered.
Sure. And grandiose. So when people talk about narcissism, I think a lot of people look at Amber Heard and probably think she's a narcissist from a subclinical perspective, right?
Yeah.
Or that not from the actual diagnostic criteria of narcissism. But this is a study. I'm trying to find the actual criteria. Where is it? Or the description? Oh, here's a Frontiers article. This is probably fine. Okay. Yes, grandiose and vulnerable narcissism. Grandiose narcissism is characterized by high self-esteem, interpersonal dominance, and tendency to overestimate one's capabilities. Individuals with high grandiose narcissism tend to endorse positive illusions about themselves, simultaneously repressing information inconsistent with an inflated self-image. They fantasize about superiority, perfection, and omnipotence. Grandiosity can also be manifested through exploitativeness and aggressive behaviors. Grandiose narcissism negatively correlates with neuroticism and agreeableness, and positively with extroversion. And then on the other side, let's see, where is it? Vulnerable narcissism. Let's see, where was this? Sorry, trying to find this now.
You're fine.
Yeah, the grandiose part, but where's the vulnerable part? Two forms of narcissism. Individuals with high vulnerable narcissism are described as being defensive, avoidant, insecure, hypersensitive, and vigilant for criticism. At the same time, they need people's recognition or admiration to bolster their self-worth. Feeling underestimated may result in withdrawal and passive attitude in interpersonal relations. Vulnerable narcissism is also associated with lower levels of self-esteem, extroversion and agreeableness, and higher neuroticism, a negative view of the past, and a fatalistic attitude. And there's a study here from Boozman, Meyer, Reg, Lang et al. Called Vulnerable Narcissism as a Beneficial Factor for the Therapeutic Alliance in BPD. So it seems there is a correlation, at least, even if it's a beneficial factor, but there is a correlation and a possibility of having vulnerable narcissism, which again is a personality disorder, that aligns into and makes it almost difficult to separate from BPD in general, because you're going to get those same BPD symptoms from a lot of the criterion of vulnerable narcissism. So I would say maybe it's possible that, first of all, I think she meets, I think like 8 out of 9 of the criteria for borderline. And on top of that, I think that might be with an element of vulnerable narcissism, which could have developed as a coping mechanism due to abuse, right? So, but she's also got some symptoms of vulnerable narcissism, and that was not in the diagnosis. I just wanted to throw it in there while we were talking about borderline.
So one of the things that, and I don't know if I think it was hinted on slightly at the trial, but that I think people miss is that there is a lot of overlap with PTSD and the symptoms you'll see in borderline.
Right.
So it's very hard to do to quote House, the differential diagnosis is very difficult sometimes. That's why you can have a case like this one and have 2 psychologists, even though, yes, they're paid experts. Yes, we, to a certain degree, expect them to give certain answers. you really can't. And I need to listen more when Dr. Curry talks about the MMPI and the test scores, because I
Well,
know there's controversy over the scale levels, and I want to look into that, because if she's scaling it subclinical, then that's an issue maybe. So
I mean, that's what the other psychologist claimed, is that she was doing she claimed, the other psychologist claimed that, yeah, that the levels that Dr. Curry was basing the diagnosis on were subclinical, but they were on the line. So the other thing that you have to be worried about, particularly with people who have this sort of disorder, is testing effects. People who have these personality disorders, and one of the reasons that it is so difficult to diagnose them in general is that people with personality disorders will often be highly aware that they are taking a test, and then you have what we call testing effects. So the mere presence of the test can make people react differently. If a borderline person, for example, is going to see a therapist because they kind of want evidence that they're being abused in a relationship, as borderlines will want to do, by the way, because it's part of their need for this hot and cold, love and admiration and affection from the partner. If they're not getting that, they may see it as abusive, and they may want to lash out, as we've kind of gone over here, in some pretty nasty ways, from not getting the love that they think is owed to them. So then when that person is electing to see a therapist and they're taking tests electively, well, and their claim is that they're being abused, that they're being neglected, it can be very difficult to conduct these kind of self-report tests. And that's why it can't just be self-report. It has to be longitudinal therapy, I'd say, to make a diagnosis.
A pro tip for those out there who think they can scam one of these assessments that are like 400, 500 questions.
Yeah, you can.
As a researcher know this, and I know it too because I've been looking into creating my own psychometric assessments, is there are questions and shit built in there to determine if you're faking and
reverse
just
coding,
or if you're just going in and putting in A for all the answers, or
sure,
not, or if you put in too many of the same answers on certain questions, it can scale your answers differently. Do not try to fuck with the test. You will get caught. Just give a truthful answer.
Because of the way that the the alpha and stuff like that are going to get screwed up, because it won't, if it doesn't align with normative testing levels of what we expect from this instrument and what we expect from this item on the instrument. When you look at the back end of these instruments, we can see how much every single item makes sense in comparison to every single other item. Because a lot of times what in these tests, again, that are 300 questions long, they'll ask you the same question 3 times. They just worded differently. And if your answers don't align with if your one answer doesn't align to the other 2, or 2 don't align with the other 1, it gives us an indication that there's some fuckery going on. Now, that doesn't mean that you can, if you're trying to fuck with a test, it is difficult. But when you have these PDs, it's also possible that if you're in such a sense of mind that you would answer it in a way that might not be as clear. And that's why, again, therapy and conversations are required on top of just pure testing. However, even if it was close to subclinical, the behaviors that Dr. Curry described as well, outside of just the pure testing, I think are where she didn't come up with her. Because I think the other psychologist mostly was basing her analysis on testing as well, on testing for PTSD.
Yeah, so here, real quick, just to kind of explain what we mean. So this is from, I don't know if you've ever heard of the International Personality Item Pool. It's IPIP. Have you ever heard of it?
Yep.
Okay, so this is like keying for 5-factor models. So you have positive keyed items and negative keyed items. So this measuring the same thing. This is measuring extroversion. It's just different ways to ask the question. Mm-hmm. And it gets within that scale. So the scale for this one is extroversion. So here's a bunch of questions that are positively keyed that we can ask on an assessment. And then here's negatively keyed. And then we add and subtract them at the end of the assessment. And then we can say, oh, you're an introvert or an extrovert for like a 5-factor assessment. It's just an example, right?
Yep, so exactly.
That's one of the ways that you can do it, is ask questions different ways. There's ways to test for legitimate, trying to be, and the Dr. Curry mentions that they were able to see deception in the MMPI. I'm pretty sure the MMPI has something built in specifically for deception. So
The MMPI has specifically factors built into trying to determine if the person taking the test is intentionally trying to deceive the researcher. I'm not super familiar with the specifics of those measures, but she said that they showed up in her analysis. Now, I mean, I can't remember the other woman's name. I'm going to call her Dr. Karen.
that's
But,
fine.
the woman from Heard's team, Dr. Karen, said she didn't find anything like that. But but this is a problem with hypothesis testing. If you think you know what you're expecting going in, well, you're more likely to find that thing. That's why we do reverse coding. That's why we do, blind testing. The other woman thought it was PTSD because of spousal abuse, because that's what Amber told her. And she found, yeah, Dr. Hughes, thank you. But,
Thank you.
and what did she find? Well, she found a PTSD from spousal abuse. I mean,
One of my issues, and I think Dr. Curry, because I think if I remember her background, and we're going to watch the video here shortly, is her background is very diverse.
Yeah.
Like she's worked with different populations and different things, whereas I think Dr. Hughes, she's worked in a very small subset, and she's worked with abuse victims.
Abuse
and
victims.
She's in a narrow set. And when you work in a narrow field set, just like if you work in anything, you see a spade as a spade.
And she betrayed her bias pretty easily, that men are always abusers, women aren't abusers.
Oh my God, that was...
I can't believe she said that shit.
For one time, I can say that the use of gendered language was offensive and not be trolling. Was
Right.
that. Like, not to be
Right.
just fucking... Like, that was some of the most... As a therapist, and it's like, no, the statistics I fucking read and shit on male victims of domestic violence, because male victims of domestic violence are less likely to report. There's
Yes.
just like male sexual abuse victims.
Yes.
Male sexual abuse victims are less likely to report because of stigma, because of being called gay. Just like this, if they go to police, they don't get taken seriously. Oh, your small wife was beating on you. Oh, okay. Seriously.
Oh, I
okay,
mean, what
stop
did
hitting
Amber say? Go
stop
to
beating your wife.
Go tell the world, Johnny, that I, Johnny Depp, am a victim of domestic violence, and see if anyone believes you. That's her own fucking words.
And that's a
she's right.
problem.
Yeah, it is a problem.
You have
right.
issues like the Duluth model. You have
Yes.
issues with having to arrest at least someone. Whenever there's a call for DV in a lot of states, they arrest at least someone. You were pretty close, SJ. From what I remember, the DV stats, when you take into account other factors and other variables, they end up balancing out to about equal.
Yeah,
it's like plus or minus 5%
aware.
depending on the year. It's not much different. But, men, there's like, for example, in my county, we have a couple domestic violence shelters, right? But
there's no men in them, I guarantee it.
Well, here's the thing: is they
Most
don't.
of them, many of them won't allow men.
They don't turn down the men, right? But they will put the men up in a hotel nearby. But there's an issue with that, and I think you can answer this one. Why is there an issue with having the man be in a hotel versus being in the shelter program itself?
Oh, well, it totally devalues his experience, and he's away from the help and care of the center.
Yes. You're supposed to be there for case management and therapy and resources and finding a job if you're out of employment because of what happened, because you had to run from your spouse. There's so much.
Imagine the additional psychology that happens on top of that, of being like, I'm being abused physically, sexually, whatever, by my female spouse. I'm a man. And they tell you, well, we can't put you up in here because you're a danger to the women in the shelter. So we're going to put you in a hotel where you're not going to have the same kind of access and protections of the shelter. I mean, I can't imagine. It's dismissing also their experience and saying, well, you can't stay here because you're not really a victim, or you're a potential perpetrator, right?
Oh, you want to hear something really infuriating?
Oh, sure.
So one of my graduate internship, and I also worked for them for a small period of time after I graduated, doing tech stuff. I worked at a homeless shelter that works with families, families of minor children, and they are the only shelter in the county that will take families with adult males or boys 12 and up, because the other shelters will not allow boys 12 and up. And there was from the same school I got my graduate degree from, there was a student who did a thesis on talking to local homeless shelters in the area in the part of Florida I live, and they had also reached into my county and talked to some of them, and they had asked, what populations do you take, and if you don't take certain people, why don't you take them? And they asked us to one of the shelters why they didn't take teen boys, and they basically said, well, because they're teen boys and they're basically going to want to have sex. And I'm like, do you not realize the issue with that statement? Are you assuming that teenage girls don't want to have sex? Like, are you saying that they can't, like, there was just so many issues with it. It was I need to find that because it's on, like, I think my old laptop. It was just infuriating reading it because I'm like,
I'm sure. Well, it's infuriating hearing about
teenagers are just sexual by nature. They're teenagers, right? Like,
sure.
Duh. And so, like, just to say, well, the teen boys are going to, obviously, if you bring a teen boy into the shelter with, because obviously I see why the women's shelters don't bring in dads, obviously. But you would think they might bring in teenagers.
Shelter,
yeah.
Right. If it's a specific women's shelter and that's all it is, okay. But if it's a DV shelter, then there is absolutely no reason to exclude males who are actual. I mean, maybe. But
I would be okay. I understand some of the understanding is, for women who have been victims of domestic violence and who do have significant trauma, being around a male could be traumatic for them. But
I don't know why it would work the opposite way for males either.
I agree, but
I do not believe. I think there is one.
I
think there is one shelter in the entire U.S. that is specifically men's DV shelter.
Yeah, and I just take so many issues because if you were a teenage boy in the area I live in, right, and the family shelter that takes families with adult males and teenage boys, if that shelter's full, the only other option besides like living in your car or living on the street, or if you can't stay on a friend's couch or whatever for a while, the only other option would technically be is that the mom and the younger children, or the mom, the female children, and the boys under 12 can go into the women's shelter, and then the teenage boy could go to the adult men's shelter or go to the runaway youth shelter in the county.
maybe so, a youth shelter, a homeless shelter. That's what basically the options are for men. Because again, as I said, I think there's only one shelter in the States. It may be more than that now, but last time I looked into it, probably back in 2018 or so, there was only one shelter that was specifically for men in the whole U.S. Well, it could be more than that. But
the thing that infuriated me about the way it's set up in this county is, imagine you're a family, like a mom, say a couple female kids and a couple male kids, or two girls and a boy or whatever, right? And they're like close to teenage or preteen teen or whatever, right? And you're the boy that's a teenager. And so either A, your family is homeless because you're a teenage boy, or B, you have to split away from your family and they have to go somewhere else while you go into a runaway youth shelter.
That's going to be great for his development, by the way.
You know how fucking damaging that can be?
Incalculable.
I'm at fault. I'm the reason my family is homeless, or my family. Because they don't necessarily, if they're 13, 14, they don't understand necessarily why the rules and the policies. They just know that I can't stay with my mom and dad, or I can't stay with my mom and siblings.
It's their fault why they can't stay with mom.
Oh no, automatically blame themselves, and that's the problem.
Again, incalculable amount of I would imagine for a lot of kids.
That's years of psychotherapy for that. So let's go ahead and should we do histrionic next, or should we do PTSD next?
Might as well hit histrionic because that was the other diagnosis that Curry made. So
okay, all right. So we'll do this real quick. We'll skim through this in PTSD.
Histrionic is a little bit more straightforward, I think, almost in some ways, even though it's very fucked up, than borderline. And even though I think she hits fewer of the criteria for histrionic, in my opinion, than borderline.
So we'll burn through this real quick. A histrionic personality disorder is diagnosed as a pervasive pattern of excessive emotionality and attention seeking beginning by early adulthood and present in a variety of contexts as indicated by 5 or more of the following. So there's 8 total here, so you need 5 of the 8. Number 1 is uncomfortable in situations in which he or she is not the center of attention. Number 2, interaction with others is often characterized by inappropriate, sexually seductive or provocative behavior. Number 3, displays rapidly shifting and shallow expressions of emotions. Number 4, consistently uses physical appearance to draw attention to self. Number 5 has a style of speech that is excessively impressionistic and lacking in detail.
Oh wow!
Uh,
Watch that testimony.
Honestly, going to highlight that one because I think that one is key to the testimony Amber's given so far.
Yeah.
Number 6 shows self-dramatization, theatricality, and exaggerated expression of emotion. I'm going to highlight that one.
That's another one. Yeah. I think actually now that I'm rereading it, I think maybe only 7 is the one that I'm a little.
Is suggestible, i.e., easily influenced by others or circumstances. I think you could argue that depending on how you look at the context. And
In which case, I'd
8,
say she's again. For me, I think she's 7 out of 8 then for this. Just as she was 8 out of 9 for borderline.
So you don't.
We'll
so what do you? So which one do you think is missing? Number 7.
Suggestible is the only one that because I'm not sure if she is or not. But I mean, but she hangs out with all those friends and stuff, so maybe it's.
Think about drugs. Think about the drug use. Think about the social situations.
That's true. The drug use, though, that's a little bit more borderline. I would say the drug
true,
use.
but the suggestibility could be from a histrionic personality. So
yeah, that's true.
While the
she's very high
behavior,
she's high on both of these. In other words, I understand the diagnosis.
She's a motherfucker. 8 considers relationships to be more intimate than they actually are.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And again, one of the things with both of these PDs, but particularly with what you see with borderlines, because as I mentioned earlier, but histrionic does not help this, that they cause the partner to raise to the same elevated, hyper emotional relationship that they're creating, the world they're creating. So then when you part of the argument is excuse me, and that JD is crazy because when his finger was cut off by Amber Heard, that he went and wrote on the walls in blood.
Motherfucker, you would be
He's
writing
in shock.
such. You're in shock. If you feel it, you're not feeling much of it. Or if you are feeling it, it sounded like he was intoxicated to some degree. There's some numbing of the pain.
He had a couple shots of vodka, and on top of that, you're just going to go into shock, inherent. Because your finger just got cut off. So him writing on the walls in blood or whatever, I mean, which we're not even sure about some of that. Like, he's going nuts because he's reacting and reciprocating with her setting these limits. And people with borderline and histrionic set everything is hyper emotional all of the time. And you can hear that in their discussions that she's like, well, we're arguing. Don't leave because I'm arguing with you right now. And it sounded to me, and I don't know if you agree, Ken, that it sounds like they argued every single day. That they
argued a lot. I would put
always wanted, and she wanted to as well. She always she's like, don't go away. We need to have this argument. Most likely, I mean, we can't know, but she was like, don't walk away. I'm having an argument with you. We need to talk it out. That we need to get emotional. We need to be emotional together all the time. That is hard to separate if that's histrionic or borderline.
Yeah, this whole situation is a clusterfuck, and I think I don't think either party has no fault. I think Johnny had his faults too.
Oh yeah,
but I think Amber was definitely abusive, in my opinion. Yes,
in mine as well.
So. I don't think we need to read the diagnostic features so much on this one, unless you disagree.
No, I think this one's a little bit more clear, I suppose. Are there any ones that? What does it say under? Because I argued with it, suggestible for criterion 7.
So that's 7. Individuals with HPD have a high degree of suggestibility. Their opinions and feelings are easily influenced by others and by current fads. They may be overly trusting, especially of strong authority figures whom they see as magically solving their problems. They have a tendency to play hunches and to adopt convictions quickly. Individuals with this disorder often consider relationships more intimate than they actually are, describing almost every acquaintance as my dear friend, or referring to physicians met only once or twice under professional circumstances by their first name. So that's criterion 8.
But with 7, because I wanted some clarification on 7, because that's the only one I was a little bit unsure of if that was the criteria. But strong authority figures who they see as magically fixing their lives, like you end up on a film set with one of the most popular actors in Hollywood, Johnny Depp, and like maybe he can fix your life. Just saying.
Okay, so this might be interesting. Associated features supporting diagnosis. Individuals with HPD may have difficulty achieving emotional intimacy in romantic or sexual relationships. Without being aware of it, they often act out a role, e.g. victim or princess,
Yep.
in their relationships to others. They may seek to control their partner through emotional manipulation or seductiveness on one level while displaying a marked dependency on them on another level. See, that's where I think the HPD is pretty good too.
I mean, well, that's highly. I mean, that seems highly descriptive, and also the sexual manipulation. It's not just with
Yes.
Johnny. I mean, that's with other people. It's with James Franco. It's with Elon Musk. It's a consistent. She knows she's an attractive woman, and she knows that she can use her looks and her vulnerability, which she seems to play up, to attract. And it's always powerful men, right?
Yeah.
How interesting. It's always powerful men to come protect me. I'm the victim. I'm the princess, right? I need to go find. It's never some random guy. It's James Franco. It's Elon Musk. It's Johnny Depp.
This is interesting. Individuals with this disorder often have impaired relationships with same-sex friends because their sexually provocative interpersonal style may seem a threat to their friends' relationships. These individuals may also alienate friends with demands for constant attention.
Yeah, who was one of her prior friends who testified and said she's nuts? Think, it wasn't. I don't think it was a former. Oh, it was her assistant, not a friend.
That was testifying under when Johnny was doing his case.
It was Johnny called her because she was Amber's personal assistant. I don't know but she is heavily biased, to be fair, because Amber appeared to be a massive bitch to her all the time, and I think potentially see her as a competitor because she's an attractive woman. She seems to see a lot of women who are attractive as competitors, at least from my perspective of her testimony.
And you'll get that with HPD. That's very common.
Yes.
So let's see. They often become depressed and upset when they are not the center of attention. They may crave novelty, stimulation, and excitement, and have a tendency to become bored with their usual routine. These individuals are often intolerant of or frustrated by situations that involve delayed gratification, and their actions are often directed at obtaining immediate satisfaction. Although they often initiate a job or project with great enthusiasm, their interest may lag quickly. Longer-term relationships may be neglected to make way for the excitement of new relationships. The actual risk of suicide is not known, but clinical experience suggests that individual disorder at increased risk for suicidal gestures and threats to get attention and coerce better caregiving. HPD has been associated with higher rates of somatic symptom disorder, conversion disorder, and major depressive. Borderline, narcissistic, antisocial, and dependent personality disorders often co-occur. So prevalence is about 1.84% in the population, which is terrible. Differential, other personality disorders, personality changes due to substance use. So that's where the differential for refresher is being able to determine whether or not it's actually the thing you're talking about. So whether it's actually HPD or whether it's something else, right? So for this, is it another personality disorder or is it comorbid? So is it more than one? So you can have more than one personality disorder. Or because of substance use, you have to make sure that the symptoms aren't because of persistent substance use, right? Because if you have substance use, it could be causing the symptoms. So you have to be able to rule things in and out. That's where diagnostics becomes sometimes complex. It can be frustrating, to say the least. I've had times where I've had to do diagnoses and it's just frustrating as shit.
And that's going to become difficult with Amber because she doesn't seem to have been clean from anything at any point, even though she demanded that of Johnny.
So you have to kind of figure out, is this, based on what potential substances is she using, are the common side effects of that substance? Like, for example, if she's using X, does X always cause anger or irritability or high mood or low mood? So if it doesn't, you can say, okay, maybe it's not the substance and more the personality or more something else. And so you can rule that in versus maybe that is something that causes anger. So you have a harder time ruling it out. Is it the substance or not? So here we go. Trauma and stressor-related disorders.
PTSD,
I'm going to have to go through and re-bookmark the entire new DSM. Because this year, all these bookmarks of the separate disorders was something I did. The PDF I got didn't have any bookmarks. So I had to go through and go to every page and bookmark every fucking disorder. It was a fucking... I did this in grad school. I became the best person in class during my my clinical class when we had to do the class where we're doing was basically the DSM class where you go through the DSM and learn it. And I became really good friends because I was able to give people copies of the DSM for free and with bookmarks to everything, so they didn't have to search for shit. So that was a good friend in grad school for that. All right, so PTSD. Let's see.
So this is
Post-traumatic
the
stress
other
disorder.
diagnosis. So the psychologist that her team brought, just to be clear, this is what that psychologist diagnosed her with, was not with the two personality disorders, which again, as we said earlier, can't be treated with drugs. It's either due to upbringing or genetics. We don't really know in every single case. Something's wrong and there's no medication that can fix it. It's got to be therapy. Post-traumatic stress disorder, on the other hand, is usually due to external factors. So there's somebody else to blame. And that's important if you're saying, as Amber did, that the PTSD was caused by her abusive husband, Johnny Depp. And that's why she has this disorder. And so if any of her behaviors seem weird to you, it's because she has PTSD because she was abused by Johnny Depp. So yeah, just to be clear, these are the two sets of diagnoses that we have on the table. But let's go over PTSD.
And so for those who are playing along at home, notice some of the things that have overlap with BPD and HPD.
Yep.
More BPD, but look for the overlap in the diagnostic criteria. That's where it becomes really hard to separate these things, and why the use of things like assessments and you can't necessarily rely on just the testimony of the person.
Yep.
As a therapist, it's kind of unethical for me to sit down with someone and have them tell me something and they just go, "Oh, I don't believe you." Like I have to pretty much take everyone on their face.
On some level, but you also have to. You want to, ideally, you want to be able to observe their behavior. Naturalistically, because that's how you can get an idea of, and that's why couples therapy can be good. I mean, even though some of these people, particularly with these personality disorders, can be very, very good at hiding behaviors and doing face work, because that's part of the PD. If you see them in couples therapy, they can be essentially playing a character, because again, that's part of their disorder. So
the way I describe it to my clients when I introduce myself is, you can lie to me, but you only get as much out of this as you tell the truth.
Exactly.
I tell them, I'm going to take your word for it unless I have reason not to, or there's something else. And that something else can be observed behavior, other information that comes in, assessments or something. But until I have other information, I'm going to take you at your word. So lying to me doesn't help. And so by establishing that at the outset, it usually gives me clients who are usually honest with me, which is fucking helpful.
A client that wants help is going to tell you the truth. A client that wants to get a certain diagnosis because they think it will make their partner look bad, on the other hand, and seeks out a therapist that only works with or predominantly works with battered women, and is going to look for that because that's what she's used to seeing.
I mean, we knew that was going to happen.
Yes, of course.
So.
But just saying, you can't abuse that system. There are some people. I mean, I'm sure that Dr. Hughes, she sees actual battered women all day, every day, and so Amber Heard comes in and says, my husband is horribly abusive to me. I'll give you an assessment. Oh, well, looks like PTSD to me. That's because, and it's an unfortunate reality of human psychology, of all of us, including therapists, that you'll often see what you expect to see. It's a heuristic. It's a basic cognitive heuristic. So Dr. Hughes saw PTSD. Dr. Mommy, Dr. Muffins saw histrionic and borderline. So let's go over PTSD. Sorry.
Okay, sorry for someone was sending an email. The potential other guest sent me an email like 30 minutes ago. They're listening, and they said that once we're done reviewing the diagnostic criteria that they're going to pop on. I told them they could pop on now if they wanted to.
Yeah,
they said we were doing a good job, so I'll take that as a compliment.
Great. Let's go through PTSD and see.
All right.
See what we think.
So for those who haven't seen this before, because I've reviewed this before, there are criteria for adults and children. So, for example, for children 6 years and younger, see the corresponding criteria. So we're skipping that because we're talking about an adult and events that happen during adulthood. Now, if we were talking about, say, events that happened during Amber's childhood that were under six or younger, then we would review it during this period. So we want to skip that, and we're going to the section that is post-traumatic. Did I misread that? God damn it. Okay, so here it is.
Yeah, other way around.
Post-traumatic stress disorder for children 6 and younger. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's the section for 6 and younger. So up here
Yeah,
is for
it's up
adults.
there.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
God damn it.
No problem.
I didn't go to sleep till like 5 a.m. I think. So.
Oh, also no problem. It's more clearly highlighted on the version you sent me, where it's in color. So.
Oh, the one I sent you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I haven't opened that PDF yet. I've been going through one because I have my bookmark. So
Yeah,
for PTSD,
exactly.
criterion A: exposure to actual or threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence in one or more of the following ways. So this is the traumatic event itself. So you
Right.
can so criterion A1: directly experiencing the traumatic event. So it happened to you, you were a part of it, right?
Mhm.
2, witnessing in person the events as it occurs to others. So if you watch something horrible happen, like someone gets shot in front of you, or someone gets stabbed,
Yes.
or watched a close family member die, something like that, that
Mhm.
can be traumatic as well. Or if you watch someone get raped or
Yes,
hurt
any
severely.
abuse, yeah.
Learning that the traumatic events occurred to a close family member or close friend. In cases of actual or threatened death of a family member or friend, the events must have been violent or accidental. So you don't necessarily have to witness it. So if you learned of something happening to a friend or family member, that learning of the event itself can be traumatic and can cause the types of severe and intense symptoms we'll see below.
Sure.
So you don't have to actually have it happen to you or watch it. Or experiencing repeated or extreme exposure to aversive details of the traumatic events. So first responders collecting human remains, police officers repeatedly exposed to details of child abuse. And you see that in this field too. Like,
Yes.
you
Yeah.
hear details of child abuse and sexual abuse and rape, and it's not
And
fun.
it takes a toll. It takes a toll.
That's why therapists have their own therapists usually.
Yes.
There's a fucking reason, because we need to have someone to vent to as well. We're not spilling your shit, but we're definitely talking about, hey, we had a really bad case of someone who was raped and it was maybe hit at home somehow. So things like
Yeah.
that. So criterion B: presence. So you have to have exposure to the actual or threatened death, serious injury, or sexual violence in one of these ways, at least one, for criterion A. And then for criterion B, you have to have the presence of one or more of the following intrusion symptoms associated with the traumatic events, being after the traumatic events occurred. So this happens after the event. So recurrent, involuntary, and intrusive distressing memories of the traumatic event. So in children older than 6, repetitive play may occur in which themes or aspects of the traumatic event are expressed. So it's something that's for note for kids. Recurrent number 2.
Well, it's referenced in a way that relates to kids, but repetitive play, it can mean in adults too. I would
certain
say
repetitive
possibly
behaviors.
repetitive behaviors or acting out behaviors that are related to the trauma.
You could see that in teenagers, for example. So that's why it
Yes.
says over 6. So
Right.
it's not necessarily
Right.
there are other ways that it can appear.
Yeah.
So 2, recurrent distressing dreams in which the content and or affect of the dream are related to the traumatic events. In children, there may be frightening dreams without recognizable content. Criterion B3, dissociative reactions, for example, flashbacks, in which the individual feels or acts as if the traumatic events were recurring. Such reactions may occur on a continuum, with the most extreme expression being a complete loss of awareness of present surroundings. So you could be just sitting there watching TV, something triggers a flashback, and you could have basically like you're reliving it, even though you're sitting there watching TV in your home where you're safe and warm and comfortable, and all of a sudden it's like you're reliving it, and someone could be shaking you, going,
Yes.
"Hey Aydin, hey Aydin, hey Aydin," and you have no idea that
Because
you're
it's
there.
dissociative. Yeah.
Yeah,
It basically
dissociation's crazy.
it's an out of body experience. People experience disassociation differently, but for many people
Yeah.
it's like being out of body.
When I say crazy, I don't mean like they're like psycho. I mean it's like crazy because
Right.
of how it
It's
works. It's an interesting phenomenon.
Bizarre. Yeah, phenomenon. Yeah, right.
And then number 4, criterion B4, intense or prolonged psychological distress at exposure to internal or external cues that symbolize or resemble an aspect of the traumatic events. I wouldn't call it PTSD, but I had a traumatic event that happened when I was a junior firefighter, that there are certain things that even now will still like make my heart race and shit, and like pick me back to that incident. And it sucks because it's little things.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And
I'm sure. Well, from what I
and
understand.
and I don't like saying I have PTSD because I don't, but it was a very traumatic event, and it was shitty to watch. So criterion B5, marked physiological reactions to internal and external cues that symbolize or resemble an aspect of traumatic events. So this is physiological. So that's like breaking out with sweat, heart racing, your body reacting, pain.
Yeah, you can literally measure this with
somatic symptoms,
skin conductive response, heart rate. Yeah, you can measure this stuff.
This is where, as we get into this a little bit more, you'll see some of the overlap. So we're on the criterion C now. Persistent avoidance of stimuli associated with the traumatic events beginning after the traumatic events occurred, as evidenced by one or both of the following. 1. Avoidance of or efforts to avoid distressing memories, thoughts, or feelings feelings about or closely associated with the traumatic events. C2. Avoidance of or efforts to avoid external reminders, people, places, conversations, activities, objects, and situations that arouse distressing memories, thoughts, or feelings about or closely associated with the traumatic events. So you will see people who have post-traumatic stress disorder. They're trying to avoid the stimuli. They're trying to avoid the things that trigger, and not triggering as in the meme of it, but the actual triggering of a stress response, of a flashback of the, like, for example, fireworks triggering a war veteran of mortar attacks. Yep. That's a very common one. Your body goes into a fight or flight mode, so you might see them curl up into a ball or go into like a hiding place in the building or a structure, or go somewhere, or they'll do things that they were trained or pre-programmed to do because that's what kept them safe. And so something, that puts them back there, they may go back into that same, that same behavior. Let's see. So criterion D, negative alterations in cognitions and mood associated with the traumatic events, beginning or worsening after the traumatic events occurred, as evidenced by 2 or more of the following. So criterion D1, an ability to remember an important aspect of the traumatic events, typically due to dissociative amnesia and not to other factors such as head injury, alcohol, or drugs. So it's not because something else happened, it's because of the event itself causing, dissociative amnesia, where, for example, you hear, if you haven't heard, like, kids or women or men who are raped, they'll have that out-of-body experience where they're leaving their body because they don't have to experience it. They're seeing someone else experience it, is the way it's described. That's not me, it's happening to. So that's a type of dissociation where the dissociative amnesia, they're forgetting it as a protective mechanism to help keep themselves sane effectively.
Yes,
is
exactly.
a way to describe it. So criterion D2, persistent and exaggerated negative beliefs or expectations about oneself, others, or the world. E.g., I am bad, no one can be trusted, the world is completely dangerous, my whole nervous system is permanently ruined. This right here is one of the ones that we saw with borderline. That negative thoughts and beliefs. So this is where you start to see that overlap.
But I don't see that presentation overlap with borderline, absolutely, but I don't see this presentation in Amber Heard.
In Amber, yeah. So criterion D3, persistent distorted cognitions about the cause or consequences of the traumatic events that led the individual to blame himself, herself, or others. Criterion D4, persistent negative emotional state, fear, horror, anger, guilt, or shame. So D5, markedly diminished interest or participation in significant activities. D6, feelings of detachment or estrangement from others. D7, persistent inability to experience positive emotions, inability to experience happiness, satisfactions, or loving feelings.
I mean, that might be one. That might be one to mark down as one that she might present that way, in a way that would be indicative of PTSD. The same thing with maybe the detachment a little bit, but I don't think so. She's hyper attached. I would say that the persistent, maybe the persistent negative emotional state. She seems to be in a persistently bad mood.
Yeah, that's for certain.
And the inability to experience positive emotions is the flip side of that. So, but again, it's hard to know what she told this therapist. So, sorry, continue.
I mean, she had 29 hours of interview with Dr. Hughes.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Something like that. It was a good amount of time they spent together.
I mean, that's a lot of time. People in chat were saying, well, it's not a lot of time. I'm like, no, that's effectively 6 months of once a week therapy.
Yep.
Which is quite a bit of time to meet with someone. And that was done over a shorter period of time, if I remember correctly. So,
I think so.
Let's see. So we're on to, so we got the criterion D. Criterion E. So for criterion D, we had to have at least 2 or more. Criterion C, you needed 1 or more, or 1 or both. 1 or more for B. Okay, so you're needing at least 1 or 2 of some of these for each one of these lettered criterions. You need at least 1 to 2 or more of them for them to be present. And you're going to need at least each of the lettered criterion to be present for a diagnosis to be present for post-traumatic stress disorder. So there is a lot here, so it makes it fun to juggle. So you have to make sure, like when you're doing the differential, you have to keep track of it.
Right.
Make sure you're not missing things, like keeping notes and shit. So that's where it becomes fun, keeping track of information, especially like if because I'm not like diagnosing someone, say the first session, like it might take a session or 2. I might put something down temporarily as like a hold placeholder for insurance, like in my old job, but that doesn't mean I can't change it. So criterion E, marked alterations in arousal and reactivity associated with the traumatic events beginning or worsening after the traumatic events occurred, as evidenced by 2 or more of the following. 1, E1, irritable behavior and angry outbursts with little or no provocation, typically expressed as verbal or physical aggression towards people or objects. So this is where, again, we're starting to see overlap with BPD.
Yep.
Reckless or self-destructive behavior, again, more overlap. Yep. Criterion E3, hypervigilance. I don't know if I'd say that one for Amber. Do you think?
She might have described it that way to her therapist, of her being hypervigilant and worried about Johnny all the time or whatever. But I mean, that one's hard to tell without talking to her, I guess.
Yeah, that's the thing is the disclaimer, if I didn't put it there already, is I'm not Amber Heard's therapist. This is an educational discussion. I am completely within the NASW Code of Ethics discussing this. I am not violating my code of ethics like people think I do when I discuss shit like this. I can cite to you the exact fucking paragraph if you need me to. This is an educational discussion. Amber Heard's a public figure. It's easy to do this about public figures. In fact, the NASW Code of Ethics wants us to do educational presentations and discussions about stuff. So this would probably fall underneath of that somehow.
And again, and there's
my own way of doing it.
And there's 5,000 videos on YouTube right now with people doing analyses of her based on body language and stuff, so and making diagnoses off that, who I don't think give a damn about the ethical concerns. But I agree, of course. Anything we're saying here is speculative. It's theorizing.
We're working with the information we have.
And the only way to change. And the only way you can make a diagnosis at all, again, I'm not a clinical in any way associated with clinical. I'm a media psychologist and researcher, but I'm aware of this stuff. The only way you can make any kind of diagnosis is to talk to that person and hopefully talk to them for a long period of time over multiple sessions. So you can establish baseline, you can establish alterations in the behavior, to get an idea of who this person actually is. Are they telling you the truth? Are they lying? Why are they lying potentially? And figure out that kind of stuff. And that's also a problem with those scales, these instruments. If you just give someone an instrument, even though it's very hard to lie on them, as we said, that's not I wouldn't call that grounds for a definitive diagnosis. They're not necessarily
foolproof either. So
also,
for those who are curious, the only therapist field of all the different licensing availabilities, the only one that is actually unethical to diagnose public figures is psychiatrists, which is medical doctors. So the American Psychiatric Association has the Goldwater rule, which prevents diagnosing public figures. You can get in trouble for that, and people have. Psychologists, licensed mental health counselors, licensed clinical social workers, licensed mental health therapists, while their code of ethics are different, like LMHC's, it's a little bit more strict than, say, social workers. The NASW is a lot less rigid on it than, say, psychologists or other ones. But for the most part, you can do it with like disclaimers and shit.
Either way, we're not making a diagnosis. We're speculating on on the diagnoses that were made, and whether or not they fit the criterion for the behavior that we've seen.
Yes. So there's that disclaimer, just in case anyone wants to start.
Right.
So E4, exaggerated startle response. I don't know about that one.
Wow. Did you not see? Did you see the scene? Well.
Or did I miss that? I was listening a lot when I was watching.
Okay. So at one point, Johnny appears to be walking up towards his lawyers, and Amber is coming down from the stand. This was the other day.
Oh, okay,
And
I think I
then,
heard about this.
and then like she sees that they're headed in the same direction, and she literally physically jumps back and clutches herself, like, and Johnny sees it and goes like, you know what the hell, like, you're in a courtroom, really?
Hmm.
I mean, she knows that they're still on camera. It's the same thing, like, I'm sure you saw the posed
The
crying.
picture.
Yeah, you know,
Look,
crying with a tissue right up to the eye, you know.
let me
Posed.
just say this real quick. Even if I take take Amber Heard
Amber
at her
Word.
word, yeah. If I
Amber
take
Word at
Amber
her word.
Heard at her, God damn it. If I take her at her word and assume that everything she says is absolutely correct and Johnny Depp's completely lying, it does not look good to pose for photos in the court, no matter how famous you are, when you're talking about allegations of severe sexual abuse and
When you're
domestic violence in
and
your
when you're pretending
relationship.
to be crying, or
I'm
you are
just
crying.
saying. And
It's
even
not a
if
good
that's
look.
real, even if I take that to be real crying, it still doesn't look good to
No,
pose for photos when you're talking about severe instances of domestic violence and sexual abuse.
because it makes
I'm
it look
just
like you're
saying.
not taking it seriously.
Yes, thank you. I'm like sitting here like, please tell me I'm not the only one fucking thinking this,
No,
because
exactly. I
okay,
mean, that's true. It makes it look like she doesn't take it seriously. I don't care how famous you think you are, or whatever, and how much you
it
want to
just
look good for
don't
the
does
camera.
not look good.
I mean, ugly cry some more. You know,
See, this is where I tell people, if you want to see what PTSD really looks like, look at Kyle Rittenhouse's testimony on the
yes.
stand. That is,
Yes,
you can
I was actually about to
that
bring it
ugly
up.
crying. That
That's
if you pay attention and if you watch how Kyle Rittenhouse starts talking about as he's getting closer and closer to the firing of
and
that
you can
first
see it.
shot, you see
Yeah,
the change in body language. You see the way his voice starts to break a little bit. He
stiffening
has
of
to
the
start
body,
taking
voice
pauses.
breaks.
He slows his speech a bit,
Yep.
or his speech speeds up in certain ways. Like,
Hmm.
that is when you have that traumatic event that's so traumatic that it causes you distress, as you would see in a diagnosis of PTSD.
Because
Then
again, one of the criteria
that's
is
how
it
you're going
makes
to
you
respond.
relive it. It's
It's not
happening
just a
in your head.
memory. It happened to your body. You have
Yes.
physiological responses you cannot control.
Yes.
And you are not, in my opinion, you're not seeing that to any significant, there may be some, but not to any significant or clinical degree with Amber Heard. That's what my point is. And so people still say Kyle Rittenhouse faked it. He wasn't really, he didn't really have PTSD. He was faking it. I'm like, that's
I
the
mean,
best, that's one of the best examples of PTSD response I've seen in a long time on camera.
that's how it looked to me. Whereas uh, in opposition with Amber, like when she gets, it's like, objection, Your Honor, hearsay. Like she's in the middle of crying and bawling. It's like objection, Your Honor, hearsay, and she just drops it and just looks at JD's lawyer
You're
and
probably
looks
not going to
pissed
care
off.
to some degree.
Not
Like,
if you're not if you're
if you're
reliving.
reliving, if you're reliving a traumatic response, if you're reliving a traumatic event and having a traumatic response, you're not going to care if your lawyer is objecting. You're just going to want to know if you can continue talking or not.
I
Like, even if you've
but the
been
waterworks
practicing for
turn off like that. The emotion, it's turned off. And I mean, like you can have a disassociative sort of emotional affect like that, but the turn of the dime way that
that's
she
what's
does it
interesting.
makes me think that it's performative. Again, this is an actress, so is JD's an actor as well, so we have to be clear on that. But his behavior was consistent. Hers has not been.
Yeah, that's my thing. Is I don't
I
see.
think he's more likely to have a PTSD diagnosis, honestly.
Honestly, I think he probably might have some sort. I don't know if I would say
I wouldn't be if
PTSD.
it's clinical or
It would
subclinical,
it would
but
probably be other, like an other specified or
us,
unspecified
yeah.
traumatic. Oh, God damn it, unspecified or other specified traumatic
Yeah, probably.
and stressor related disorder, because I always forget.
Mhm.
Okay, so let's see. So 5, problems with concentration. I don't know about that one.
Mm.
6, sleep disturbance, difficulty falling asleep, staying asleep, or
No
restless sleep,
reports of that, as far as
or
I know.
shitting in the bed. Oh, they missed that part. Sorry.
Oh, right.
That's number 7. They left that off for this revision. Criterion F, duration of disturbance. Criterion B, C, D, and E is more than 1 month. Okay, so that would be expected at this point.
Right.
If it was consistent, disturbance causes clinically. So this is what you'll see in most diagnostic things in the DSM.
It's what
The
matters.
thing
Yeah.
causes clinically significant distress or impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning.
Well,
Criterion,
it matters to be clinical or subclinical. You can have
Yeah.
a ton of symptoms of any of these disturbances, which is
They
why
have to cross the
self-diagnosis,
threshold.
why self-diagnosis, well, for many reasons, why
Like if
self-diagnosis
you
is a
have
bad
like,
idea.
for
But
example, for some of these, like if it says as evidenced by 2 or more, if you have like 1 or you have like 1,
or
it's
even if
not that much.
you have 2 or 3, but it's not causing any effect on your life.
Yeah, if it's not doing this, this is even though it's like a boilerplate, this is so important for a diagnosis. Like it's so critical for a true diagnosis.
Yes, it
If
has
it's
to be
not,
having an effect.
like you could be depressed and be sad, but if it's not impacting your home or your work or your friendships, then it's not clinical, right? So the criterion H, the disturbance is not attributed to the physiological effects of a substance. So this is where, or another medical condition. So that's where you have to do that differential and rule those things out. We also have with PTSD, you have specifiers. So you have to specify if it exists with dissociative symptoms. So the individual's symptoms meet the criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder. And in addition, in response to the stressor, the individual experiences persistent or recurring symptoms of either of the following. 1, depersonalization, persistent or recurrent experiences of feeling detached from and as if one were an outside observer of one's mental processes or body. Example is feeling as though one were in a dream, feeling a sense of unreality of self or body, or of time moving slowly. Or 2, derealization, persistent or recurrent experiences as unreality of surroundings. Example would be the world around the individual is experienced as unreal, dreamlike, distant, or distorted.
That's hard to say without talking to her, so.
Yeah. Note, to use this subtype, the dissociative symptoms must not be attributable to the physiological effects of a substance or other medical condition. So, right? Again, that's why it can be hard to do this as a diagnosis. Specify if, with delayed expression, if the full diagnostic criteria are not met until at least 6 months after the event, although the onset and expression of some symptoms may be immediate. So this would basically be is if the experience of traumatic event, we'll use a single event like watching someone get killed or you were raped or something, where you may have the symptom, you may have the criteria, but you don't meet them until like 6 months later, and you start really experiencing. Sometimes the onset can be months or years later. So that's where the delayed expression, and it can be helpful to know that because it's like the therapist. If I know you experienced it immediately versus the onset was later, then I want to investigate that. I want to know potential causes for it, or how did you deal with it during those 6 months or a year before the onset really hit? Like, were you dealing with it? Were you using substances? Were you doing other things in your life? Like, what was going on that was maybe causing you to not have that full set of symptoms kind of fully hit you like a train? Because sometimes it feels like that.
Precisely.
And so this is all the kid stuff here.
Yeah, that's.
Let's see.
I don't know if there's anything at the end of the
diagnostic features.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah.
Directly exposed, so that's a different thing. It's life-threatening, debilitating illness. Traumatic event can be re-experienced in various ways. Commonly, the individual has recurrent, involuntary, and intrusive recollections of the event. So, criterion B1. Intrusive recollections of PTSD are distinguished from depressive rumination in that they apply only to involuntary and intrusive distressing memories. Again, involuntary and intrusive distressing memories. So that's where also the physiological part will play a role too.
Yes.
The emphasis is on recurrent memories at the event, that they usually include sensory, emotional, or physiological behavior components, right? So that's where it's not just remembering it, it's like your body's reacting to it too. A common re-experiencing symptom is distressing dreams that replay the event itself, or that are representative or thematically related to the major threats involved in the traumatic event. Individual may experience dissociative states. Let's see here. Such events occur on a continuum from brief visual or sensory intrusions about part of the traumatic event without loss of reality orientation to complete loss of awareness of present surroundings. Okay, that's for the dissociation stuff.
Yep.
These episodes, often referred to as flashbacks, are typically brief but can be associated with prolonged distress and heightened arousal. For young children, reenactments of events related to trauma may appear in play or in dissociative states. Intense psychological distress, B4, or physiological reactivity, B5, often occurs when the individual is exposed to triggering events that resemble or symbolize an aspect of a traumatic event. Example, windy days after a hurricane, seeing someone who resembles one's perpetrator. So being in the same room as your perpetrator during court would be triggering to some, right?
Sure.
Absolutely. The triggering cue could be a physical sensation, dizziness for survivors of head trauma, rapid heartbeat for a previously traumatized child, particularly for individuals with highly somatic presentations. Stimuli associated with trauma are persistently or e.g. always or almost always avoided. So they're trying to avoid the stimuli that reminds them of the trauma.
Yes.
The individual commonly makes deliberate efforts to avoid thoughts, memories, feelings, or talking about the traumatic events. So utilizing distraction techniques to avoid internal reminders. Criterion C1, and to avoid activities, objects, situations, or people who arouse recollections of it. C2. Negative alterations in cognitions or mood associated with the event begin or worsen after exposure to the event. These negative alterations can take various forms, including an inability to remember important aspects of the traumatic event, such as amnesia, typically due to dissociative amnesia.
Her memory seems fine. She can remember this
and
shit fine.
is not due to head injury or alcohol, drugs. So, and that's not necessarily present. So that criterion may just not be present, right?
No.
Another form
yeah.
is, so that just may not be present. Another form is persistent, i.e. always or almost always, and exaggerated negative expectations regarding important aspects of life applied to oneself, others, or the future. I have always bad judgment. People in authority can't be trusted. That may manifest as a negative change in perceived identity since the trauma. E.g., I can't trust anyone. Yeah, I can't trust anyone ever again, which is criterion D2. Individuals with PTSD may have persistent erroneous cognitions about the causes of the traumatic event that lead them to blame themselves or others. E.g., it's all my fault that my uncle abused me, which is criterion D3. A persistent negative mood state, fear, horror, anger, guilt, shame, either began or worsened after exposure to the event, D4. The individual may experience markedly diminished interest or participation in previously enjoyed activities, which is D5. Feeling attached or estranged from other people, D6. Or the persistent inability to feel positive emotions, happiness, joy, satisfaction, blah, 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 which is D7. Individuals with PTSD may be quick-tempered and may even engage in aggressive, verbal, or physical behavior with little or no provocation. So yelling at people, getting into fights, destroying objects, which is D1, which...
I mean, she certainly does that. So,
which Amber Heard's psychologist was testifying for Amber Heard, Dr. Hughes, was saying that was kind of reactive type of behavior.
Right. That and, all of any sort of elements of her abusing JD was this reactive sort of element that was indicative of PTSD that she had suffered because of his initial abuse. So it's reactive and reflective. And I mean, that's a symptom, but I think we're, at least for me, I'm not seeing strong support for PTSD. But again, I've not spoken to her in private.
Yeah, so
obviously.
They may also engage in reckless or self-destructive behaviors such as dangerous driving, excessive alcohol or drug use, self-injurious or suicidal behavior, E2. PTSD is often characterized by heightened sensitivity to potential threats, including those that are related to the traumatic experience. Example, following a motor vehicle accident, being especially sensitive to the threat potentially caused by cars or trucks, and those not related to the traumatic event. So example, being fearful of suffering a heart attack, E3. Individuals with PTSD may be very reactive to unexpected stimuli, displaying a heightened startle response or jumpiness to loud noises or unexpected movements. So jumping markedly in response to a telephone ringing, which is E4.
I mean, she did do that in response to Johnny, but to me, it came off as performative rather than realistic, but that I have an opinion on it, so.
Yeah. Concentration difficulties, including difficulty remembering daily events, so forgetting one's telephone number or attending to focused tasks. Example, following a conversation for a sustained period of time, are commonly reported, which is E5. Problems with sleep onset and maintenance are common and may be associated with nightmares and safety concerns, or with generalized elevated arousal that interferes with adequate sleep, which is E6. Some individuals also experience persistent dissociative symptoms of detachment from their bodies, depersonalization, or the world around them, derealization, which was those specifiers. This is reflected in the with dissociative symptom specifier. So prevalence for PTSD is 8.7. 12-month prevalence, or using the DSM-4 at age 75. Okay. 12-month prevalence from young U.S. adults, about 3.5. Okay. So it's prevalence, course.
National lifetime, yeah.
Risk and prognosis. And then pre-traumatic factors, temperamental, environmental, genetic, and physiological. Let's see. Peri-traumatic factors, environmental, post-traumatic, temperamental, environmental, culture-related, diagnostic issues.
Oh, racial issues less likely. I didn't actually know that. There were higher rates of PTSD. But again, it's difficult to say.
For what? Culture?
The racial differences, I think a lot of that's based on experiences. Racial differences based on DSM-4 data show higher rates of PTSD amongst Latinx. Wow, I can't believe that's in it. Latinx, African Americans, and American Indians compared to whites. But that can be due to cultural trauma, if you want to call it, and personal history, I would imagine.
Yeah. Gender-related PTSD is more prevalent among females than among males across the lifespan. Females in the general population experience PTSD for a longer duration than males do. At least some of the increased risk for PTSD in females appears to be attributable to a greater likelihood of exposure to traumatic events, such as rape and other forms of interpersonal violence. Within populations exposed specifically to stressors, gender differences and risk for PTSD are attenuated or non-significant. Suicide risk, obviously it's increased. Differential diagnosis, so other things it could be adjustment disorders, other post-traumatic disorders or conditions, acute stress disorder, which is from 3 days to a month. If it's more than a month, it becomes PTSD. Anxiety disorders or OCD, and major depressive. Again, so again, for the differential, you have to factor in personality disorders because there is that overlap. So dissociative disorders, conversion disorders, psychotic disorders, traumatic brain injury, and then individuals with PTSD are 80% more likely than those without PTSD to have symptoms that meet a diagnostic criteria for at least one other mental disorder, depressive, bipolar, anxiety, or other substance use disorders. So it's very common to have comorbid diagnoses with PTSD.
Absolutely.
Which I think we didn't see another diagnosis from
Right.
Dr. Hughes, which to me would be interesting because I would expect to see something else. For 80% is high.
Yes, and,
So
and
I
I
would-
think, I mean, you could obviously say that that goes along with the substance abuse, right? She's got something else, I would say, whether it's depression or anxiety. That might be what they think is comorbid. But this doctor only diagnosed her with, he was only diagnosed her with
With the PTSD thing.
PTSD, and not even with substance abuse
Also,
issues.
real quick, because she's been waiting in the
Yes, sorry.
backstage for a couple minutes. Calming the chaos. Welcome to the stream. It's nice to have you finally. Welcome, ma'am. It's nice to meet you.
Hello,
Nice to be on the
meet you.
couch. Yeah, you guys are rocking the DSM.
Oh, I love the DSM. I know most people find it boring as hell, but I love the DSM. So,
No, you guys are doing great, and I love that you have it on the screen. I have my book here, like the paper book here.
I
so-
I know what you mean.
I can get you a copy of the new DSM-5 TR if you'd like a digital copy.
I did not even know they had a TR until I was listening to the stream today.
Yeah,
Right, I didn't either.
I just found out about it recently myself. Apparently it just came out in the last few months. It's very new, so
Thank
it's
you.
not like
Thanks
it's
for
been out
having
for a
me.
while.
I can stay up for a little while and join you too. You guys are doing such a great job. And again, I'm a licensed mental health counselor. My name is 𝗞𝗖𝗖 𝗦𝗂𝗽, and I'm pretty open about my name. And I have a podcast called Calming the Chaos and a YouTube channel. And I do private practice here in Olympia, Washington.
So, well, welcome to the
Very
stream. I know a
cool.
lot of people have shied away from my channel for different reasons because obviously I handle things differently than most. I'm not like the boring. Like I like Dr. Todd Grande, but God, he can be boring sometimes. Like usually I agree with some of his stuff, but man, he can be boring.
And it's good to hear Aydin. Aydin, you have this loveliest voice, I have to say.
Oh, thanks.
Beautiful
Thank you.
voice. You should be a radio announcer or something.
Well, I do
Have a
YouTube, so
podcast.
close enough. It's
Get
like
a
the modern
podcast, yeah.
equivalent. Thank you, though.
Also, I'm dropping the links to your website and your YouTube in the live chat. So, and let me see if I can put that in the description as well.
Well,
So
you
that way
may
people can-
find out why I'm not more popular than I am, because I've only got a couple hundred subscribers, because I really do take kind of the middle path, and people find that a little bit boring.
Well, it's okay. I didn't get to the subscriber. I only got monetized because I only had 400 subscribers before, and my live streams only had like 5 to 10 viewers normally before this shit happened in July that lost me my job and stuff and tripled my subscribers. So that was interesting, which ironically they took my job away from me, but got me monetized on YouTube, so that works. So I'll take
Life
that.
happens
as
Perfectly
in
balanced
mysterious
as all
ways.
things, except not
Oh.
really. But
Although I
Yeah.
did just do 2 videos of this, like of exactly what you guys are talking about, the 2 psychologists, the expert witnesses that were called in for the Amber Heard, one for Depp and one for Heard. And I do things in generalities, so generally speaking, I shared my own MMPI on one of the videos, the first one, because that's what Dr. Curry used, that
Right.
instrument. And I don't know if either one of you have taken it.
I had to take it when I was in the military, when I was getting medically discharged from my back, because I was also dealing with, at the time, I've been pretty open about this. I was dealing with depression at the time, and I had, at that point, I think it was my second suicide attempt. And so they were doing a med board and a command directed investigation. So I had to have a psychologist analyze me, and I had to take one. That thing's stupid long, my God. It's like
No, I
what,
don't
400
think I've
questions
ever
or
taken
something.
it.
It's an interesting test, but
Yeah, it's got 567 yes or
oh,
no
500.
questions.
Yeah.
And then at the very end, it has all of your answers that you answered. So you could actually go online and find all the questions and then look at your copy of your MMPI and see what you answered.
I'm surprised it's not Likert type, but rather than yes or no, because that can be. I think Likert gives us some pretty. If it's an even
I
number,
like
Likert.
I like
Me
Likert
too.
sealed questions personally. I know a lot of people. I don't like necessarily like yes or no or true. I like the scales. I like
Any even
5
number
to
also that avoids no answer, forcing people to make an answer. It still gives you the benefit of the yes or no, sort of, but it adds additional depth to the data for analysis.
Mhm.
But I don't know this. I'm not familiar with this instrument, so
Maybe the Milan or the other one that there was 12 that Dr. Hughes did. So there
Yeah.
was one of the TBI, I guess it was.
I wrote them down actually. Let me pull up. I have them on my phone. Give me a second.
12 of them.
I wrote down all. I think I got most of them because she
Plus,
said them
she
pretty
interviewed-
fast, and some of them were hard to freaking hear.
yeah.
So she did the following assessments on Amber Heard. Dr. Hughes did a personality assessment inventory,
Yep.
the traumatic symptom inventory, the Miller forensic assessment of symptoms test, I think for malingering, which I think is what Dr.
Yeah,
Hughes said it was for. The post-traumatic stress disorder checklist from the DSM-5, the clinician-administered PTSD scale from the DSM-5, the Beck depression inventory, and the Beck anxiety inventory, which are kind of throwaways. They're everyone does those.
I would say though, but this is specified testing for the most part.
Yeah.
Whereas again, Curie does the MBPI. Was that I'm saying it wrong now, which is a more general assessment. So when you're again, and as I said earlier, when you're looking for something because you've done conversations with somebody, so you think you know what you're looking for, but it's confirmation bias in some way. If you're administering only certain tests for PTSD and anxiety and depression, and not administering tests for personality disorders, which it doesn't appear that she did, well, then you're not going to find evidence for PD if you're not administering the test. So,
to give Dr. Hughes some credit, she did administer a test that was supposed to test for malingering and didn't find a clinical result. I'll give her that.
Right.
Now, she did. I think she said she did an MMP. Did she do an MMPI too or no?
She did not.
I thought she said. Okay. She said she didn't do it, but she took issue with
issue with Curry's administration of the test. Yeah.
Which I don't know if you're more familiar with that issue that she's talking about, calming the chaos, because I have been trying to find, because a lot of this stuff is like you have to pay for these assessments and have to be licensed and stuff for certain things to get access to. So getting access to the scoring scales and stuff can be kind of difficult. So I don't know if like she was so far off meeting the clinical range
that was the concern, was that it was on the border of whether or not it met the criteria for diagnostic confirmation.
And so I'll ask you this, because you're a licensed professional. So and I know you can have situations where someone may meet the symptoms for something and be borderline, and it becomes where it's the art and science becomes kind of the thing. Like you have to use your professional experience and go, okay, well they don't meet it, but these are severe enough that we might be crossing the line, so a diagnosis might be warranted because it's necessary for treatment and insurance or whatever. So you make that judgment call. And so maybe this is a case where there's enough severe symptoms to where, yes, she didn't hit, maybe say it was supposed to be at least 60, but she's a 59. So, okay, she's 1 point short, but the symptoms are so severe that it would warrant someone with experience in that field to say, okay, this is a good judgment call to make. I'm going to diagnose it because this is the best fit with the data I have. Am I on point there?
Absolutely. And that's why the in-person meetings, as both of you have said, are so important. I think she met with Amber Heard 4 times, twice in person and twice through Zoom is what I think.
For 29 hours it was total.
I know. And do the
which is a good bit of
math
time.
on that. $500
That's long
an
meetings.
hour, you know.
That's a good way to make money.
Yeah.
Way more than I made an hour. So
yeah, it's very
way more than I make now.
interesting. But yeah, you have this whole book that's dedicated to interpreting the MMPI. It talks about all the scales and all that other stuff. So apparently they were all subclinical, with one that was a little bit elevated. And that's what Dr. Hughes' point was. And of course, she's going to say that because she was hired by the defense, right?
So yeah, and
Yeah,
that's
sure.
one of the things I know. And so yes, you're going to expect for any expert witness, they're going to speak for the side that pays them to a certain degree. But when you get into something like
Well,
this,
we would hope, we
clinical
kind of hope not,
assessments,
but
well,
but
yeah, well, you have a point where it's no longer someone just doing an analysis of, like, say with the Kyle Rittenhouse case, analyzing video and them calling it self-defense or not. This is where you're administering clinical assessments that have research and validation for many years or decades behind them. Kind of hard to just kind of falsify it to support your narrative, to support your side of the case. It could be done,
and as we went
it
over,
would be
it's hard,
extremely
it's hard
unethical.
and it's hard to fake. It's hard to fake, to cheat the tests, right? But if you're only giving certain tests, again, that's a sort of confirmation bias where it seems like you already know the answer that you're looking for.
Yes.
And that can be a problem as well.
There was also several more things she administered. She administered some mood disorder questionnaires. I think it was from the DSM. She did a danger for interpersonal violence measure. She did a con something tactics scale, a abusive behaviors observation checklist, a danger assessment checklist, and life events checklist. A lot of those which have to do with IPV, which is interpersonal violence. So there was a lot of scales targeted towards IPV, which makes sense if you're Amber Heard's team hiring a psychologist to do an assessment for PTSD. But one of the things I think, and not to pardon my language, not to shit on Dr. Hughes too much, but one of the things I think that hurt Dr. Hughes was her out the gate inability to show rapport with male victims of domestic violence.
You're right.
With the
mentioned
use
that.
of gendered language from the get-go. Females are always victims. Males are always perpetrators. I'm listening to this and I'm just seething. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, the numbers don't match up.
I guarantee that didn't play well with any male members of the jury as well, who
I
most
think
likely
that will,
know somebody or
Yeah.
have heard from somebody who's been a victim if they're not themselves. So
as a wise philosopher once
Agreed.
said, and many men have said this before, and as crude as it is, don't stick your dick in crazy, is a statement among men for reasons, because there's a lot of experiences with that and personal experiences. So men have witnessed, and again, pardon the crudeness, there's the reason my stream is the way it is, and it's not more popular, but there's a reason for that, because men have all had someone or a friend or a family member who've had an experience with a female partner that was quote unquote crazy or out there or abusive,
and women,
whether mental, physical, or sexual.
Sure, and women have also had experiences with men, either personal or indirectly, with a man who's been violent. So both are realities. But to come out of the gate and just say women are victims, men are abusers, more or less. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but that was, I do not think, a good way to deal with the jury or to frame everything else you're going to say after that. It was in her first 3 minutes on the stand. It was one of her first statements.
It would make sense if you were doing that in a presentation for a seminar or something, or in trying to get your point across, saying, and I'm not saying that this is the case, but saying that she's very strong in her beliefs on that, and say, she said she's worked with male victims, but assuming she has a strong belief that men are always the perpetrator, and whether that belief is right or wrong, that may be great for a seminar or for a class or something, even if I disagree with it. If you're trying to convince a jury that has a lot of males on it, and you're throwing that in their mind, you're no longer setting into the mindset of, oh, Amber's the victim. You're setting the jurors into the mindset of, I'm a perpetrator. I don't beat my wife, or I stopped beating my wife. I stopped beating my wife yesterday. But
women also know men who have been abused. It's not
exactly
pretending like only women can understand this and only men can understand this. I think that's also inappropriate. I just think it was a terrible way to start her testimony that I think lost her credibility with the jury. I would assume, I could be wrong, but my hearing it personally, that's how I felt. Like, whoa, that's not a great way to start, because now I'm going to to doubt everything you say, or I'm going to be more critical.
It takes
of what you
away
say
a lot of the
afterwards.
credibility, in my opinion. And I know you, as someone who works in the field, you are a licensed professional. If you did that, how many of your colleagues would just be like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Right. Well,
Like,
she should
in
have
20
at least
Go
she
ahead.
should have at least prefaced it as saying, for purposes of this example, I'm going to use, he and she. But even then, I wouldn't even say that was even good. You could say they, or abuser, or victim. But what I had a really big issue with was that she basically called Johnny an abuser without having him take that test, that same test that Amber took. About, I think there was a part where she says, I admit to this, I did the abuse, and I also experienced this abuse being done to me. Now, she didn't even give that to Johnny. And I would say, and I said this on the podcast episode that I aired last night about Dr. Hughes's testimony, is that if I were Johnny, I'd consider filing a complaint to her licensure board.
I mean, that would be, it'd be interesting. I think, I'm not familiar with this, but I think you would want to have that test on both of them, instead of just having, because the lack of data, then, yeah, exactly. We don't have the, because I would say, and we touched on this a little bit earlier, that Johnny's behaviors, now they're both actors, and that also, I think, puts a level of distrust from the jury, certainly, and people watching as well, of, are they just acting? But Johnny's behaviors, I've seen, have been pretty consistent. He seems disassociated in many ways. He's using humor to cope with it, which he's done the entire time. With Amber, like I said, we have the pausing for the photo op. We have when there's objections, the emotions stop very abruptly. That to me is bizarre kind of behavior. Whereas with Johnny, it seems that he was in the same kind of mood, even if it was sometimes jovial. But that's, and everyone deals with trauma differently, so that doesn't mean anything really, but necessarily.
Yeah, and you don't see Amber using any coping skills, like taking deep breaths, like you would learn to do
Right.
from years of therapy.
Yes.
If you have PTSD, you don't see her, closing her eyes or doing any of those self-soothe things, or even fidgeting around with, like, using tactile, the things that we try and help our clients to do to cope with stressful situations. You see her looking exactly like straight on at the said, perpetrator or abuser. And
Oh,
so
which Johnny
those are,
doesn't do.
yes, exactly. And you see him using skills, he's drawing, or he's
Mhm.
looking away, or, you do see him using humor. So yeah, it's just really interesting. Also, Ken, you said earlier about, like, usually there is another diagnosis. I'd be really curious, because this counselor, or Dr. Hughes, actually reviewed the other counseling notes. I'd be really curious to see what she was actually in therapy for, to begin with, and if she had depression or anxiety.
It's a good
or whatever it
question.
was.
I mean,
Yes.
obviously she's seen these two therapists. Why was she seeing them? And how did that come about? I mean, I think it was, I don't know anyone in Hollywood who doesn't see a therapist. I think they all kind of generally see them. It's a stressful job. It's a stressful life.
Oh yeah.
Even though it pays well. So I'm sure they all have therapists. But the question is, yeah, why was she seeing Dr. Hughes specifically? Did she bring up why she sought her out, or things like that? And again, when you have a psychologist who specifies seemingly in DV, I mean, that might be why she sought her out. But
I'm pretty sure Dr. Hughes was sought out by her defense team, not by Amber herself.
Exactly.
So
okay.
she was hired by the defense team for the purposes of this trial.
Yeah,
she
she
didn't
was
see
not
her
her
prior
client.
to this trial.
Which, you look at her,
Didn't know
Dr.
that.
Hughes, and you'd think that she was her therapist, because of her, just her emotionality. Just, you could tell that she really believes.
And reading off
in
every
this
single
person.
thing. Also, I loved her having to review her notes. And don't get me wrong, as someone who takes vague notes on purpose for the
that was so
just
bad.
because I don't want them to be entered in the court, I keep my client notes as vague as I can. Just like, we met, we talked about dealing with anger, and that's it. If they told me about their severe abuse during that session, that goes in a separate notebook, which you're allowed to do. I think you know about this, the billing notes versus the psychotherapy notes, which have a stricter protection, which you can do. Some offices don't like you doing it. But in that case, like I handwrite my notes during a session of like the things that they tell me, and then I put in the very vague stuff into the counseling note for billing. When I was at my old job, my new job doesn't do insurance billing, so I don't have to do that. But
I
you
did
keep the notes.
find the overlines on notes that she didn't. It seemed like she wasn't familiar enough to be able to speak extemporaneously,
She
and that
spoke as though she had knowledge of the events, as though she had been told them directly as the original
mhm.
therapist. Like the way she was describing all these abuse events, it was like I was almost confused for a second. I was like, she's not her original therapist because she's just like reading it off almost like like she had memorized all these events. And if you do 30 hours of therapy, you're going to remember this stuff. I get it. You do 30 hours of interview with someone, you're going to remember these things they tell you, whether they're true or not. You have to, for the most part, sort of take them on their word, although the expert witness doesn't have to because they're doing it for different reasons. You still have that innate natural ability as a psychologist, as a therapist, by you're just trained to take people at their word. So you have a, unless you learn to set that aside for like doing something like this, you're going to tend to lean more towards what they're saying because that's what you do. Whereas I think Dr. Curry is a little bit better at saying, okay, here's the information she's telling me. Okay, I have concerns. So if I may ask, ma'am, what is your assessment? Like, how do you feel? Like, what, I haven't had a chance to watch your videos. I'm going to give you the views later. But what do you think overall, if you had to summarize it, is how do you think one side's doing better than the other? How do you think about the psychologist? Do you think Amber's, do you think she has PTSD or not? Like, what's your assessment so far?
Yeah, and so I have the ACA Code of Ethics, and so I don't diagnose people just to be on the safe side, but I can actually speculate about what I think might be going on, like Dr. Todd Grande likes to be able to do. And so, it's really hard for me to believe that if there is PTSD, that it was connected to Depp, because didn't she have trauma in her background that was
Yes.
There was
so this
childhood
could,
trauma.
yeah, it had to be somehow connected to that trauma. And she didn't go into a whole lot of that childhood trauma stuff, which would have probably been in the notes that Dr. Hughes got from the treating counselors from Amber, maybe, or maybe not. If they're like me and Ken, we keep really vague notes. I have a treatment plan, in their files so that we know what we're working on and everything. So it's going to be hard pressed not to find some kind of childhood trauma somewhere. So I think that's where it probably began. And then what we do is we develop coping skills as a resort of that trauma. And her coping skills could have resulted in a personality disorder formation, because that is why these things are there, is to help us cope with whatever is going on in our lives. And many times it's a traumatic event. And so and I think that a rule out of substance abuse should have been done, because I don't think that she has been clean for a while. I know she had a baby, but it was from a surrogate. So I was assuming she was clean. In one of my videos, I said, oh, she's
Right.
pregnant, so she must have been clean. But
Nope, she had a surrogate, so she didn't have to get clean. I mean, she might have been, but she didn't have to have the baby. So
yeah, so I think there's some kind of trauma and some kind of coping. Apparently they ruled out an eating disorder. Now, I'm a certified eating disorder specialist, and so I was wondering about that, because eating disorders can actually mess with the brain's ability to function, especially a restrictive eating disorder. And so it can sort of make you a little bit like you have some borderline traits or some histrionic traits or whatever it might be. But there was coping, and there's something there. And I have to say to both of you, who's winning, who's losing? I am actually very, very confused. I have never seen two drastically different presentations in two people, right? Two drastically different diagnoses from two qualified doctors and two actors. And I've never seen that in court before. That's one of the things I think is so fascinating about
it.
This
Is
case.
fascinating.
So I'm confused.
I think everybody is. I think everybody is.
I need therapy. I need to get on Ken's
Oh, yeah.
counseling couch.
You were on the counseling couch, the casting couches after hours. So real quick, I made this a while ago. I actually made this before I had to deal with the ethics. I made this before I started my YouTube channel because of people saying, well, what about the ethics of it? So I went through and got all the ethical standards from the different codes of ethics. I think I need to update it. But for like example, for National Association of Social Workers, it's so vague. It says privacy and confidentiality. Social workers should protect confidentiality of clients when responding to requests from members of the media. There's like nothing. Like, it's so vague compared to like LMHC, where in the professional roles for public statements, CMHCs may be expected or required to make public statements providing counseling information or professional opinions or supply information about the availability of counseling products and services. CMHCs accurately represent their education, professional qualifications, licenses, and credentials. Public statements serve the purpose of providing information to aid the public in making informed judgments and choices. Public statements will be consistent with the 𝐓𝐻𝐶𝐽 Code of Ethics. So that's from the 2020 𝐓𝐻𝐶𝐽 Code of Ethics.
Well, I
So
think the thing here too is that everyone here is of course aware that you cannot diagnose someone that you're not speaking to personally and you're not treating. So this is all speculative, and it's I'd say theorizing and looking at things from observers to a public spectacle. I mean, that's all I can call what this has become, and it has been since the beginning. It's been a spectacle. Hence the suing in the first place.
The umbrella of abuse, all kinds of abuse. There's there's a media abuse. There's financial abuse. There's physical. There's psychological. There's all kinds of abuse going on. Money.
Just yes to all the abuses.
Yeah, all of them.
So
and with bottles,
I mean, the money stuff is like that. That's barely been gone into at all.
So
the financial aspect.
So to touch on the ethical thing real quick, just to cover my ass, I've used one of the more rigid requirements for ethics, for even though it's not mine, because the NASW has very, very vague terminology regarding this. Psychologists is more specific. For media presentations, when psychologists provide public advice or comment via print, internet, or other electronic transmission, they take precautions to ensure that the statements, 1, are based on their professional knowledge, training, or experience, in accord with appropriate psychological literature and practice, 2, are otherwise consistent with this code of ethics, and 3, do not indicate that a professional relationship has been established with the recipient. So there's a reason I do my
in which I think we're all fine. Again, I'm a media psychologist. That's bullshit. Like, that's not a real thing.
I don't even have to do that because of my code of ethics. I just take the more strict interpretation from another one just to CYA.
Yeah, so, for just to cover your ass, yeah. But still, it is important to make note.
I think it's time for us to jump into the Dr. Curry. So let me.
All right.
Oh, I did that wrong. Share screen.
I always admire
Chrome
people who
tab.
can do this technology so smoothly.
I'm terrible at it.
I still boomer it. Well, StreamYard's nice. It's worth the $25 a month. I'm thinking of switching to Restream because they have a bit better audio balancing, and you can also show the chat on the stream, like Nick used to do with his old stuff before he switched to StreamYard.
I mean, that's why I use OBS, but OBS sucks.
Yeah,
it's free, so you get what you pay for, right?
And like for this last month, I streamed once or twice, so like I'm paid for my StreamYard subscription this month, basically. So I'm coming out even this month, maybe on just the StreamYard, not including my Canva subscription, which I use for thumbnails. So it's whatever.
And thank you.
I'll do it for the money.
Canva Pro, because I
love my God, I love Canva.
I heard you say that on one of your shows that you use Canva Pro, and I'm like, is it really worth it? Yes, it is really worth it.
All those extra assets you can get for free. There's also a couple other websites to get free stock photos and videos, which like my my video here, I'll play it real quick, but my Dragon's Treasure Tea thing that I made, the little ad, that was made all using stock stuff from a couple different free websites. So just downloaded a bunch of stock video, threw it together, and made a little funny video for my Dragon's Treasure Tea ad, which use
Dragon's
code
Treasure Tea?
No, I'm not. I'm sponsored by Dragon's Treasure Tea, which if you use code Ken at checkout, you save 10%, and I get 5% of that. So
awesome! I want to try some.
Oh yeah, me too. I just haven't had a chance to order it because there's just been so much crap going on at home. So I think we'll play through the qualification of the expert witness to hear her background, so we can hear her experience, and we'll be able to compare that to Dr. Hughes. I'm hoping we can get through both of them today. We're just going to do the direct, not the cross, I think, because that gives us kind of the meat and potatoes, and then the cross is kind of like extra.
You don't want to focus on not talking about muffins.
But the muffins. But she
the
went
muffins
to. But I mean, to be fair, it does look a little sus a little bit for Dr. Curry, but I don't think it was like suspicious enough to
the
like
muffins.
be
don't get it.
for the dinner thing or the drink thing or whatever that they met, where they met Johnny or whatever. Like they were freaking out about it. Like, well, you met him at this venue, or isn't that unprofessional or something? Was kind of like the interpretation that they were trying to give. I think, if I'm remembering correctly. I don't
Yeah,
see it
that
as
that
the
that
worst
she had.
case.
Yeah, that essentially she was probably like more in favor of Johnny because they had met at a dinner, and he's famous, but Amber Heard's famous. So, and then the muffin thing was that she had muffins available, which I mean I've been to a therapist before, so I don't think having muffins is necessarily weird. Hence the meme.
Muffins.
Muffins.
Also-
What kind of muffins they were they poppy seed muffins?
Oh, maybe.
Blueberry
Oh, that you
muffins?
failed drug test.
Yeah, failed drug
We don't-
test
we don't-
with poppy seed.
Look, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about the poppy seed muffins here.
Oh, we
You
don't.
can find them on the table as you leave the room back to the left. Let's see. Let me hit some of these super chats that came in real quick. I did not forget about you guys. Let's see. I think this is where I left off. Okay, so Chris Primer said hello for $5. Dr. Purr earlier said psychology is fake, a job that doesn't harm people. I disagree that psychology and mental health harms people. Ken's gay casting couch for $1.99 said late and hetero-flexible, potentially. Let's see here. Did I have another one? Okay, Roscoe P. Coltrane says hi Ken for $2. And just scrolling through, making sure I don't miss anyone. Thank you for the super chats. I appreciate it. If you want to support me, you can send super chats. You can also subscribe to me on Locals. It's $5 a month. You get access to the supporters only Discord where we do a lot of shit posting and some fun discussions. And we were doing D&D until I had COVID and a family emergency and other stuff. So if you want to do that, I'm trying to do more Locals only content. Again, just things have upset my life a lot recently, so things have just been kind of hectic. So, but if you like what you see here, if you also make sure you subscribe to Aydin Paladin and Calming the Chaos, their links are in the description. There's 2 links for Aydin because she has her podcast she does with Spoon, so check out the Broken Crown podcast, and then Calming the Chaos, her website and her YouTube channel as well. So, all right, let's go ahead and hit play, and let's see what this woman has to say about Amber Heard.
Determining that Ms. Heard suffers.
And your next question, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is the sound coming through okay?
Dr. Curry, before the break, you were talking about some of the factors that you considered in determining.
Oh, wait, is this not the right one? Oh, God damn it.
This
It sounds like they missed the spot, or there's like another.
I'm not sure.
Because it said before the break, so it sounded like they were talking.
Well, because the first thing you have to do, of course, in a court of law, if you're bringing in someone as an expert witness, is they have to demonstrate their criteria as why they would meet an expert witness standard. And so that's kind of the first thing they do when they bring them in. But I'm not sure if it's this video or not. And of course, she was qualified as an expert witness, as was Dr. Hughes. So
okay, I think I found the full stream, not the cut up one. I was
using law and crime.
Shut up! I know.
Instead of using 𝗲𝗏𝗃𝗽𝗃𝗍𝗏.
Look, I would love to do this with 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗃𝗍, but I would not be able to stop laughing at 𝗏𝗏𝗃𝗏𝗃𝗏.
No, that's the problem because Rackets will just, what he does.
I love
He gives
Rackets
his
so
opinion.
much. Rackets is my bae. Rackets was very supportive of me and helping me after losing my job. I will simp Rackets all day. You guys, if anyone makes fun of me, you can fuck off. But
Dude,
yeah, I will simp.
he's in the Midwest, and I woke up at 2:00 in the morning. He was streaming the other day, and I'm like,
Yeah.
what? He's up at 4 and he was
He
been
stays up
on
late.
for like hours.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he drinks whiskey and stays up till 4 a.m.
And he doesn't slur his words. It's so interesting.
This
He has a really cool superpower called Provigil. So there you go. I just have regular amphetamine, dextroamphetamine, so I'm not as skilled as he is, which is a legal prescription before anyone starts shitting on me. Thank you.
I didn't know his superpower was Provigil. I thought it was called being Polish, but close enough, I guess.
Well, he's got the big nose and the references we can make to that. I'm not gonna do that because YouTube might
Poles
strike
enjoy
me
their
for hate.
vodka. I love a good Polish vodka. Great
YouTube
vodka.
might strike me for hate speech. So we got
Oh,
Dr.
true.
Curry here. So this is Dr. Curry. She's testifying for Johnny Depp during his case in chief. Her purpose was to do an assessment of Amber Heard relating to the counterclaim and whether she has PTSD, basically from Johnny's treatment of her during their marriage. And so she gives an assessment through and a diagnosis of Amber Heard. And then Dr. Hughes was testifying for Amber, we'll watch later, gave a different assessment. And so we'll get to see the clash of the diagnoses and their background and their testimony. So it'll be interesting. Let me know
Good
if
morning,
the
Dr.
audio's
Curry.
coming through.
Good morning.
Good, guys.
Good
I'm
on
Wayne
here.
Dennison. Could you state your full name for the record?
Shannon Curry.
What do you do for a living?
I am a clinical and forensic psychologist.
What's your educational background?
I started college at Georgetown University. I then transferred to the University of California, Irvine, where I received my bachelor's degree in psychology and social behavior. I completed my master's degree in psychology at Pepperdine University. I went on to complete my doctoral degree in clinical psychology at Pepperdine University, which included several training rotations at different practicum sites. Those are essentially clinical rotations we do to learn various types of psychology. You learn how to do psychological assessment, counseling, etc.
Also, if anyone has any comments or things, if they want to jump in, just say so and I'll pause the video. So if not, I'll just let it play.
And
Sure.
you do that in a variety of different settings. And then I completed a year-long doctoral internship at an American Psychological Association accredited doctoral internship. You do this year before you get your degree. And that was at Tripler Army Medical Center. It's traditionally a military internship. They did admit 2 civilians. I was lucky enough to be one of them.
Yeah,
I
that's
then completed 2
interesting
years
place to
of
study.
postdoctoral training.
Which one was it? What'd you say? Where was
Getting
it
to
at?
work with, at an army psychological medical center, or as a psychologist in an army medical center. That's
See,
going to
that's
give
gonna-
you access to people who are going to have a lot of often abnormal psychology due to the experiences they've had, and in fact a high prevalence of PTSD. So
was what I
someone
was gonna
who
say
probably
next.
knows how to identify PTSD due to her doctoral study. Just
Oh,
a
yeah.
guess, could be wrong, but statistically.
You're welcome, calling the cast. You guys are allowed to simp for the 3 people on screen right now. So, also, if anyone who's watching is also a therapist or in the field of psychology, let me know and I can send you an invite too. I always like having other voices up here.
At Hawaii State Hospital, a locked forensic psychology facility, and that's where you essentially have individuals with severe mental illness who have committed crimes.
Have you done any additional coursework or educational work?
I have. So after I completed my doctorate and my postdoctoral training, I obtained it's called a postdoctoral Master of Science degree in clinical psychopharmacology. That is for partial fulfillment of prescription privileges, meaning that it's part of what we need to be able to prescribe medications as a psychologist, because psychologists don't traditionally prescribe. And
I
we
forgot
do
about that.
with
She
some
does have the
military
ability to prescribe some
jurisdictions
meds.
and
That's
other
actually
states.
impressive.
Yeah, I forgot about that as well.
I also
No.
obtained advanced training in the Gottman method of couples therapy. I completed all 3 levels of training, and then I'm also a Gottman educator for several workshops involving helping parents.
For those who don't know, the Gottman method of couples counseling is one of the best ones out there from what I understand. Do you agree with me on that one? Calming the cast? I'm
Oh
pretty
yeah,
sure.
that's the gold standard. It's in Seattle
Yeah.
too.
The Gottman, I think I have, because funny enough, I had taken a binder from my old boss who had done the Gottman training. That was the Gottman binder, had all the paperwork in it. And I had taken it home to review and to make a copy of, like about a month before she fired me. And after she fired me, she hasn't gotten the binder back. So I still have it. I still have the level 1 binder, which is not cheap. I don't have the videos, but I have the binder, so I'll take that. So
Binders full of women and psychology, apparently.
That was my severance package.
Just learn how to prepare to bring their baby home, and helping couples without serious problems improve their relationships.
Eric, what's the Gottman method?
The Gottman method is a highly research-based method of couples therapy. It's very structured, so different than what many people expect when they think about couples therapy. I always tell my clients I don't want them to come in just tell each other all their problems and then have an awkward, silent drive home. In this therapy, they come in, they complete a really structured assessment in the beginning. So they complete a bunch of questions. It gives me a ton of information about their relationship before we even get started, and really identifies the areas we're going to target with structured interventions during each session. I think of it almost like a class.
Okay. Did you get, in the course of your education, any specialized training?
Any what?
Specialized training?
I did. So my internship specifically was dedicated to essentially working with post-traumatic stress disorder, traumatic stress. A lot of my training has
Again,
been with
someone who would know how to see
psychological assessment and
PTSD.
testing.
Yeah, you're going to see such a variety of PTSD with veterans of different types. You're going to see, because there is an issue with, unfortunately, there is an issue in the military with sexual trauma. There is an issue with that.
Oh,
that
yeah.
was
Yeah.
They were preaching about that when I got out, of the issues with of sexual assault in the military. That is a problem. So you will see PTSD based on sexual assault, PTSD from war, PTSD from family violence. You will, because there is family violence in the military.
From bodily injury. I mean, it's
Bodily
countless.
everything. You're going to
in the
see that.
military.
That's the
I
kind
think
of
it's a
diverse
population-
experience you
It's the
want, I
population that
think.
probably has the highest prevalence of PTSD for obvious reasons. Military veterans, you're going to have a lot of PTSD reports. So if that's your background, I would imagine that you probably are familiar with identifying PTSD.
Especially if you're
Also-
working with the soldiers. And soldiers, by the way, are averse to go to therapy, active duty soldiers. I'm a
Oh, yeah.
contracted TRICARE
Oh, yeah.
provider. It goes on their record. So they don't set foot in therapy offices
No.
typically. So if she's doing active work with soldiers, that's pretty impressive.
Well, there's a stigma, and I dealt with it because I had a TSSCI. And so when you have a TSSCI, there's the whole stigma. If you even go to therapy, you can lose your clearance, which isn't the case. I did temporarily have my clearance suspended when I was suicidal, because you're supposed to, what the hell happened? Oh my God. I ran out of RAM.
Oh no.
Yeah. So yeah, when you have like the suicidal attempt or whatever, they will suspend your clearance for at least 30 days until you have a chance to work on yourself and kind of get things together, which is good. You need that. As much as I wanted to work, I knew I needed to work on myself too. So,
Yeah, exactly.
but Tracy is right. It is hard sometimes to work with with military members,
I
because
mean, we did. Again,
they
I come from
they
a-
don't trust it necessarily.
No, I when I was back at the university, our work was with some of the work was with veterans and trying to deal with ways to cope with severe PTSD through using virtual reality. So you have a lot of people who have PTSD that's related to. I mean, obviously, exposure therapy is the way that many therapists will deal with that, and it's like, well, if you can do exposure therapy through VR, and that way there's no. So, for example, if your fears of snakes or of loud noises or whatever it may be, we can do that through a VR setting and have it be in a safe environment without the, for example, like if you're afraid of snakes, in sometimes exposure therapy, like we'll touch the snake, but if you can do that in VR, you can move up into. If it's a very severe, kind of anxiety disorder like that, or fear, phobia, but also with PTSD with that one, it was a lot of times soldiers who had lost limbs, but in VR, we can have them get the experience of still having a limb, or people who had burns. We found that this was not my program, but it's been found that there's some really positive results of people who have been badly burned to put them in a cold environment in VR, and it reduces their reported pain. So there's a lot of interesting research going on there too. But again, if that's where her experience is, she can recognize PTSD, I would assume.
Also, Tracy, there was let me ask you this, and also Aydin as well. There was some issues I know during Cross, and I think when Dr. Hughes was testifying about the whole board certified thing. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, they did ask Dr. Curry, are you board certified? And she said, no, they must have known that their own, expert was. And so they asked that question. Board certified? I don't know. The jury's out on that one, pun intended. I'm not sure. I really do believe that it's the presentation. I mean, you can have all the letters after your name, trust me, and you can still be, somebody who's not going to be an effective person.
Oh yeah, you
in
can have no
therapy
letters
or
after.
as a witness.
You can have no letters after your name and still be one of the best therapists out there. Because sometimes
Absolutely.
you get the on the ground experience and you don't need the training. Like, don't get me wrong, I've admitted I'm still very new to this field. I'm not an expert at all. And obviously I like having someone like Tracy here who can call me out if I'm saying something stupid. And so, and if she goes, Ken, that doesn't make sense, or you're off base here, because that helps me learn too, but also because I don't want to be giving the wrong information as well. But I think for the most part, I've done pretty good on my education and the experience I've had so far to be presenting accurate information. So,
Well, I hope you're helping your audience to trust therapists a little bit more. I've been noticing some of the comments, and I don't know if they're being sarcastic, but some of them don't trust or believe in therapy. And
No,
I'm afraid
I don't
that
think they're
these
not. I don't think they're being sarcastic.
okay. These two doctors, these expert witnesses, are really giving therapists. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Dr. Curry has a very professional presentation, but she only did one battery of tests and diagnosed 2 personality disorders, and the other one did so many tests and so much thorough research, and she did just her presentation was so biased. I am really fearing that this is giving the profession a bad name. And so, Ken, I hope that you and Aydin too, that you're encouraging people to go to therapy and to try and trust a therapist.
I mean, I have a psychologist and a psychiatrist I see because I get meds for ADHD, and I take Ambien for insomnia because of my back, which I get from my VA psychiatrist. I was on an antidepressant for a while. I've been off of it for a bit. I've been on and off antidepressants for, 2022, since 2014. So almost 8 years I've been dealing with depression and anxiety to a certain degree. I've been open about my own gender dysphoria issues and dealing with that. But I highly recommend therapy. I mean, I think most therapists have their own therapist. My psychiatrist talks to me during our sessions about how she's seen her therapist or how she's been dealing with stuff too. Because it's interesting being a therapist going to therapy because you can have that kind of rapport that you wouldn't normally have. Because
Yeah.
you've sat in the chair and you're doing it. It just so you're like, you know what it's like. But as I tell people, like, I'm great at helping other people. I fucking suck at my own problems sometimes. Like you know what to do, you know exactly the way to deal with it, but you suck at implementing it because you're too close to the problem.
It's always physician heal thyself, right? You don't.
Yeah.
You can't really diagnose yourself. You don't want to end up with med student syndrome or psych student syndrome and overdiagnose. And for me, I truly believe misdiagnosed with bipolar. Lithium did not help at all. It made things way worse. And then I got EMDR therapy just for my own personal trauma. And EMDR, I have to say, if you are suffering from trauma or have been through trauma and you find that medicine's not working, try EMDR. That would be, it's eye movement desensitization and reprocessing therapy. I found it very useful.
Fucking amazing from what
it worked for me. So,
I can't wait
Not
to
for
learn
everybody.
it at some point.
It's very
Right.
interesting.
It's expensive to learn though. I think the courses are like $5 to $10,000 or something. I think they're not cheap for the training. So
Well, I was going to say, so without fail, every month I have a therapy appointment on the book. So every month, and I've never taken any psychotropic medications. Probably should have, but yes, therapists need therapists, and we need more therapists out there too. So if anybody in your audience wants to become a therapist, I'd encourage you to do that because
you can do it
especially
with a
what's-
master's degree. You don't need a doctorate degree. I learned that when I was in therapy initially. That's how I became a therapist. Because I was
Absolutely.
getting out of the military and I was like, what the fuck am I going to do with a bad back? I can't like stand behind a register at McDonald's. And this is before my other back surgeries. And so it was like, what the fuck am I going to do? And so I didn't realize you could practice at the master's level. It still is a pain in the ass to get the hours and stuff, but you can still practice. And then you can practice independently, open your own practice. You don't need like a supervising psychologist. After at least in Florida, 2 years post licensure, you can practice on your own. You can put up your own signpost in a building and there you go. You have a practice now on your own. No one else.
Mhm. Yeah.
So
Do it. We
it's
need more. We with all the stuff that's going on in the world and everything that's been happening, I really see a need for a really good therapist. I myself am going to be retiring in 5 years, and so as
oh
I
no.
head toward the door, I'm going to make it my mission to try and help other mentor people into the field. So anybody who
That's
wants to be a
awesome.
therapist, a good therapist, and maybe we can get Nick to start to trust therapists. I
I
guess he doesn't trust
I
therapists.
I talked to Nick a while back, and I know he's been real busy. We were supposed to do something. We had talked about setting up a locals only thing for him, as we were going to do quote unquote therapy. Obviously not therapy, but I was going to basically do therapy sessions with him on locals as like a perk, just for fun, just to kind of get some insight into his head and get people like an
Oh,
exposure
who,
to.
Ricada?
Yeah, I was
That
good.
would have
I would
been
need to see
fun.
that.
Yeah, for
I would.
sure.
I'm still down to do it, but I know Nick's been busy, and I don't like bothering people. Like I'll send Nick a message, and I know he's busy as shit, and I'll be like, hey, this or that, or hey, I'm open to come on stream if you want to have someone to talk about this. And I always hate asking because I feel like I'm imposing, but I love going on Nick's stream. I love talking to other people. I love having guests on my stream. Like having Aydin come on was an honor. Having you come on, Tracy's great. I love having people with different, like having another professional on who's got years of experience over me is good, because like I said, if I'm wrong, then I know someone who's good at this is going to tell me, hey, you're wrong. It's also it's reassuring to know that I'm also doing well at what I'm doing, that I'm not just presenting, because I think you listen to me somewhat often, so you
Yeah.
know I'm not just putting out misinformation or screwing around, or which I love therapy. I love therapy. I love having been in therapy. Therapy saved my life, and I've been able to go past the point of being suicidal to where I am now. It's been many years since I've been that bad, and I'm grateful for that. I still struggle with my depression sometimes, depending on life, but it's a lot better than what it was.
It's always a
And
process, right?
it is a process, but it's definitely something to work. And I love trying to introduce people to therapy. I know people have been burned by therapists. I know military, it's hard because if you get therapy from like on base providers, your confidentiality isn't the same as if you were seeing a civilian. They have to give information to your commander if they request it. So you don't have the same level of confidentiality that you would as if you just paid out of pocket and saw someone off base. So there are issues with like confidentiality there and trust. There are people who have dealt with like therapists and social workers growing up with like DCF and CPS who've been burned by therapists. They've made allegations of abuse and they weren't believed. So there's a lot of people who won't trust the system. They won't trust therapy because they've been burned before. And that's understandable, and it's reasonable to have that belief. But you have to, take myself, take Tracy, take other people who work in this field, see us and recognize that there are other people who are decent at what we do. I'm not an expert. I'm not great. I do my best. I want the people who walk out of my office at the end of the day, whether it's 10 minutes or an hour or 2 hours, to do better, to be great. I've always loved seeing the families or the kids or the couples I've worked with be able to do better. Or if it didn't work out, then it didn't work out, but they were able to do better at the end of the day. That's what I like. So
Yes.
I always like to say that we all have our own special medicine that we give out, right? So Ken's going to do things differently than I'm going to do things, and that's okay. And the client gets to decide if they don't like me or not, and or if they want to go to someone else. And you absolutely have the right to shop around for the therapist that you want.
absolutely.
So if the therapist is not working out for you, or if you've been burned, please don't give up trying. Go to another one. Try somebody else. Get a recommendation, but don't
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because not every therapy works for every single person. Again, cognitive behavioral therapy will work for lots of people. EMDR will work for some people. Talk therapy, there's all kinds of different ways that work for different people in different ways. So yeah, shop around. It's not, unlike medical doctors, although of course psychiatrists are medical doctors. That's a different issue. With therapy, if it's not working, it's not working. And talk to your therapist. And if it's not their specialty, try a different type of therapy.
And I mean, depending on, what you're seeking help for, for example, using the kind of related subject with this case is based around interpersonal violence and potentially sexual abuse in a marriage. And so, say you're a female seeking out therapy, you may say naturally want to try a female therapist because you feel like you might be more comfortable. You try and it doesn't work. Maybe a male therapist might actually work better for you. Maybe it's uncomfortable at first, but maybe that's what you need. Maybe you have, a male
Yeah,
therapist
potentially.
who's good at that. One of the things that, in this field, Tracy can speak to this, there are not that many male therapists. I am like, people see me and I've been hired. One of the reasons is because I'm a guy and because they need male therapists in professions. At the private practice I was at, I was the only male therapist out of 6 or 8 therapists. I was the only male. At my current place, I'm technically the only male therapist, while the director is a therapist as well. He doesn't do counseling with the kids. So he's kind of dealing with stuff outside of the program. Whereas, because he's overseeing the whole counseling program, whereas I'm in the weeds every day working with the kids in the program I work at. So, sometimes I've had people, when I was at the one agency I worked with, I had a grandmother who had custody of her 12-year-old granddaughter specifically request a male therapist. And I thought that was the first time I had to happen. I was weirded out by it. I'm like, I've never had someone request a male therapist for a female preteen or teen. Like, that was weird to me. Like, why? And so they said, well, they don't have a good male role model in their life. And they were wanting someone they could look up to and trust. And I was like, initially I was kind of like, I don't know. And like, I got their intention. There was a little bit of issue with it and I addressed it, but I could see their purpose. And I had a great counseling relationship with this client. We worked on a lot of things. We had really good rapport. And, she, and I've had, like I've told the story about the 13-year-old male, my very first session with him individually, because I met with him previously an hour before with the family. First individual session, 20 minutes in, he opens up about his mom physically abusing him. 20 minutes into my first session. And I'm like, holy shit. Like, I don't know what I did, but apparently the rapport was there. So I've been really good with that. I work with kids mostly. I work with kids solely right now, and I have very good rapport. I can just have them come in. I can, like I have in my office now, I have some anime stuff up. I like Sword Art Online, so I've got some Sword Art Online stuff up. I've got my 3D printing stuff up. So I'm making it, and I tell them, like, I was your age not that long ago, because I'm still kind of young. I'm like, I did the stupid shit you did not that long ago. You can try and hide it, you can try, but I'm telling you, I remember. I'm not saying we're in the same boat, but I remember what it was like. I remember what it was like to be in those shoes to some degree. And so I think
Good
that
for
helps
you.
too. I love working with kids. I like working with kids ages 5 and up, because I had a boss at one of my previous jobs, and she worked with like babies and toddlers and I'm like, I couldn't do that. Like, I love kids, but like that would, because you have to do more family, and it's like you got to work with the parents and stuff more. And like, I don't mind doing family therapy. I love family therapy too. But with that age, I'm like, I don't trust myself to do that right. I can at least converse with a 5-year-old enough to get helpful information out, and I have. So, but sorry for the digression. Let's continue.
I was just reading MGTOWN's
I did.
comment.
So,
Oh, ignore Tim. Ignore Tim.
I-
I'll time him out if he misbehaves some more.
my internship specifically was dedicated to essentially working with post-traumatic stress disorder, traumatic stress. A lot of my training has been with psychological assessment and testing. And then my training during practicum and then in my postdoctoral work was dedicated to working with trauma populations and also conducting forensic psychological assessments. Oftentimes, forensic psychological assessments actually refers to doing testing and an interview and a couple other things for purposes related to law. So it's the application of psychology to the courts, to legal issues. And sometimes that also involves doing assessments for the military to determine whether somebody has sustained a mental disability after combat.
You indicated that you did some work at Tripler. What's Tripler and what's the work you did?
So Tripler Army Medical Center is a hospital in Honolulu, Hawaii. If anybody's ever gotten to have a vacation in Hawaii, it's a giant pink building there. And it's one of the top training sites for military psychologists. I was very, very lucky to be able to train there. They have wonderful funding and a lot of new research going on, particularly for PTSD, but really for all areas of mental health. While I was there, I did rotations in family psychology, so doing family therapy. I worked with children, but I also did a neuropsychology rotation, learning really the ins and outs of advanced psychological assessment, identifying not just mental issues, mental illness, but also traumatic brain injuries after trauma, and doing those PTSD evaluations, and then also working with service members who were struggling with a whole host of issues, military stressors, normal life stressors, and then also those who sustained tremendous trauma from combat.
Do you still continue to work with the military?
I do, actually. My practice is very focused on military service members, veterans, and their families.
Okay. What work have you done in prior litigation matters?
Well, most of my litigation, if we're talking about civil work, that has mostly been reports. So this is my first time testifying in a civil matter. The majority of my forensic work has been in criminal law or providing psychological assessments, and then I produce a really methodical report, which is typically reviewed by a judge, and a determination is made, or usually there's a settlement beforehand.
Do you work in connection with any particular courts?
I do. So I am actually not sure if I'm on the list anymore in Honolulu, but I am a certified forensic evaluator for the state of Hawaii, which means that I have been appointed by the court to conduct evaluations for matters that are presented. And then I'm also on the list of forensic evaluators in several courts in Southern California. And then I'm contracted by the military, the Department of Defense, now and again for evaluations of PTSD from service members.
You mentioned PTSD a couple of times now.
Yes.
What are you referring to there?
So PTSD is a mental illness. It can develop after a person has been exposed to a traumatic event. And our diagnostic statistical manual, the DSM, is sort of the authoritative manual of mental illnesses. It's considered our Bible of mental illness. We go there for diagnoses.
There it is.
And according to that, there's a
I love my
specific type of
DSM.
trauma that a person must experience for them to be able to qualify for a diagnosis of PTSD. And that's an event that is life-threatening. It can also involve sexual assault, and you can experience that either
that's my fault, I
directly,
think. Hold
but
on.
you can also be traumatized if you've seen it happen
God,
to
that
somebody
volume's
else,
slow.
or if it's happened unexpectedly or violently.
I mean, she's reading the
close
direct
to you, a family
definition
member
here that we
or
just went through.
friend.
So
Yeah.
And then
more or
there's
less.
also a provision for people who
We did our
are
homework ahead of
first
time.
responders, if they're encountering really traumatic information regularly, that qualifies as a trauma. Now, there are a number of symptoms that can develop. Sure.
We'll talk about that some
Okay.
more. Do you hold any credentials relevant to the work that you do?
Well, I am a licensed psychologist
Where?
in California and Hawaii.
Okay, and any other certifications or other credentials?
Not that I can think of off the top of my head, other than the training with the Gottman method of couples therapy.
Okay. Have you worked with the Hawaii Department of Courts and Corrections?
Yes, I have.
In what capacity?
Well, so that I guess would be a credential. So I am a certified forensic evaluator for the state of Hawaii.
In connection with your doctorate, was there a research component?
There was. So would you like me to tell you about it?
Yes, please.
Okay. So I conducted a research study while I was at Pepperdine completing my doctorate. It's called a dissertation. So when you're obtaining your doctorate, you contribute something to the scientific field that you're in. And typically that involves doing what we call novel science. So you're doing an experiment, you're finding out new information and helping the field progress. So
Oh,
I
been
did
there.
research into it, and I was
I can't wait to do that,
essentially
actually.
looking at the effectiveness of a therapy.
It's
intervention
very stressful but
for
fun.
kids
Oh,
who were
yeah.
growing up in this community called 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗍, which was exposed to 20 years of guerrilla warfare, the longest guerrilla war in the history of the world. And there were a lot of issues in that community, tremendous trauma. And my research was around finding interventions that were really effective for that community.
Where do you work now?
So we have
I'm
further
a contemporary
evidence of her
psychology.
expertise in
What
PTSD
does
and
the
traumatic
psychology group do?
psychology.
I agree. She's definitely coming across as though she knows what the fuck she's talking about, to put it bluntly.
Well, I mean, if her dissertation was in studying a group of people who have been through 40 years of, extreme warfare, and that would cause PTSD, in addition to her work with veterans.
Yeah.
Somebody who I would think would be uniquely familiar with identifying the symptoms of PTSD.
Yeah, and also for I'm checking right now because I wanted to make sure. Dr. Curry has a PsyD.
Yeah.
So there's a difference between a PhD and a PsyD for psychologists. PhD is more educational and research focused, even though you can still clinically practice, whereas a PsyD is more clinically focused. There's not as much, like the research
Okay.
component isn't like the same. So for Dr. Curry, her entire doctorate program was focused basically on clinical practice.
Do you
Whereas-
not necessarily have to complete a dissertation for a PsyD?
You do. You
Research
still do
dissertation.
have to do the dissertation, but you just
Okay.
don't have to do all the other research-ish work
Yeah.
happens
Yeah.
with psychologists.
Because I looked into getting my PhD or PsyD at one point, because I want to have my doctorate, half of the reason just to be called doctor. The other half is because, and I don't know if you've ran into this, Tracy, but trying to do some psychometric assessments at the master's level is a pain in the ass, because you
Yep.
can do it, but a lot of places, they don't know that you can, so they assume you have to have a doctorate. But as long as you have the requisite training and experience administering the assessment and scoring the assessment, you can do it at the master's level. But it's a hell of a lot easier at the doctorate level. But I learned the hard way that if I want to get my doctorate,
Yeah.
because I went for an MSW, I can't get to a doctorate in 2 years. I have to do a 4-year program.
I think if you get the PhD and not the PsyD, then I don't know how you go
Nope.
about doing the assessments. But from
I-
a PhD level,
I-
you'd need to go through the IRB to conduct any kind of assessment,
I-
and that
I've
means you have
looked
to
in-
work for a university. So
I've looked into it. I've wanted to get my doctorate, and whether it's a PsyD or a PhD program, I would still have to do a 4-year program. It's not like I can transfer my master's credits from my master's degree to get any, like there's no way to do it and be able to become a clinical psychologist.
yeah,
I looked-
if you want to do
it
private
sucks.
practice of any sort, I'd probably maybe not go for the research PhD, because then you kind of get tied to the university and you get tied to the IRB.
Yeah.
So, which is a good thing in the long run, because the IRB is a good system. But if you're
Yeah.
trying to conduct research, you're going to have to run through IRB.
Ironically, I want to do research at the master's level right now independently, and trying to do it outside of an institution is a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
So-
tell me about it.
You can do it. You have to find a private IRB and go through them. You have to
Yep.
the funding. I would have to fund it on my own or through other means.
Yep.
But there is research I want to do, because I don't think anyone is willing to attach it to an institution because of the controversy. So I would love to do it, but I don't think any institution would do it because it's too controversial and they don't want their name attached to it.
So you're
I-
wanting
I've
to
been-
do like your own raw research and your own research
Yes.
project? Oh, you're not doing. Oh, okay.
I would
Not
like to
just the
do my
research
own-
paper.
I would like to do my own scholarly paper on, and I could talk. I don't know if
We
you
should
see
work
my,
together on that, Ken. Actually,
I don't know if you see my discussions on the use of
The dolls.
sex dolls for potentially treating pedophilia.
Mhm.
I think that's an area that needs explored, whether it fails or it doesn't, whether it works or doesn't. I still think there's a potential for having an outlet mechanism. And
the
so,
big problem there is that's a very specific group that you're going to
Yep.
need to get access to.
Yep,
It's a very
yep. That's
both
the
a
thing is-
vulnerable group for them and a difficult group that you're going to want to work with. So
I've started building
Even
'Cause,
identifying that population to use
it's hard.
if you're using a specific
Yeah,
sample
it's gonna
size
be
there, obviously,
it'll be difficult to
Yeah,
say the
but
least.
you're gonna get people who
Ken's magical talent and gift is that report. So if anybody can do it, it would be you.
I
it'll be hard
appreciate
to
the
get
compliment.
access to, because you're basically gonna have to find convicted pedophiles, because I don't think people who are not
No,
convicted will
no.
come forward.
Here's
So
the
that's gonna be
thing:
hard.
is I know how to. This is gonna come off weird. Don't misinterpret. Don't misinterpret this. I know there's ways to find people who have pedophilic disorder who haven't offended or who have offended but haven't been caught, right? I think there
Sure, anonymity.
there are ways to find them and maintain the anonymity to do the study, because I think you would need to have, you couldn't just have the convicted group. You need to have the unconvicted group, because you need to have the people, as much of an ethical dilemma
nice to
as
have
you're going to
both,
run into.
honestly.
You need to have access to the group of
differential.
people who were smart enough to avoid capture and conviction, because you need that data.
It would
And
be
even though-
really interesting if you could get both, so you could do a comparative analysis.
Oh yeah.
That would be great to see the different ways that they respond to things. That would be
Also,
very
I've been working on putting together a questionnaire to try and talk to get more. I want to do a survey with some of the people, like Dollhouse Phil and Jay the doll guy or whatever, because and the people who buy dolls from them, because I'm so intrigued by the relationship these people have with the dolls. Like, it's not just a sexual toy for them; they have intimate relationships.
They have
with
a parasocial, almost pseudo interpersonal relationship. Yeah,
it,
they
and I would love
personalize
to.
it. They humanize it to an interesting degree. Yeah,
And I don't. And my question is I don't know if it's harmful or not to have that. And I think that would be interesting to explore as well.
that would be be interesting. I don't know. I have no idea.
I think it
But-
would be interesting, because I see people who, like Jay the Doll King was doing a stream with Drexel the other day, and he was talking about his like, he had a doll, and he hasn't had any intercourse or sexual activity with it, and it's just an emotional, and it's this connection thing. And I'm listening to this and I'm so intrigued, and I'm like, I can't tell. My biggest concern is, I know a lot of the people who get the dolls are part of 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐽, and so I don't know if it's necessarily harmful for destroying social relationships
some of it's
or not.
MGTOW, some of it's incel stuff, but there's a broader issue with men's psychological and sexual health. I think that has to do with a lot of that.
I agree.
So
I think it would be interesting to do. I'm putting together a survey to try and get some information from these guys and girls who have dolls, to see how their relationships are, how long they've had them. Do they consider it just a sex toy? Do they consider it more than that? How does it impact their relationships with human females and human males and human and other people and family and friends, and their ability to seek out sexual partners and romantic partners that aren't dolls? Like, I think getting that information will be helpful, because I don't think people are going to do that, because a lot of people look at that and go, oh, they're just incels, or haha, they can't get laid. And you see that even from professionals, which is disgusting to me. You have this group of people who potentially needs help, or maybe they're actually dealing with shit in a helpful way, and that would be good to know, because then we as professionals can go, hey, because I was talking with Dollhouse Phil before, maybe you've had a woman who was raped, and she's scared of physical intimacy. She can get a male doll and slowly be able to work her way towards physical intimacy again
as a
with
way of exposure
doll.
therapy, absolutely.
Yes.
Of
In your home, in a
self,
safe experiment. There's no risk of a human being. There's no risk of a date going wrong. It's safe and it's doable in your home. And I think we're missing a lot of this. And I don't own a doll, and I don't really care to, but just seeing this community, it's so intriguing to me.
Well,
Like,
if you do it, throw in the PSI inventory for me so I can have those data.
Send me a reminder in Discord so I remember to add
the
those.
parasocial relationships, parasocial interaction inventory. I'd like to see that.
I'll make a note of that for my survey. But let's continue before I get off topic again.
We're a multi-specialty mental health center, so we have neuropsychologists who do testing for kids. We have therapists, individual therapists, couples therapists, family therapists. We even have a meditation teacher. We basically try to meet the needs of our community, and we highly specialize in working with military personnel and their families.
Who's the Curry Psychology Group.
I'm Dr. Curry.
How many people work for you?
I'm trying to boost the
As of
volume.
right now,
Let me know if
I
that
believe
works or
it's
not.
13.
I boosted it to
How long have you been doing
150% right now.
For about 15 years.
How much of your therapy practice focuses on treating individuals?
I would
Yeah,
say
court audio is
about
never
half
great.
of it is individuals, half is couples.
Okay. Do you do any training of students?
I do.
What's that?
So we have several unlicensed professionals at our office, and they're earning their additional hours so that they can get licensed. So they're able to see clients, and then I meet with them regularly to supervise them, discuss their cases, provide them with information about different diagnoses, interventions, and treatment methods.
How did you get involved in this case?
I was contacted by Ms. 𝗓𝗂𝐽𝐽, one of the attorneys for Mr. Depp.
Okay. And what was the nature of the contact?
Ms. Vasquez called me.
Hold on. Let me
and
see if I need to
indicated,
reshare this real
that
quick. 1 second. I think I need to reshare this to make this work.
Oh,
Let me
okay.
just go ahead and boost this to 200% and see if that works better. Because apparently I can boost just this one tab and not boost StreamYard, which would fuck things up. So let's see if that works. I tried a different extension. So is this the right one? Yes. Share tab audio. Let's try again.
she might be interested in having me meet the legal team so that I could discuss my expertise and possibly provide my opinions related to the matter.
What were you asked to provide expert opinion on?
So initially, my role that I understood at the time was to review the case materials and provide my opinions regarding anything that I noticed that was consistent or even inconsistent with the psychological science that exists today on intimate partner violence in Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship.
But, all right, you used a phrase there, intimate partner violence. What are you talking about?
So there are a multitude of different definitions depending on the source or the state, but essentially intimate partner violence is abuse. It could be physical, psychological, and it's
Just
from one
comparatively, she
partner
came up
to
with some
another
more,
in an
much more
intimate
credible, in my
relationship.
opinion, than Dr. Hughes, who had to continually look at her notes.
Did your role
Not
I
so much
agree.
during her credential explication, but
Yes,
What did you think of that, Tracy? Having Dr. Hughes have to constantly go to her notes?
You
you
know,
think it
she
was
had
positive or
the
negative?
the questions they were asking her though when she wanted to refer to her notes were about like all of these 12 tests. Like, didn't you have them written down? You referred to your notes, right? I know that there's 12.
true.
I couldn't have memorized it. So I thought that was reasonable, but I didn't understand the whole, you can refer to them, but just don't read from them. And then there was this issue of, okay, so I look down, I memorize 3 and I say, can I refer to my notes? And then I say the other 3, so how are you supposed to do that? I really didn't get that part. And
I know why it
would have
works that
needed
way.
notes. I would have needed notes.
See, I
Right.
understand. I know why it works that way because it's a court thing. Because you can't read
Yes.
from it because it's not. It
not
has to be your
inducted into
personal
evidence.
testimony. It has to be your
So-
testimony. You can, as an expert witness, refer to your notes for refreshing your recollection, which is a thing. But one of the things that kind of weird, it wasn't so much that was my problem. Because like you said, remembering, I'm not going to remember all 12 assessments or some of the things. Yes, that's why you bring notes for like bullet points to remember stuff. I don't know what was on her notes. But it also sounded like that she didn't give all of her documentation to Depp's team because there was some issue with that.
If she had, I don't think that the referring to the notes thing would have been an issue because if the notes themselves had been put into evidence, then it could be shown as evidence, in which case I don't think it would be an issue of her directly reading from the notes. The problem was that you can't read from something that's not a piece of evidence. So that's where I think that, again, it did come off as weird, but also being like, obviously, like, because you do have these extensive notes, but I believe that reason was because it was not submitted as evidence.
Yes, they could have just done a bullet point for her or something for her to have to make reference to, admitted it into evidence, and it would have been fine then. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, as far as my understanding,
That would have been great.
if her notes had been submitted as evidence, to my understanding, I am not a lawyer, obviously, but To my
know,
understanding,
I am not a lawyer.
To my understanding, if her notes had been submitted as evidence, it would have been okay for her to read from them because then it would be accessible as evidence submitted to the jury at the end instead of reading off. Because who knows what's in them because they're not submitted into the court proper. So I think that's what the issue was.
That clears that up.
There's
Also, I'll be right
you're
back.
not it's fine. You're not supposed to read from your notes for several reasons, I think. But one of the things that irritated me the most wasn't so much of her reading the notes, which I wouldn't necessarily remember all 12 of them. I want to refresh my recollection before saying them so I don't give incorrect testimony. But she's allegedly testified in over 100 cases as an expert witness. The fact that she was getting irritated that she couldn't read from her notes directly was something that was kind of like threw up a sus flag for me. I'm like, you're an expert witness who's testified in dozens and dozens of cases. You should know that you can't do this, but you're getting pissed off. And she was cocking an attitude, which was very unprofessional. And I get you're being examined and then cross-examined. I get that. But you can't lose that, for lack of military bearing, for lack of a right term, while you're understanding. You can't lose that, look that you have. You have to be able to remain professional. You can't just start getting cocky with the lawyers because you can't read from your notes when, as an expert, you should know you can only refresh your memory. You can't read directly. It's one of the things that irritated me.
It's interesting that the first timer, Dr. Curry is not reading from notes. And so, yeah, great point, Ken, about she should have known that, right? I didn't know it because this is my first civil trial that I'm listening to. And I've never testified in public. I've just been depositioned or whatever. But yeah, that's a good point. She should have known it.
Say, when I was a guardian ad litem, I had to testify in court by a lawyer who I pissed off. He was cross-examining me, and he was mad at me because he thought I was trying to support his client on getting custody back, and they misunderstood, and I wasn't. And so they kind of figured out last minute that I was against it. And so they were coming at me, trying to trip me up, and were very aggressive and were yelling at me in the courtroom. I was actually surprised the judge didn't admonish the lawyer. But I'm sitting there trying not to laugh because I thought it was the funniest shit in the world. And I'm sitting there like, no, this is what I think. This is my assessment. This is the information I have. And just because I was still in the military at the time, I'm just going through my motions and just but you can't, because if you trip up, then it ruins some of your credibility, especially to a jury. I wasn't testifying to a jury because the judge makes the decisions in dependency cases, but unless it goes to a jury trial, which is rare. But it was just kind of mind-boggling just watching this lawyer yell and scream at me, and I'm like, I'm knowing I can't lose my cool, I can't lose my bearing. I just have to respond normally. I have to be professional and give my insight and give my report. And so watching Dr. Hughes just kind of lose that a bit when she's supposedly done this a lot. And I also looked up her scholarly research she's done. She's done about 4 to 6 papers. A couple of them were published in books that were part of a series of papers on subjects. I read a couple of them, skimming through them. A lot of them were related to PTSD, interpersonal violence. I think I have the list here somewhere. Where'd it go? Publications. Okay, she's got her most recent publication was in 2011. Was Structured and Clinical Assessment of Risk of Violence in Handbook of Forensic Assessment. She had many papers in the 90s. 1999, Degrees of Memory of Childhood Sexual Abuse Among Women Survivors in Therapy. 1996, Memory for Childhood Sexual Abuse, Prevalence and Relationship to Abuse Characteristics and Psychological Effects. That was her doctoral dissertation in 96. 1994, Degrees of Repression of Sexual Abuse Memories. 1999, Rape and Sexual Assault Among Adult Women. 1998, Abuse Characteristics Among Childhood Sexual Abuse Survivors in Therapy, a Gender Comparison. And 1996, Characteristics of Child Sexual Abuse Among Female Survivors in Therapy. Notice there's a trend there with all of her research. Did you notice it? Most of it has to deal with female survivors and child sexual abuse.
I was typing in the chat.
Oh, that's fine. It's okay. I should post in the chat too. It's okay. But most of her stuff has to deal with, and honestly, it's interesting because this was done in the 90s. I think some of her papers deal with like repressed and recalled memories, which I think we both know have suspect validity in, because I did a paper in grad school, I think it was in grad school or undergrad, on the validity of repressed or recalled memories of child sexual abuse, of like the just suddenly recalling stuff after years and whether or not it was legitimate or not. And the research, when I did this in, I think 2015 or 16, the research was still mixed. Like there was no solid evidence that it was legitimate. There was some that were kind of okay, but it was still out there. So a lot of her research is on stuff that has kind of a mixed, there's controversy in the community about whether or not it exists. It's not like something that's got like solid evidence behind it. It's not like, it's not a gold standard. It's not something that like 90% of the field goes, yeah, we support this. There's a lot of controversy specifically on this topic because I did a lot of digging on it.
Sorry, what's the
before-
topic? I just got back. Sorry, I had to get a Strepsil because my my throat. I think I'm coming down with a cold. So,
Oh, it's fine. I had read off Dr. Hughes's research that she's done, her publications, and most of them have focus on violence, childhood sexual abuse, and abuse against women. And she's only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 publications, including her
not bad,
doctoral
though.
dissertation. But most
Okay,
of them
so-
were in
so
the
8.
90s. Most of them were in the 90s, though. So her
That's
most recent...
That's not totally unusual. A
No.
lot of times when you're talking about people who are working as clinicians, they kind of get out of research psychology. So
My
that's not
point-
necessarily atypical.
The point I was making to Calming the Chaos before you came back was a lot of her research seems to be focused on childhood sexual abuse in memory in the 90s. And if we remember from the 90s, the issues of validity of recalled or repressed memories. I was talking about a paper I did,
Called into question, yeah.
and it's not something that has like a huge chunk of the field saying we support this as a valid thing. There's a lot of mixed. There's a mixed bag among the profession about whether it's legitimate. So a lot of her research is in that, and so it's interesting to see that and then see her testimony too. So I think that'll be interesting. I might have to pull up all of her papers and read them just for fun.
That's the curious part. It was 90s. It was repressed
very-
memories. Something that has come under pretty
satanic
significant
ritual.
scrutiny.
Satanic ritual
Well-
abuse was also in the 90s.
Oh no, really?
remember that?
Specifically?
Remember the satanic
What was the
ritual?
school? What was the school that
I did a stream on that. It was like my Halloween stream. I did a stream on the whole satanic panic and how
Yes.
it started and the issues with like there was a whole, like people would just people went to jail because
Yes, they did.
it was bad therapists that played a part in it too. That would
Yes, they did.
that would make kids and women recall abuse that didn't happen. They would give suggestive statements, and they would do all the things you're not supposed to do.
Yes, you're not supposed to prime the.
Oh God, they
You're not
did all
supposed
of
to
that.
prime I know they did. You're not supposed to prime the patient or the interviewee or whatever the context may be with what you want to hear. And again, it's my issue with what the instruments that Dr. Hughes that she administered because they were directed. To me, that shows that she knows what she's looking for, rather than coming as a more neutral observer. And it's the same kind of stuff with the satanic panic shit.
Oh my gosh, I have never even heard of any of this stuff. I'm gonna have to go.
Oh, really?
dig up the Halloween stream.
It's
I have
awful.
I have a stream from, I think it's in October, late or November. It's about the satanic panic.
Okay.
It was a whole thing in the late 80s and early 90s. There was it also impacted a lot of the research on the recalled or repressed memories of childhood sexual abuse.
And in addition, it also brought up a lot of criticisms and critiques within the community of the very existence of multiple personality disorder, because a lot of these kids were getting diagnosed with MPD, and we obviously don't call it MPD anymore, dissociative identity disorder now, but at the time it was these kids were disassociating. However, there was never a single shred of evidence that there were these satanic rituals that were happening in the schools. Because, I mean, the stories the kids would tell were, I mean, I'm saying unbelievable in the way of how out there they were. Of
Oh,
this
yeah.
horrible ritual sexual abuse, of giving birth to children and stuff,
It was like the whole thing is nuts.
yeah.
Like the fact that it took
That's one way
that
to
it got
describe
Shri SR says, I was one of those women, had a therapist convince me my dad molested me and it never happened. Like,
Yeah.
that's not okay. There's so
No.
many problems with that. That destroys lives. Like, that's one of the reasons, like, I've been, even though I
Well,
obviously
look,
have an opinion on this
abusers
case.
can implant memories. Abusers can implant memories. So can therapists. So
Yeah.
we have to be very
I-
careful about that.
Like, I take, anytime someone mentions anything touching on abuse, I ask very, very specific questions. I ask them in certain ways. The last thing I want to do is be responsible for implanting a memory or having them recall something that never happened. Say, it's crazy. Like it's not hard to do, especially with kids.
No.
Because
Well,
kids are very suggestible.
And the way that our brains work, has this ever happened to you? I mean, just to anyone in the chat or listening or whatever, is your friend told a story and then you'll recall it as if it happened to you because you heard your friend describe it in so much detail. The way that memory processing works is that sometimes implantation of memories can happen even in an unintentional way. So it's because this happened to me, at least. Like, a friend told a story and then I'll repeat it to somebody else and be like, oh, this happened, that happened. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute, that didn't happen to me. That was a story I heard from a friend 10 years ago. Memory is malleable in that way.
There are so many vulnerable people out there too. This just makes my heart hurt.
I know, it's
That's why
terrible.
I had to go get my Diet Dr. Pepper to cheer me up.
I had to go get
That'll
my
do it.
throat lozenge. That's best for me.
Say that Diet Dr. Pepper will help. Say, let's continue here.
It shifted. So I
Is
was
that too loud?
retained,
Fine for me.
at the end of January 2021, and then had just barely begun to review the documents. The case was postponed, and then in October 2021, I was asked by counsel to provide a psychological evaluation of Ms. Heard.
Did, were you ever asked to do a psychological evaluation of Mr. Depp?
No.
Okay.
What types of documents did you consider in this analysis?
So I reviewed quite a few documents as part of my evaluation. That included all of the case documents, Ms. Heard's medical records by Dr. Kipper, her prior mental health treatment records. I believe I reviewed records from Dr. Amy Banks, Dr. Bonnie Jacobs, Dr. Connell Cohen, and also a significant portion of my review involved notes from nurse �ኤrin Paladin, at the time Erin Borum, who spent a significant time with Ms. Heard in her direct company. I also reviewed exhibits, quite a few audio recordings, a video recording, several video recordings, or possibly photographs, I might be getting them confused, and multiple witness statements, testimony, and declarations.
Did there come a time when you met directly with Ms. Heard?
Yes, I did. So in conducting my evaluation, I met with Ms. Heard on two separate dates, December 10th and December 17th, 2021.
Approximately how much time have you spent with Ms. Heard?
So the evaluation, we spent 12 hours directly with one another. However, there were more hours involved in the evaluation with some breaks. So we spent 7 hours.
Do you
together on the
recall
first
what
day, December 10th.
the other psychologist's total hour count was on the books?
Dr. Curry did, it sounds like 12 hours.
12
And
in person.
Yeah, Dr. Hughes did 29 total.
29 total, yeah.
So
It sounds
I
like
don't
Curry
know.
did more than 12. The rest was probably, I guess, I'm
Yeah.
guessing online or evaluations of some sort. So
Yeah, let's see if there's more than the 12.
Not necessarily together, because there was a 1 hour lunch break and about a half hour with breaks split up through the day. And then on the 17th, we spent a little more than 8 hours in the evaluation from start to finish, with a 1 hour break and another half hour of breaks distributed throughout the day.
It's a long time, but
Was-
those assessments are long.
You performed, did you form any opinions with respect to Ms. Heard?
I did.
What were those opinions?
The results of Ms. Heard's evaluation.
Again, I'm not a body language expert, but Amber's body language.
Yeah, she should have been coached better about how to behave in court, because her body language just, don't get me
Well-
wrong, Johnny like laughs and shit and does like some funny things, which I'm sure
And
probably,
coping mechanism, coping, often very
Yeah.
frequent style of coping.
which makes sense,
I mean,
but
this-
Amber
this
just
might be
seems
as well.
pissed off the whole time. Like she has this constant pissed off look on her face.
I mean, it might be a coping mechanism as well. I
True.
can't say, but it comes off as very. I mean, she's literally sitting back in the chair,
It's almost like
away.
she's seething.
Well, she's away. It's a backwards,
Yeah.
posture. I do have some background in body language stuff, but does not look at the facial expression. Looks angry, and the looking down, writing notes. Doesn't seem happy about this testimony. Put it that way. Sorry.
I think she probably knows what the diagnosis is. It's not a
Oh, yeah.
surprise to her, I think, too, and she knows what's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure she knows at this point that the doctor found this. I don't think she likes the fact that she's being told that, because it probably hits home, and so it's probably irritating. It's probably a little upsetting. that-
I would think that, though, if you and this look, all victims deal differently, but if
Yeah.
you're a victim and you're about to be told that you're not and that you're making it up, I mean, this is not, which is, by the way, not what Dr. Curry's saying, but from her perspective, that you have a personality disorder that's causing you to contribute to this. I would not think that this standoffish body posture would be the way. I mean, again, all victims deal differently. I would imagine it would be a little bit more upset, physically presenting.
Yeah, I would think so too.
A feeling that you're what's about to happen is that your ordeal, your trauma is about to be called into question, essentially, and she knows that is coming. So, but again, you can't make definitive decisions about or claims about how victims react to things.
Yeah,
So,
we're working with what data we have, so
Borderline personality disorder and histrionic personality disorder.
What is a diagnosis?
A diagnosis is a way that that psychologists, psychiatrists, anybody in the mental health field thinks about a disorder. It helps us to communicate a set of symptoms that a person is experiencing, and along with that set of symptoms, it tells other professionals a lot about how those symptoms might have developed, how that person might be.
the body language is interesting, though.
Yeah,
Also
it's fun.
drives
It's fun to
the
watch her
real
body
purpose
language.
is to determine what sort of interventions will be most effective for the person.
Previously, you made reference to, I think you called it the DSM-5. What's
Yes.
that?
So the DSM-5, that stands for the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, version 5. And that contains every diagnosis we use in mental health. And it's
maybe the unintentional
the
eye rolling. I
authoritative
don't know.
manual of mental diagnoses.
But she seems to be doing the writing stuff down thing as well.
Performing diagnoses, something
Yes.
you typically do in your line of work?
Yes.
Thank you.
But there was a slight eye roll. Again, that may have been
So,
unintentional.
You referenced two personality
But then
disorders.
oftentimes body language is unintentional.
What's a personality disorder?
It's paracognitive.
To understand a personality disorder, I think it can be helpful first to kind of define personality. So personality, something we take for granted, but these are the traits, the characteristics, the way we think, we feel, and we act that make us who we are. And these traits are pretty stable over time and across situations. We might, be sure to mind our P's and Q's when we're meeting somebody new, but overall, if somebody were to describe us, or if we were to describe ourselves, we have a pretty good sense of who we are. Sometimes an easy way to think of it is imagining how you might describe a brother or sister or a child if you have children. Their personalities are pretty clear to you. A personality disorder is some sort of dysfunction in those enduring traits. So as opposed to other types of mental illness, When you think about something like depression, that's episodic. It comes and it goes. And when it's treated with medication, it can pretty much be completely mitigated or minimized in a person's life, and their personality is still there, separate from the depression. When we have a personality disorder, there are going to be disturbances in several different areas that are visible in almost all different facets of their life.
Is there a manner in which personality disorders are commonly diagnosed?
Yes, so they can be diagnosed in a treating environment. Treating psychologist or a therapist or a psychiatrist simply does a diagnostic interview, which involves assessing multiple areas of a person's history back down through childhood.
I'm going to stop you for a second.
Yes.
What's a treating environment?
Sometimes I'll slip into these words. I apologize. So a treating environment.
We all do it.
Somebody's going in for treatment.
What's that?
I said, we all do it. The jargon slips in.
Oh yeah, it's hard to sometimes. Like you just say it because you're used to it. So it is a little bit hard to break that habit.
The mental health provider will ask them questions to find out what sort of symptoms they've experienced and what sort of things have occurred in their life that might be.
So she did
consistent
conduct an
with
interview,
disorders
which is
or
right
mental
and good to do
disorders.
before conducting
Prove that
the assessment.
There is no reason for
Yeah.
these disorders to be considered. They might also pay attention to their observations of the client over time and new information the client provides them. The most reliable way, however, to ever come about a diagnosis really is through a comprehensive psychological assessment. And I might use the words assessment, examination, testing interchangeably. They all mean the same thing. It's combining information.
And I'm
from
not sure
multiple
about that.
different
What
sources.
do you all think about that? About her statement there that the testing is the most reliable? Because I do think it depends on the patient and the individual. Like most reliable statistically, probably. But that's again why you have to have the interviews on top of it.
Right, and so to qualify for a personality disorder too, it can't be better explained by any other Axis 1 disorder. So a personality disorder is always going to be on Axis 2. So you have to find if there's an Axis 1 disorder. And again, I don't hear any mention of substance use, and that would be on Axis 1.
Well, she does have substance use issues, particularly alcohol, MDMA, and that.
But is it abuse or, and how is that factoring in on nobody's really talking about that.
Yeah, interesting. Well, that's the question. No one's talking about it because do you recall, Ken, how much money she was spending per month on wine? It was
I heard the number. I don't remember.
It was something like $10,000.
It's a lot of money.
It was an insane amount of money. And by the way, it's not like a cheap bottle of wine.
It's
like,
expensive wine.
She was buying very expensive wine. But that's a lot of money to be spending on wine. And wine keeps coming up in this entire scenario of clearly there was alcohol, I think, and substance abuses, both that's unquestionable on Johnny's part. We know he went to rehab for it, which she should not have been involved in, clearly, judging from, I think, both.
She did not. It was interesting hearing her testimony, and I know we're skipping around, but it was interesting hearing her testimony about why did Johnny want me to come to his detox? Why would he want me? Why would he want me there? And it was like, I'm sitting there. Well, he didn't. But then I'm like, well, family and support systems are crucial to helping with someone detox to get off substances. You would think you would want your spouse to be there to help.
But he did not want her there, as far as we know, according to him.
I think he didn't want her to see because it's not fun detoxing off pretty much anything. No. So he did probably want her to see that. I think that was probably more, if I had to guess, was probably more that versus that he didn't want her there for the companionship and support.
But again, if she was abusive, that would be another reason. And she was going to continue to use. She was going to continue to drink. You cannot have someone, or really can't have someone around you who is using the intoxicants that you're trying to get clean from.
It's like going to an NA meeting with some heroin and saying, "Hey, you guys have a good session. I'm just going to shoot up over here in the corner. Is that cool? You guys cool with that?" Like that. I'm here to support you guys, but just ignore the needles and the heroin that I got laying off everybody.
And of course,
just don't
it got
do that.
Worse. And of course, it got worse because she told the nurse to leave. Essentially, from what we've heard, and again, who knows? But from what we've heard, she told the medical practitioners to leave. She'll administer the medication, and then according to Johnny, she withheld the medication. Which, when you're going through detox,
that is so wrong, man.
Oh, that's
That's so fucked up.
That's really difficult to describe kind of levels of abuse.
I remember hearing though that Johnny's family that he wanted there was his sister, and that Amber took his sister's place.
Yes.
and it was her decision. But that's Johnny's testimony again.
Right.
This is so far polarized from her story and his story. When I do these
Precisely.
evaluations for the state, and there's a complaint because I do some investigations on counselors when there's a complaint against their license.
Cool.
Sometimes it ends up being a he says, she says sort of a thing.
Which
This could be.
Yeah, this whole stuff on the island, it's a private island. Nobody was there except these people. So we only, again, Johnny's testimony, as you said, was his sister was supposed to go. Amber said, no, I'll go. Amber had no intention, according to Johnny, to quit using various substances. Well, he's trying to go and withheld pills from him, but we can't know because the nurse was dismissed and there was nobody else there. So, but
Yeah,
again,
there's a lot of problems with that.
but again, the same thing applies to a lot of Amber's testimony about how she was violently abused by Johnny Depp, where there's really no evidence. I mean, photos, claims, but the photos, I don't know if you saw the last
photos
day.
They're kind of weak, I think.
Well,
Like, I think they're weak evidence, in my opinion.
I mean, if you saw, like, she claimed that she was violated with a liquor bottle, right? Horrifying, violently, just that he did things with a liquor bottle.
Yeah, that's not
And she didn't,
okay.
but she didn't know what kind of liquor, obviously. But then she saw the Maker's Mark bottle, the photo of it, and she said, that's the bottle. But from me looking at it from an outside perspective, I went, is it because the Maker's Mark bottle, which is open, has red wax around it that might look like blood? And for her saying she remembered, but she didn't remember. She had no idea what kind of bottle it was until she sees the Maker's Mark bottle in the photos that I can't remember who took them, Ken. I don't remember.
I don't recall that either. There's
some of them she took, and some of them somebody else took, and the Maker's Mark bottle was a photo she did not take. And she said, oh, that must be it. But she didn't know what it was until she looked at it. And then, by the way, totally real thing that can happen with abuse victims of repressing memories and not being able to remember that kind of stuff. But it's interesting to me that it's the Maker's Mark bottle that, if you've ever seen Maker's Mark, has red wax that's dripping down around it, which, if someone doesn't know what Maker's Mark looks like, would look like blood.
Mm-hmm.
So potentially from a distance perspective, right? So
that I would have never made that connection. I know what a Maker's Mark bottle looks like, and you are so right. Wow.
I'm gonna share it.
It's so interesting. This is why I like having these conversations. I do have to jump off at noon because I'm going to go see Dr. Strange and eat popcorn and probably drink some more Diet Dr. Pepper if they have that there. Yes. My gosh.
This is the Maker's Mark bottle. So
you see what I mean, though? If you don't know what a Maker's Mark bottle looks like and you're seeing it from a grainy, I mean, those photos were terrible.
Across the courtroom.
From across the room, and you see that the top is off, so all you see is the red, and she has this sudden recollection that she has not had before, that was it, that was the bottle.
I do remember somebody saying that this is Kentucky whiskey, and I believe Johnny Depp is from Kentucky too, and that was the only connection I saw. I didn't even make the connection about the top looking like blood. Wow.
I mean, that was just my thought on it.
No, I thought the same thing when I saw the bottle, because, like, I don't drink alcohol that frequently because I'm on so much opioids for my back pain. So if I do, it's rare, and I keep Narcan nearby. Yeah, I keep Narcan nearby for that, in case I need it. But
weed will help, but
yeah, but
alcohol not so much probably.
So, like, when I see this bottle, and I'm like, that could look like blood to a casual observer if they're not familiar with how Maker Mark seals their bottles. Like, so I think that, it just looks suspicious as shit.
And that's the bottle that she identified, that she said she didn't remember. And then as soon as she sees it, she's like, that's the bottle he did it with. Now, again, no medical. She didn't go in. Look, we've got two women here. I think if that thing happened to me, I would want to go to a doctor. Not all women, not a lot of victims don't, though, to be fair. So again, it's personal.
Yeah, same.
But you think you'd go to a doctor because it's a
Well,
a
really
somebody
bit-
serious thing.
Somebody in the chat said that it was the bottom of the bottle.
There's no
Oh.
fucking way.
Was that what she claimed?
That's what was it no, it's a Shinobu.
Yeah,
Abby. I'm sorry, Abby said she
How-
was
how?
the comment
There
by
ain't no-
Abby.
Oh,
There's
there's no way.
hold on.
Come on, like
The-
I mean,
there-
if you did, I mean, it would. I don't
Yeah.
know how that works. The top of the bottle, I understand, but the neck, understandable. The bottom of that kind of style bottle, and again, that's a rectangular style bottle.
Oh,
That's
God.
again, it's possible. It's possible. I'm not saying it's not possible, I guess, but difficult. That whole story is very, because again, her story also is that she slipped and fell on the glass, and her feet were cut up with glass, and she was covered in blood, and she was horribly violated with this bottle in a way that, I mean, I think it would. I'm not a doctor nor a lawyer, obviously. I think that would cause severe bodily internal injury for that
Yes.
to happen.
Just
So,
wow.
and yet there's no medical records of this part. Now
Uh,
we have plenty of medical records on Johnny getting his finger fucking cut off, but you know,
Oh no, he cut it off himself. Because when people make the statement, "I cut my finger off," it means they cut their finger off, not that it got cut off.
he wouldn't do that
Because-
because he's in an abusive relationship with a woman that he wants to protect because he loves her and because it's a spiraling bad thing that's happening between the two of them or anything. But alas,
Also,
But let
real
us
quick,
not lose track of the big picture. That we're trying to talk about defamation, right? That's why we're in court in the first place.
yes,
Yes.
yes.
Were our careers affected, and was in Amber's countersuit against Johnny? I mean, were they? I mean, what I fear is going to happen is that this is all going to get either dismissed or he said, she said, and it's all have been this big old. I mean, it's going to traumatize so many people. And
Very true.
in one of the videos that I made on my channel, it took a long time, well, not a long time, but a large part of the video talking about vicarious traumatization, how we can experience that by hearing about other people's traumas and how to take care of yourself about it. All of this stuff just really breaks my heart.
The vicarious trauma is interesting because I think that a lot of what I agree with you completely, and I think some of what this entire case is going to bring up in a lot of people is feeling that trauma because they've actually have been a victim, and I'm not saying Amber necessarily hasn't been, or that Johnny hasn't been, but people who have been victims of interpersonal partner violence or domestic violence.
Absolutely.
And I think the way Amber is a difficult to believe witness, and I don't want and difficult to believe person from her behaviors, from the evidence presented. I don't know if she is a victim or not, or I think they're probably both victims in my personal opinion. So which can totally happen. But I am worried that this will, as you said, one, cause people to re-experience trauma or to relive trauma, and two, devalue the statements of victims, of real victims. And that's the really bad part, is that I think Amber Heard has, particularly because she made herself the face of #MeToo. And now it's coming out that, well, it looks like at least you were both violent towards each other at a minimum.
I agree with that statement to some degree.
So,
Yeah.
not good.
Yeah,
No,
so take care of yourselves out there. Everybody take care of yourselves. Do what you need to
Agree.
do for self-care. And I'm glad we have a week off of the trial so that we can sort of simmer down.
Take a breath.
Yeah.
Take a breather and just please take care of yourself.
I agree with that statement.
Yep.
Also, thank you, Tracy, for coming on. I appreciate it. You're
Yeah, so nice to
you're
talk
always
to you.
always welcome back.
Awesome. Yeah. I got to go watch Doctor Strange and eat some popcorn.
Have
Let
fun.
us know how it was. Have fun.
Yeah, I'll catch the rest of the replay later. Thank you so much. Great meeting you, Aydin, and talking to you, Ken. And
Yes,
all
it's
of you in
finally good to
chat.
have you on stream.
You've been really nice. They mess with you though. Your chatters, they mess with you.
Don't
Yeah,
worry about the
they-
chat. Don't watch the
they-
chat.
They do it. They do it in good. They're good fun. They do it in good fun. So,
All right. Take care, everybody.
You as well. Have a good day.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye bye. All right. Real quick before we continue, I got a nice $50 super chat from Evil Bunny. He says, "Bunny Bunny." Thank you, Bunny, for that one. And I have
Bunny.
Bunny. And then Nick's Noodle Arm says, "Tell Nick to strengthen up for $1.99." And I think
Oh,
that was
strengthen
my-
us up. You got to tell Nick to strengthen up his
Yeah.
noodle arms.
So I know that left or right arm's probably strong in the forearm, but I can't say for everyone else or for the other parts of the. So there you go. Yeah, it was nice having Calming the Chaos on. I've been meaning to have her on for months, and
It
just
was
things have
great.
been so hectic. She's a great. Also, the poll I ran earlier came out at like 98% that chat would like to have a more regular show with you and Tracy. So
Sure.
there you go.
I'm down. I do a
That was-
stream on Wednesday. Usually, I will be doing a stream tomorrow on my secondary channel, on the Broken Crown channel, with Destiny, which should be fun.
Oh, that would be
Uh,
interesting. I've
we're
been
gonna
trying
try-
to watch your Broken Crown stuff. It depends on what else is going on that day and other stuff.
Oh,
so-
don't worry about it. But Destiny should be on. I think we're going to talk about Ukraine. So, if you're interested.
That'll be interesting. So let's see if we can. I don't know if we're going to get through the other video. I think we'll be able to get through Dr. Curry's today, hopefully. So
It would be. Do you have is there like a super cut of Dr. Karen just? I mean, it's not really fair to her to like
yeah,
a super cut
I would say
of all her
I don't know if it'd be
dismissive
fair,
shit.
but I don't know if you were here when I was talking about it, but the way that Dr. Hughes was like just this because she's apparently been an expert witness for at least 100
She said
trials or
100
something.
trials, and yet seemed to have no idea how courtroom etiquette works.
Yeah, she had no idea of decorum. She was getting pissed off about
Objections.
being able to review her notes. She was being
and
cocky.
the notes, yeah. Oh,
And that was unprofessional.
awful.
It was so unprofessional.
More than unprofessional. I mean, it was that too.
It was at least unprofessional.
But you make Amber's side look shitty when you act, and I'm going to be honest, you act like a see you next Tuesday, okay? When you act like that, you're in front of a fucking jury. They're going to see you acting like a see you next Tuesday, and they're going to take note of that. Whereas, in my opinion, and I am biased, but in favor of Johnny Depp, but I think Dr. Curry came off as much more professional and much more reasonable compared to Dr. Hughes.
Oh, I agree. I believe so as well. Let's see here. Yeah, it doesn't help Amber's side. Like Dr. Curry did, I think, a very professional job. I think if she even had a result that was not favorable to Johnny, she still would have made Johnny look good. Like if it turned out that Amber didn't have a personality disorder or had something else, or maybe she had a minor traumatic disorder or something, I still think it would have supported Johnny to some degree. Like I feel like she could testify in a way that is professional, supports her credibility, supports her credentials, and she's there to do her job as an expert witness. Where Dr. Hughes, I think, is very laser focused with her background and her testimony.
It's clear because of her background. And I do want to say real quick, nothing that we have said discounts the possibility that Amber Heard has PTSD as a result of childhood trauma. Right?
I personally believe she probably does, and it probably interferes with a proper diagnosis of borderline because you have the overlap. So, because the PTSD she could have triggers from her childhood PTSD that relate to her relationship. So it could be triggers that Johnny's doing. I don't know all about her childhood abuse. Maybe her childhood abuse had something to do with X or Y, and Johnny doing that triggers it, which causes the reaction. Which
I think it was with
the
her
behavior.
father. I think it was regarding her father, which would make sense that why she has a dysfunctional relationship with men, right?
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
however, potentially, one of the things that can't be brought into evidence here is that she is accused of abusing her ex-wife.
Yes.
So unless the door is opened in
I hope they get that door open.
Oh, I hope they get that door open too.
I pray. I'm not religious, but I pray they get that door open somehow.
Well, I am religious, and I will pray that that they get that door open to bring up her own accusations of partner violence against her ex-wife.
I think it's
So
important to know.
I do
Even
think in
though
the
it's
context,
if she opens up the door, they should allow it. I don't think that. Honestly, I have issues with how the judge has handled a lot of shit in this case.
the judge is
Her dealing with objections
clearly,
is shit. She sucks at a lot of things.
I'd say she's sympathetic. She seems sympathetic towards Amber, and I don't know if it has anything to do with sex. It
I
might.
haven't.
I have fears about that because
I haven't
live in
seen
a
that so
society.
much. What makes you think that
No.
she's biased towards Amber, even if mild?
Oh, I think it's only mild. I think it's only barely mild. Again, but why I think she's biased towards Amber is because of some of the decisions on the objections. I could be wrong.
I think the judge made bad decisions on the objections, like on the hearsay stuff and
Yeah.
and on other stuff at the beginning. And now, like Nick was saying, she's kind of stuck on it. She kind of can't
Yeah.
undo those, so she has to stick to
Yes.
the same, which is stupid because it looks retarded. And so she's stuck with the objections.
She
And
has to look unbiased now. To look unbiased, she has to stick to it. But I think she came, and I hate to say this, but I do think that there is a in-group bias for women towards other women. Even though I think the fact of the matter is that most women on the internet want to kill Amber Heard in Minecraft. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
the sentiment I'm seeing is very anti Amber Heard.
it has that kind of impression to me. So I don't know if it's
But-
accurate, but
Yeah, but Mommy Judge might have a different perspective because she probably sees actual victims. I'm not saying for sure that Amber's not an actual victim, but she sees victims of partner violence
abuse
all
and
the time.
stuff probably a
Yeah.
lot.
Yep.
So of course there's going to be a lean towards that, which makes sense. And I'm not, and you know there is bias that people do and unintentionally and intentionally. So I don't know if that's the same, or if that's what's causing it.
Oh, a lot of it again can be heuristic. Again, if she sees this, I would imagine if you're a judge who sees any kind of cases on domestic violence that involve domestic violence. Again, this is a defamation case, which is why it's a real big uphill battle.
Mhm.
You're a judge who does see domestic violence cases. Well, let's be real. 9 times out of 10, it's the female accuser and the female victim and the male perpetrator.
Because they're
It's
the
gonna
ones
s-
you see.
I know.
Oh,
I said the
like
ones
we
you
were
see. I said the ones you see as a judge. I didn't say the actual reality. The ones you're going to see get brought to court are going to be highly skewed, at least 10 to 1 or 9 to 1.
Because unfortunately, men don't bring forward their accusations when they are abused, and I think
No,
that's
makes you look like a
sad.
pussy. No one will believe you, Johnny. Go ahead. Go do it. See if
That is
anyone will believe you.
It's so infuriating to hear that. Like,
That was awful. That
oh,
was.
it's sad. It's disgusting.
It is disgusting. You're right.
Like, that should not be a thing. Like, at all.
But she
Like-
knows. And the smug look on her face while we're hearing her diagnosis. Not the only time she's been highly smug until she's on the stand and then waterworks come out. And I hate saying that because, we don't always know, how people react emotionally to things.
Yeah.
But
this case is just something else, man.
all you can do is
I-
rely on norms. And I would say that Johnny Depp has shown more indications of behavior that look like PTSD from interpersonal violence. To me, he can't look at her. He can't. He's always down, head down. From the just from analysis of the body language, which again I'm not an expert in.
Yeah.
Whereas hers is, you can see, head up, except when she's writing, smug facial expression. I mean, I'm looking at what I'm seeing here, but until she's on the stand, and then it's crying, going on monologues. There's I don't know if you know this is true, but there's a rumor going around, and I saw the evidence of it. I don't know if it's accurate or not. I do recall I watched the whole fucking thing live.
Mhm.
So I recall the line that she stole a line from The Incredible Mr. Ripley or whatever it was.
But there's allegations she's used several lines from several different things, if I remember correctly.
Well,
From
her
what
whole
I've been,
story, the bottle thing is from Gone Girl,
I know that,
a movie she auditioned for, I believe.
which I think that would be it'd be so stupid to steal that. But the thing
I
is here's the thing: it's a double-edged sword. That could have technically happened, but it
yes,
also
could
looks
have.
suspicious when you use a very, 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 very similar story. Do that again. Not saying she's lying,
Right.
but it
Was
has a
that debunked?
suspicious look.
I think
I
Mr.
don't-
Obi-Wan said it was that she used a line straight out of a film from her opening statement.
Okay, so that
essentially
has been debunked.
That's what he says. I don't know. I'll believe you, but I saw what I saw, and I remember hearing the line when I heard it live. I'll have to review it. However, the Gone Girl aspect of the bottle, and it. Let me ask you this: would it not potentially be in line with the behavior of borderline, and particularly some of that and histrionic, to take a story that's insane, that's egregious, and apply it to yourself? I think that might be potentially a manifestation of some of the criteria for borderline and histrionic. To
I-
create
I
a
was-
fantasy version. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I was describing it to someone the other day because they were like, "How can she?" Because I think someone asked me in chat or something, Nick stream, like,
Mhm.
does she really think that she's convincing people? And I'm like,
Oh yeah.
well, yeah, because if she has borderline, she does.
If she has borderline,
Like,
she absolutely thinks she's convinced everybody.
she thinks that this portrayal of the events, whether true or not, based on the way she's portraying it, will make people believe what she has to say, regardless of any media, any other input. Her perspective of it is her retelling of it in this way, in this manner, is no matter what other people have to say, she will always find a way to reinforce her beliefs. If we go through the list of cognitive distortions, she
Yep.
will find a way to do every one of them to reinforce her beliefs because that's how the borderline personality works.
I mean, I think it's undeniable that we're looking at whether it's borderline or histrionic. I think that it's undeniable that there's some cluster B shit going on.
Oh, there's
Even-
definitely cluster B shit going on.
You know,
There is
I mean,
no fucking way there's not.
from a total external observer's perspective, and one of the things that I want to talk to you about a little bit, which I don't know if we're going to get into any of her personal testimony, is she exhibits, like, I went through, I was looking at the criterion list, and I was just like, oh my god, when she's testifying, I was like, this is borderline and histrionic. I mean, it's borderline and histrionic. You're showing people that the diagnosis that you're claiming is ridiculous and false. That's why you have your own psychologist call it ridiculous and false. But when
Yeah.
you're on the stand, you're manifesting borderline or acting. I don't know. It's either acting or, well, but that can be a symptom. So, really, even people I know who are feminists or broadly, or I don't know them personally, people I've seen online who are feminists are saying, well, wait, what the fuck? This is a really bad look. And I don't want this to hurt actual victims, but boy, do you not look sympathetic on this?
Yeah.
Even with all your crying's not helping, by the way.
So do you think it's hurting public opinion and the jury, or one or the other?
The public opinion is clearly souring. I look at it fairly frequently in terms of
Even
the
with the
news
support
coverage.
of the media? Because the media seems to be very Amber Heard at this point.
They might be, but they're going to be the last bastion of hope for her. I think that the sentiment. So I hate Reddit,
But Reddit's great.
but
Reddit's
I went to Reddit and I searched up Amber Heard to look into it the other day. I could not find any threads that were showing up within the top threads. All of the top threads on Reddit that I looked up the other day that were related to the topic were like either go Johnny Depp or I can't believe Amber Heard lied to us. Like women who are like near despondent because they supported this woman and put energy into supporting her, and maybe based part of their personality on her Me Too shit. And it's like, oh, you know, the woman that did all this Me Too stuff, she's a fucking liar and an abuser. So it seems. If she's not an abuser, she's certainly mutually abusive. At the most, to me, the evidence seems to indicate she was the abuser. And that goes into BPD. Well,
I don't see enough PTSD there for it to override a diagnosis. And I'm not saying I trust the BPD more than the PTSD, but there's just so much more evidence to support a BPD with just public information.
And we should be clear. People with borderline are not monsters, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Having borderline does not make you a monster, does not make you evil, but you need to get treatment for it. You need to seek therapy for this because it's
a bitch. Borderline's a very difficult thing to get over.
Yep.
Because it's not like you can take a drug for it. It's all about behavior modification.
Yes, behavioral modification, coping mechanisms.
It's CBT. It's basically CBT or DBT. So, and it's complex. It's difficult.
Yeah, cognitive behavioral, dialectical behavioral therapy, just to be clear.
Thank you.
She's not going to be able to get over this if that's what she has. And all her behaviors showed to me to be a very manipulative person who, and I mean manipulative in a clinical sense that falls into one of those criteria, or those categories, excuse me. And you get manipulation in borderline, and you get manipulation in histrionic. And because borderline can present with narcissistic symptoms as well, and really vulnerable narcissism, as I brought up earlier, I would totally agree with Dr. Curry's assessment. I can't make.
But is she board certified? Is she board certified?
Is she board certified? I mean, yeah, but only in the states of California and Hawaii. Oh, excuse me, she's allowed to practice there. Board certified. That's what the APA is.
Well, I think they were arguing about board certification for
national level.
I think it was for boards, because Dr. Hughes is board certified in forensic psychology, and I think she's also.
Where can she practice?
She also has received a diploma in forensic psychology from the American Board of Professional Psychology, the ABPP. So she has board certification to specifically practice forensic psychology. So I think that's what the argument is. Because
So Dr. Curry has studied forensic psychology, but she's not board certified in forensic psychology. She just has all this massive experience with treating PTSD.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Well, isn't that cute? Sorry. I find that to be a hideous
I agree. She's apparently Dr. Curry is a certified forensics examiner for the Hawaii Department of Courts and Corrections, and is a registered psychological evaluator for California courts and law enforcement agencies.
Yes, but she's a hack, according to Hughes, and
she just doesn't have the same board certification, which doesn't mean she's not qualified, though.
No shit.
But the jury may not know that, which I think it's wrong. I think it's fucked up to color. I get they're doing it and it's their job to do it.
Oh, yes, their job is to disparage the other expert. Yeah. Yes, obviously. And that might make color the jury. However, I think that any possibility that Dr. Hughes, being the true expert, could have had was diminished by her behavior in court. And that doesn't actually have anything to do with whether she's right or wrong, but she acted like a see you next Tuesday. So, and I don't think that did any favors for Amber's case, particularly when she's also acting like a see you next Tuesday until she's on the stand, and then she's a vulnerable. That's why I called it. I think the vulnerable narcissism might play a role in it. That vulnerableness, which you see elements of in all of the clinical descriptions of borderline and histrionic and vulnerable narcissism. So that's why I would tack on borderline with vulnerable narcissism aspects and histrionic would be that's my speculative diagnosis. I agree with Dr. Curry though, mostly.
Yeah, I would say I'm like most of the way on Dr. Curry's side. I'm trying to do my best to not pick sides, even though I have a favorable opinion towards one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still trying to give as much of a neutral observation of this as possible.
Yeah, but I'm waiting
so-
for evidence, and I'm not
Exactly.
seeing any.
Let's see
I'm
what else-
seeing performative shit. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Let's see what Dr. Curry
One
else has to
main
add to this so
source is
far. I think we're still in her
psychological testing
expert
using validated objective measures.
expert
That means
requirements.
that they've been tested, they've been shown to be accurate for testing what you want to test, and in the environment you're testing. So there are measures specific for court environments where someone might respond.
She's quite good at explaining this, by the
You
way.
integrate that.
Yeah, she's very
with the same
people person for
interview
this
I was
stuff.
telling you that people would do for therapy. We do
I think
that
she
as
breaks it
well.
down pretty well.
And then
I
in
probably wouldn't be
a
as good at
courtroom setting,
explaining
you're
it.
gonna look at all the
Oh, it's got
Yeah,
good.
it's okay.
It's got good external validity.
Corroborating
Yeah,
Fuck is
I
that,
would,
to sort of
I would
check
not be
your
good at this part.
hypotheses that may be developing, and also check against the examinee's statements to confirm whether you have enough evidence of a certain diagnosis.
So what's a clinical interview?
A clinical interview is a very comprehensive interview. It includes a person's entire life history, as well as very specifically looks at any symptoms they might have. This can start as far back as birth. You might find out if there were any issues with their delivery, any genetic issues, any intellectual issues. How did they do? What was their home life like? How was discipline handled? What's their relationship with their primary caregivers? Were they raised by an aunt, an uncle, their parents? How many siblings do they have? How do they get along with their siblings? How many times did they have to move? Was there any abuse? Did they have any really significant life experiences that come to mind when they think about their childhood? How were they as a student? Did they need special services? Did they get in trouble at school? And you do this, you continue on high school. What were their hobbies? Did they play sports? How many friends did they have? Did they have any trouble keeping those friendships? Then you get into adulthood. Did they go to college? Did they not go to college? How come? What sort of jobs have they held? How did those jobs go? How did they end? That's always an important question. What sort of romantic relationships have they been involved in? How do they identify sexually, culturally? Let's see, what else? What sort of symptoms have they experienced? You go through the entire gamut of some of the main symptoms. You might screen for depression, any disorganized thinking. That means thinking that isn't necessarily in touch with reality, and any current distress they may be having today.
How did you conclude that Ms. Heard suffers from the personality disorders that you identified?
So there was information that supported it from multiple sources. I conducted testing, including one of the main tests that I used. She obtained scores that were consistent with those diagnoses. And then I also, there was evidence of those diagnoses in her records and in her self-report.
Okay.
All right, Council, why don't we just go ahead
So
and
she uses the
pause for a
MBPI,
second
right?
while we go ahead and take our morning recess.
What was that?
She used the MBPI. She said her instrument that she was using personally, and then before going back into her record, and regardless of her, in addition to her personal interviews, she used the MBPI, I believe, right, Ken?
Say it again. MA.
MBPI
Oh, MBPI. Okay.
or MB? What's it called? She used the
Yeah.
written wrong.
It was hard to hear her at certain points.
That's not MBPI. What's it called? The
Do you mean the MMPI?
MMPI. That's it.
Yeah,
Not
she used the
so
MMPI too.
I got my P upside down.
Okay.
MPPI,
If
not
your
MB.
P is upside down, you probably need an umbrella. Just
Yeah,
saying.
got an issue there.
Probably help
MPPI.
there.
But yeah, the MPPI.
It's now a water sports stream. So damn it. Well, she used the MMPI too because there are newer versions. The 3 I think
The
is out. There's a
MMPI.
2 revised.
Yeah.
And she was asked why she used it, and she said because it has the most research and validity behind it. Which I was like, damn, that's a good answer.
I mean,
So
it
was
is.
You want to use an assessment that has a lot of validity behind it, so a lot of research
But
behind it, and
I
MMPI
would
too has
say,
it.
and 𝗏𝗏𝗽𝗏, I think, brought this up a little bit in his discussion, is that people don't know, the jury is not going to know what the fuck that means.
Yeah.
So I would think that Dr. Muffins, Dr. Curry here is it might be a deficit to her testimony in that she's a little bit too clinical, a little bit too statistical based. Whereas
Yeah, I think that's
Dr.
the one thing that kind of hurts her a bit is she struggles to come out of that, and it is hard because you speak it all day.
You're trying to be
and then-
accurate. Also, you're also trying to be accurate and clinical, whereas as Dr. Hughes is very emotional because everything about her sort of assessment seems to be more emotional. I can go on all day about my issues with her choice to only use certain assessments. I find that
that list of assessments, when I wrote it down, I'm like, this is very targeted. There's no, like, she didn't do an MMPI, which I thought was interesting. I thought she would. You think she would have, because then she could have challenged the other one and said, well, no, my MMPI came out with different results, and here's my interpretation of it. That would have been a great way to destroy Dr. Curry's argument.
Well, why do you think?
Because it was going to come up with the same thing.
I think it's going to come up with the same thing. Or, again, it's hard to trick those tests.
Still doable, but it's hard.
It is doable. You have to be a real manipulative piece of shit kind of person. You have to be a little bit more antisocial and say maybe to be able to trick them. That one's hard to diagnose for that reason. Or a high mock from my sort of field. I don't know if you're aware of Machiavellianism as a personality trait, not a disorder. It's possible. Machiavellianism.
If you want to go ahead and refresh my recollection, please.
Machiavellianism.
It's been a while since I've heard that.
Machiavellianism in psychology is a personality trait centered on manipulativeness, callousness, and indifference to morality. Though unrelated to the historical figure or his works, the trait is named after the political philosophy of Machiavelli. A psychologist, Richard Christie and Florence Geis, used edited and truncated statements inspired by his works. Whatever, I'm reading the Wikipedia one here.
You're good.
It also has a relationship to narcissism and psychopathy, which are the other two dark triad traits. But Machiavellianism is its own thing. Like I said, the best way to describe it, it's perfectly fine here in that short description on Wikipedia. Manipulativeness, callousness, and indifference to morality. This is subclinical. This is a personality trait, not a personality disorder. She could have that on top of all of this.
Yeah.
So that's just a way people can kind of be. Some people are high mock. We'd have to get. I don't know.
Thank you for refreshing my recollection. So I appreciate that. So let's go ahead and continue here.
Yes, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute morning recess. Do not discuss the case and do not do any.
Oh, it's the break.
Okay?
Do you want to look at the other lady or keep looking at Dr. Muffins?
I think because what we probably should do, I think it would be best is if we could try and finish this.
Okay.
And we could always do another stream either late. It's sometime this week, hopefully, to do the other part if you're available, obviously. So that way we don't just do one. It'll depend on. I'm going back to work Tuesday. I've been off for 3 weeks because of COVID. So depending on how busy I am, I'll see if I could squeeze out time to finish this.
Just let me know.
Yeah.
And Wednesday's always booked, but other than that,
I know you have your stream, and everyone, you should check out that stream because they're good streams. I like listening to them when I have the chance. So you and Spoon have a good back and forth, it seems. Plus, Spoon likes to say spicy stuff too. That's always fun.
He says nasty. He says naughty words. Yeah.
He definitely says naughty words. So don't be like Spoon. Be a good boy. So,
yes.
Oh, God damn it! Where's my? They go in my. Okay. I was waiting for an email and it didn't pop in. So let's continue. I guess let me get through this stupid break. There we go.
I did just say, being born in Virginia, our state seal is the best.
The state seal is based.
It is. It's a lady with titty out.
Ready for the jury?
Stepping on a tyrant.
Someone needs to Photoshop that as a dragon dildo. I'm just saying. that would be more representative of the state.
Maybe.
This judge is bad. Like, she doesn't seem like a bad person, but God, she just kind of sucks a bit on certain things, man.
Again, I think she wants Amber to be right, but she still has principles, and has to know that, like, this is fucked.
I would hope so.
I hope so as well.
Hold on 1 second.
All right, you have your seat. And your next question, sir?
Thank you, Your Honor. But Dr. Curry, before the break, you were talking about some of the factors that you considered in determining that Ms. Heard suffers from personality disorders. And one of them, I think the last one you said before you left, was self-report. What do you mean by that?
So the self-report would be things that Ms. Heard indicated to me specifically. So there were a couple of characteristics that she noted in her self-report that were consistent with these personality disorders. The first was actually
Okay, I'm back. Sorry
my
for
own
the sorry for the delay.
observations of her based on her self-report. So
If there's one more thing I can say,
characteristics of
Hold on.
histrionic
as we get
Go ahead.
into this, just real quick, just because you have a personality disorder does not make you a bad person. Like,
Yes.
I feel like there's
True
kind of a
statement.
tendency to right now with Amber Heard be like, Amber Heard is evil because she has a personality disorder. Amber Heard's evil because she is.
Like,
I don't.
Facts.
In my personal opinion, but that doesn't have necessarily. Her personality disorders may spur it, but she also didn't seek help for any of them. She really has not. She's sought help for abuse. Whether or not that was happening, is questionable. But that's a claim. But she has not sought any help for the personality disorders. But personality disorders are not determinant of you being a bad person. But you got to get help for them because they're rough. They're real rough. That's all.
They're not something you can just hope go away. Is the thing. Like, they just don't disappear. You have to address them. You have to do something about it. Like, don't just ignore it. If you ignore it, it gets worse. Like, just like with depression, if you ignore it, it gets worse. Don't ignore it because it gets worse. How do I know this? Because I dealt with it. How do I know the other shit? Because I work with people like this. So there you go.
Yep. And just having a PhD does not make you evil. Your own actions determine that. So that's up to you. And please get help if you have a PD or suspect you do. Because it's hard, but there's work that can be done.
You shouldn't have to feel embarrassed because you have a personality disorder. It's not necessarily your fault. A lot of it has like environment, biology, and stuff.
It's really not your fault.
Yeah.
Like,
You have not necessarily no control over it. Like, not that you shouldn't accept accountability for your shit, but you should recognize that there are things that we don't have control over, and that is one of them. We can't control that. We grow up with X or Y, and it does suck. Like, I wish it was easier than that. Like, don't get me wrong. So, let's see here.
Just a quick aside.
Oh no, you're fine.
We're talking about PDs.
It's a good thing to mean. We don't want to. We're not sitting here to shit on people with personality disorders. Just like I talk about people who have mental health issues and stuff, and it doesn't mean that I have a problem with them. It just means that
It doesn't mean they're a bad person. Amber's actions are what make her a bad person, not her disorder. And so that don't be ashamed or afraid to get diagnosed and see a therapist. I would say that.
Yeah. For example, Tim from MGTOWN, he loves I don't know if you've seen my shows or streams about where I talk about people who self-diagnose autism and stuff. So I do streams where I kind of like make fun of the topic, but go like, here's why you shouldn't self-diagnose. So it's kind of like, it's like a 2-for-1. So it's like, it's bad. Like, you shouldn't do it. Here's why. And like, you make fun of the people who self-diagnose, but it's also, hey, you really do need to get help.
When I was diagnosed with autism, I was furious. I stormed out of the office and I said, no, fuck you. I don't have autism.
But these people don't want to get a professional diagnosis is the issue. That's the frustrating part. So it's like
that's what
irritating.
I mean. it's weird to me because when I was diagnosed, I was like, no, fuck you, you're wrong, fuck you, very upset, and eventually came to be like, well, that's just the way things are, and you have to work on it. So, whereas the self-diagnose, I have to wonder why that's happening. It's that doctor heal thyself stuff. You can't do it. You cannot self-diagnose, not with medicine, not with psychology. You just cannot. You're too personally invested and too personally involved. You can't. You can have an idea, but you got to go see someone else who can look at it from an objective, third-party perspective.
Exactly. You say, I think I've got this going on, and I think it might be this, and then the psychologist or therapist can go, yeah, you're close or not. But also, real quick, we have an awesome another super chat from Evil Bunny for $100. He says, "Bunny, bunny,
Whoa,
thank you, bunny.
bunny,
I
that's
love you, bunny.
awesome.
I need to get like a bunny bunny thing to put on screen for whenever he sends me these big ass super chats because
That's so cool,
I
dude.
love Bunny. Thank
Hell
you,
yeah.
Bunny. He also
That's
sent another
awesome.
one earlier too. So
Yeah, for 50. So yeah, holy shit, dude. Thank you.
say thank you so much. I appreciate that. Let's see how much further we can get through this because my wife's getting hungry and was asking me when I'm going to be done so I can cook lunch or dinner at this point. So
Borderline, or sorry, histrionic personality disorder is sort of a overly dramatic presentation. We call this impressionistic speech. So it tends to be very flowery. It uses a lot of descriptive words like magical, wonderful.
Oh, watch when
And
you get
it
to
can
her
go on for
testimony.
quite some time, and yet
Because
it really
Amber Heard,
lacks any substance. So
in
at
my
the end,
opinion,
you're left wondering what was
illustrates
just
that
said,
she's got
or what the
histrionic
answer
and
is to the
borderline
actual
in her own
question.
testimony.
Oh,
So
yeah.
the
That
floweriness,
occurred a number of times. And
yeah, she
it
definitely
also
has
represented
some of
the
that
kind
stuff.
the quick shifts you'll see between emotions.
again,
So
you can't
she
do
would
that from
suddenly
someone
be
on the
one
stand,
way,
but
and then she
What's that?
I said you can't do that. Just you can't make a diagnosis, obviously, from someone on the stand, and it's also not my place. I'm not clinical at all. I'm a complete research person. But wowee, has she done a great job of reflecting everything Dr. Dr. Curry is saying here in describing histrionic, of the extreme emotions, suddenly one way, then the other. We can see all of that. The flowery language, every single thing that Dr. Curry describes here is reflected in Amber's own fucking testimony. You can't make it up. Like it's unquestionable that if I'm on the jury, and again, I'm a essentially a jury member, speaking from the outside. To me, it looks like, and I've heard Dr. Curry testify to this, and then I see Amber enact every single fucking goddamn thing she talks about with the histrionic and borderline on the stand. Maybe not everything, but a lot of it. It's gonna make me have questions about the validity of her claims. Sorry though.
No, you're good. So it is a bit frustrating to watch this shit. I'm not gonna lie, because you're hearing Dr. Curry testify and you're like, a lot of this fits. So
Yeah,
so it is interesting to hear how
that fits.
it is a very good fit to me, and I don't know if it's just me seeing that or if I have a bias on that. So, but
Possibly,
I
but
try
you
to.
can see her behaviors. You can see her acting, her flowery language. That she essentially, to me, it comes off that she's auditioning for a part. And that, again, that could be my bias. But and again, the second that it's like objection, and then all of a sudden it all stops, just face off. That part to me is indicative that it's performative.
Yeah, I think she is kind of not helping herself when she kind of does certain things that don't help with her credibility. Just in my
No.
personal opinion. So
No, but I also think, well, if you've got BPD with elements of narcissistic PD, which I think, again, as I went over, you got an overlap there. I don't think it's clinical narcissistic PD, but it can be BPD presenting with elements of narcissism and histrionic, as Dr. Curry has diagnosed her with. And we went over the whole, we went over all of it. I would say she meets re-looking at the criteria for histrionic. At first I thought that was a weaker diagnosis, but re-looking at it, I think she meets almost every single criteria for histrionic, and I think she meets probably 8 out of 9 for borderline. So
Yeah, she fits quite a bit, and that's the thing that sticks out to me is you don't fit that many without it being
something's wrong.
like something's going on, and I don't like just I know we didn't really talk too much about Amber's testimony, but her testimony just doesn't fit with that, like, and I'm not trying to downplay any potential abuse that may have happened, but it just does not fit. It is not consistent with someone who suffered severe interpersonal violence and sexual abuse at the hands of her spouse. It doesn't fit. The reaction, they're too cold. And you wouldn't see that except in extremely rare cases. And I doubt that this is one of them. Like
I doubt it as well. So yeah, I'm it's possible. It's always possible. We have to
Always
keep an open
possible.
mind. But it is bizarre that is like, here's the 2 diagnoses that Dr. Curry makes. We've read the diagnostic criteria, so we know what they are. And then Amber Heard gets on this stand and presents with a lot of those criteria face forward. So that's difficult. And again, the jury might not be aware of this, but that's why we have to talk about it, right?
Yeah. Also, real quick, I made something real quick. It's probably really shitty, but I made something as a thank you to Evil Bunny for his huge super chats today. So here you go, buddy.
Bunny.
Bunny. Thank you, Evil Bunny, for your super chats. That's your new super chat thingy when you send me super chats. If you want it upgraded, let me know. I did it in like 3 minutes on Canva. Don't at me. So
I think
needs more evil. I gotta put in evil somehow. Okay, I'll add that in there somehow. I'll do that in my downtime. So let's see how much further we can get to this video before my wife strangles me for not cooking chicken.
Sure.
So
She would become very animated or very sad. And when people are displaying these emotions with this personality disorder, there's a sense of shallowness to it. People who are
look
observing them
shallow.
will
Wow.
feel like
Uh-oh.
it's almost play acting, and they might not be able to put their finger on it. But part of it is because of the rapidness with which the person can switch emotions, and also the lack of substance. They don't really refer to "I feel this way." They might describe emotions, they might describe events, but very rarely, and Ms. Heard did not say, "I feel vulnerable." She never really indicated a vulnerable feeling of her own. Then the substance of her self-report. So when I was asking her information about her history.
We're going to ask more about that later. I was just trying to get a sense of what a self-report was.
Oh, okay.
What psychological tests did you perform?
Okay, so psychological tests, I'll just go in order. So first of all, I asked her a couple questions from something called the mini mental status exam. That's really just a fancy way of saying that I wanted to make sure that she was alert.
The mini mental status I'm not familiar with.
I can pull it up for you. It's actually it's very simple. My one job used to require it every time we saw a client. It's part of our notes. It's pretty simple. Where's the stupid?
Oh yeah. Oh, that's very short.
Yeah, it's like just like do they recognize are they oriented to time, space, and shit like that? Do they know what's their like?
This is a very basic cognitive assessment of are you okay with doing other stuff? All right, didn't know that one. Yeah, is there cognitive impairment or not?
Yeah, it's like what's their for example, my one job was like, what's their clothing like? Are they disheveled? Are they dressed normally? I gotta try and find one that's decent, because some of these are kind of fucky.
Yeah, I mean it's stuff like name 2 objects. Name 2 objects.
Here we go. I found a good one. Here we go. So we'll show this real quick so you guys can get an idea of what some of these assessments are, so that way you're not out of the loop on what some of this stuff is. So let me share this and let me pull it up. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is, let me hide that. So this is the mini mental status exam. So the name, so appearance, neat, disheveled, inappropriate, bizarre, speech, normal, tangential, pressured, impoverished, eye contact. So are they making eye contact? What's their motor activity? Are they restless? Do they have any tics? Is it kind of slow? How's their affect? Their mood, is it euthymic, anxious, depressed, euphoric, irritable? Any comments you have about these things? Are they oriented to place, time, person? Do they know where they're at? Do they have any memory issues? How's their attention? Any auditory or visual hallucinations? Any depersonalization, derealization that goes back to the dissociative stuff?
Yep.
Thoughts, so are they have any suicide ideation or plans or intent? Same with homicide. Any delusions of any kind? Behavior, were they cooperative during the session? Are they guarded? Those things. How's their insight regarding the things you're talking about? And how's their judgment? So also, I love Therapist Data. It's one of my favorite websites. I get so many helpful handouts and forms and shit for my clients on there.
Yeah.
They're a paid thing for like $9 a month to get. It allows you to like customize the forms and shit. Because
Nice.
the regular PDFs are locked because they're trying to make money, but they have hundreds of resources. So it's a great thing if you need like forms for different things. So here we go.
And oriented to, we call it person, place, and time. That means she knew who she was, she knew who I was, she knew where we were, and she knew the date.
I just said that, Dr.
way
Curry.
I
Don't
can
take my
ensure
stop
her
stepping on top of me.
participate in the evaluation and understand what's happening.
Some people
I've
would surely
then,
like Dr. Curry to step on top of them,
administered
though, to be
something
fair.
called the Minnesota-
I've seen
What's that?
Rokita's chat. I said some people would certainly like Dr. Curry to step on top of them. I've seen Rokita's chat enough to know that.
There is a quite a bit of simps for Dr. Curry. I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. So I'm still out. The simping for Judge Chu though was unacceptable.
That was pretty
to me.
intense. Yeah.
That was unacceptable because she talked so slowly when
It
she
was
was reading
really
anything.
difficult.
Or just
to
giving.
listen.
Yeah, I wanted to Minecraft myself.
I know, right?
It was bad. It was really bad. So, all right, let's see what else. Let's see what else Mommy Judge or Mommy Psychologist has to say.
The 2 means that it's the second edition. And this is something we call an objective measure. So it asks 567 questions, more statements, and the person either agrees or disagrees with them, how much the statement represents them. And this test has been around since 1943. There are more than 10,000 studies showing that it is appropriate for determining somebody's personality traits. It measures all of those things I sort of mentioned, how a person thinks, feels, and behaves in multiple different aspects of their lives.
And that's why it's a
also
good
measures
assessment.
very
Yep.
accurately,
A lot of
signs
external
mental
validity
illness
and a
or
lot of
dysfunction. And
retesting.
the reason I also really like this test, whenever you're using a test for an evaluation that's going to be used in a forensic setting, people have a lot of incentive to present themselves in a way that's going to benefit their case.
Pro-social
And
bias.
they may want
Pro-social
to
bias.
look
Yep.
like they're sicker than they really are. They may want to look much healthier than they really are.
Yep.
And some of those incentives, they may not even realize that they're
Mm-hmm.
intending to do that. So it can be conscious or unconscious, but you really need to have a test that can check for that. And the MMPI-2 has a set of validity scales, we call them. These are scales that measure really
right, the validity scales, yeah.
truthfulness and
Yep.
accuracy with which a person is approaching the test. And these scales,
And that's why it's
this
500
particular test
questions.
has been so well researched
Exactly.
over many decades that they've become very nuanced, and they can tell us a lot about if somebody's, for instance, exaggerating.
Yep, I can look at the alpha level
Are
on
they
any
elevating
fucking
one of
question
the
and tell
scales
you.
that shows that they're exaggerating on purpose? Are they exaggerating in a manner that's more like a cry for help? Are they exaggerating in a manner that's clever and sophisticated or more obvious? And then the same exact thing goes for trying to minimize symptoms. We have a number of scales that can show us all the different, if somebody's trying to say they're the most wonderful person on earth, or if they're just trying to deny problems, and if they're doing that again in a very clever way or more of an obvious way. So that test was my choice for this case. There's one other reason I'd like to add, is that part of my evaluation was, one of the reasons was to assess whether Ms. Heard has post-traumatic stress disorder, which I told you about earlier, as a result of the incidents that she's alleged occurred by Mr. Depp. And that's a really tough disorder to find out if somebody's faking it or not. It's one of the most
Facts.
easily faked disorders. Most of us know what it feels like to feel anxious. And a lot of people have seen war movies and movies that depict somebody having PTSD. In fact, some research has shown that if you give someone a diagnostic checklist and said, show that you have PTSD, they can do it 96% of the time, just someone on the street.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that
So
exact
you really
study.
need
Actually,
a test that's
That's
very
funny.
sensitive
Yep.
to that. And the MMPI-2 has been shown in multiple studies to be excellent at detecting those attempts.
Okay, you keep using MMPI-2. That's the abbreviation that you folks use for.
You folks.
I'm sorry. if
You
I said
folks,
that.
you
Us
people.
folks.
I'm offended.
Basic personality
Racist.
What other psychological testing did you perform?
So I also performed the clinician-administered PTSD scale, -5, and that -5 links it to the diagnosis for PTSD in our current diagnostic manual, the 5th version.
So she
To
also
do that
administered
testing
PTSD
first-
tests.
What's that?
It's just clear to be clear is that clear to be clear. It's clear to illustrate that she also administered a PTSD inventory to try and understand if she had PTSD outside of what the MMPI would have found. The other psychologist only, for the most part, focused on PTSD instrumentation. So that's interesting. But to be clear, Dr. Curry also administered a PTSD inventory.
I think they administered the DSM. I know
Yes.
there's the DSM-5 PTSD
That's what she said. I think just used.
scale checklist.
She's a testing instrument from the DSM. From I think what I'm getting here.
Oh, okay, I remember now. I tried getting access to it. I have to request it from the VA because wait, no, is this one I can do? Download the PTSD checklist for DSM-5.
Do you have the actual
Oh no, this
manual?
okay. I don't.
Oh, no, the manual.
I have, okay, I can get
instrument.
access to the checklist. I think it's the clinician assessment I can't do because I have to request
okay.
it because it's provider only, which I should be able to
Right.
get. I just need to send in the request. So let me. So this is the PTSD checklist for DSM-5 with criterion A. So let me make sure that's the only one. What's with LEC5? And then, okay. So we should be able to go through both of these real quick. What is LEC5 again? The life events checklist. Okay. The
Yeah.
life events checklist is also one of the things that Dr. Hughes administered to Amber. So let's go through.
DSM.
This one first.
Let's go. Is it the
It's not
general?
DS. Let me go autistic on you for a moment. It's not DSM-V. It's DSM-5. It's numbered for a reason, so they can do 0.1 or 0.2.
Oh, that's
if
just
they
me.
want
That's
to.
just me being weird about it. I just called it DSMV
Okay.
because it's.
My autism's breaking out for a moment.
Oh,
'Cause
don't worry.
is one of my pet peeves.
Look, I used
Sorry.
to call it. I mean, I grew up with a DSM-4, and I used to say DSM-4, but for whatever reason, when it turned to 5, it was just easier to say V.
Oh shit!
I
I
don't
have the
know.
wrong window up. Oh, good thing I shared that.
Which one?
I
There's
could've
multiple checklists. I
I got
don't
the
know
I got the
which
one that I
she
need.
administered. Did she do the
I can
PLC
guess
5
what.
with criterion A?
So here's this one. This is probably very similar to the checklist that was administered. So this is the PTSD checklist for DSM-5. So this is the self-assessment. So there's a self-assessment and there's a clinician-administered one, which
Yeah,
is
I got
more.
this.
Actually, I think I have it on my phone. It's more of a structured interview. Actually, I might be able to send it to myself. So the clinician one's more of a structured interview, where this one's kind of more of a asked you about, this questionnaire asked you about problems you may have had after a very stressful experience involving actual or threatened death, serious injury, sexual violence. So the instructions. So from criterion A, if you remember that, right?
Yep.
First, please answer a few questions about your worst event, which this questionnaire means the event currently bothers you the most. This could be one of the examples above or some other stressful experience. Also, it could be a single event, for example, a car crash, or multiple similar events, for example, multiple stressful events in a war zone or repeated sexual abuse. So the first thing is briefly identify the worst event if you feel comfortable doing so. So you describe it. How long ago did it happen? Estimate if you're not sure. Did it involve actual or threatened death, serious injury, sexual violence? Yes or no?
Yep.
How did you experience it? It happened to me directly. I witnessed it. So those criteria,
Yep.
remember? If the event involved death of a close family member, was it due to some kind of accident or violence? Accident, natural cause not applicable.
Yeah.
And then
this-
second below is a list of problems that you guys are seeing this, right? Okay. Just making
Yep.
sure I'm actually sharing the screen.
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
so.
175. Let me try
At least
that
I can
because
see it.
I've done that before because I'm an idiot. So second is below is a list of problems that sometimes people have in response to very stressful experience. Keeping your worst event in mind, please read each problem carefully and then circle one of the numbers to the right to indicate how much you've been bothered by that problem in the past month. So this one uses a past month. There's also a past week, and I think there's another one too.
The other one is past month, past week. I think that's
Past
it.
month, past week, yeah. And then I have the life event checklist too on the other one we'll look at too.
Yeah.
So in the past month, how much were you bothered by? And then using a Likert scale, not at all, a little bit, moderately, quite a bit, and extremely. So repeated disturbing and unwanted memories of the stressful experience, and repeated disturbing dreams of it, sudden feeling, acting if the stressful experience were actually happening again, as if you were actually back there reliving it, feeling very upset when something reminded you of the stressful experience, having strong physical reactions when something reminded you of the stressful experience, for example, heart pounding, trouble breathing, sweating, avoiding memories, thoughts, or feelings related to it, avoiding external reminders of the stressful experience, for example, people, places, conversations, activities, objects, or situations, trouble remembering important parts of the stressful experience, having strong negative beliefs about yourself or other people or the world, for example, having thoughts such as I am bad, blaming yourself or someone else for the stressful experience or what happened after it, having strong negative feelings such as fear, horror, anger, guilt, or shame, loss of interest in activities you used to enjoy, feeling distant or cut off from other people, trouble experiencing positive feelings, for example, being unable to feel happiness or loving feelings for people close to you.
Again, we went over much of this in the actual DSM, but here's the
Yeah.
evaluation. Yeah.
Here- This is how you would assess someone. You would give them this checklist and
Right.
say, hey, go ahead and answer this for me, because trying to read them the criteria, their eyes go
What?
blank.
Right. Yeah.
This makes it much more easier for someone to understand. That's why we have these.
Mm-hmm.
Irritable behavior, angry outbursts, taking too many risks or doing things that could cause you harm, being super alert or watchful
that
or
can
on
be
guard.
borderline. That can be bipolar.
Yeah, some of these
so
are
much stuff.
borderline bipolar stuff. Being jumpy or easily startled, having difficulty concentrating, trouble falling asleep or staying asleep. So that's the PCL5 with criterion A. So it had the criterion listed. And then the
Yes.
next one is okay, let me close that one so I don't mix it up. And then screen share, window, this one, here we go. Okay, not the porn tab, there we go. We don't want that one up. Can't have that one up today. That's for the nighttime stream. So 85, okay, here we go. The PTSD checklist, PCL, with life events checklist for DSM-5 and criterion A. So we will scroll down. Okay, so this is the life events checklist.
Yes.
Listed below are a number of difficult or stressful things that sometimes happen to people. For each event, check one or more of the boxes to indicate that A, it happened to you personally, you witnessed it happen to someone else, you learned it happening to a close member you were exposed to as part of your job, or you're not sure if it fits or it doesn't apply to you. Be sure to consider your entire life, growing up as well as adulthood, as you go through the list of events. Remember, Dr. Hughes administered this to Amber Heard,
Yep. Yes.
and this same checklist, the life events checklist, consider your entire life.
entire life.
Not
and I think
Now-
it's very possible with either one of these instruments that Amber Heard was maybe. By the way, I think it's completely possible she was abused by Johnny Depp, possibly. But from her descriptions, it seems like she had a tumultuous childhood.
So
So-
here's the thing that I think Dr. Hughes specified, and I could be wrong, is I think she said she put it in, because this says here the entire life. I think Dr. Hughes said that she put it in the time frame of their marriage or their relationship,
Oh, okay.
but that doesn't mean that Amber necessarily followed through with that on the self-report one. 'Cause
Yeah,
she could have been given
I mean,
she could have been told, here, only do this for your marriage, get the form, and then read this. That's a potential thing that could have happened. I'm not saying it did, but it is an option.
It's
'Cause people
impossible
will
to
read
know.
people will read the form and maybe forget the instructions.
Yeah.
And they'll go, oh, I'm supposed to follow the form.
Oh yeah, yeah.
People will do that.
Oh, we always have. That's why you need reverse coding, by the way, and why instrumentation like this is not always great.
This is why Hayden's a good guest. So, event, natural disaster, for example, flood, hurricane, tornado, work happened to me. Fire explosion happened to me. This is actually, I'm doing this for myself for the moment.
Oh really?
Transportation accident, for example, car accident, boat accident. I've been in a car accident, serious
Yeah, me too.
accident at work, home, or during recreational activity. No. So that for me would be not applicable or doesn't apply. Exposure to a toxic substance, no. Physical assault, no. Assault with a weapon, no. Sexual assault, yes. During my childhood, other unwanted or uncomfortable sexual experience, I guess that would fit. Combat or exposure to a war zone, no. I was a desk jockey in Florida. Captivity, no. Life-threatening injury, illness. I
Yeah,
don't
to be fair, most of us I think have experienced some of that.
No. Severe human
I
suffering.
have. I almost died, so I'd be high on that one.
So life-threatening injury or illness, my back isn't life-threatening, but it is life incapacitating. It is like I was on a
almost
cane.
died.
I was
I
on a
did.
cane before my first back surgery. I could not support my own weight with my right leg
I put
because
that
of
as
how.
severe human suffering then.
Okay then. Sudden violent death, for example, homicide, suicide. I have witnessed that. Sudden accidental death. Serious injury, harm, or death you caused to someone else. No. I'm not going to admit that on this stream. Any other very stressful event or experience? Yes, I have experienced that. So, how did I score? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 out of 17. So, if you checked anything in number 17, part 1, briefly identify the event you were thinking about. If you've experienced more than one of the events, think about the event you consider the worst event, which this questionnaire means that the event currently bothers you the most. If you have experienced only one event, use that is the worst event. Please briefly describe the worst event. How long did it happen? And then this is some of the same questions from before.
Yeah.
So, and then you have part 3, which is the same as before. So these are some of these self checklists. These aren't the clinician administered ones. Actually, let me see if I can find it on my phone while we continue the video, because the clinician administered one's really intense. So,
If I recall correctly, I have seen it. I think at some point, but
I think I found it on Google.
I think
it's supposed to be hidden. It's not supposed to be easily available, but I'm pretty sure I found a copy of it. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and hit play.
Maybe I haven't then, because I've seen that. We just looked at it. So.
Let me see. CL5 clinician administered. Yay.
Do you want to hit go on the video?
Yeah. Sorry. I had done my Google, I had done my Ask Jeeves search real quick. Sorry.
Something called the Life Events Checklist. And the Life Events Checklist, both of these tests, by the way, were developed by the National Center for PTSD with the Department of Veterans Affairs. But the Life Events Checklist lists 16 different very stressful life events that people can go through that are often can be associated with developing PTSD. And then it also has a 17th item that you can fill in if you feel like you've been through something really difficult that wasn't included. Now, I like to also add something called the Life Events Checklist 5 interview, which digs a little bit deeper into the person's childhood as well, to find out if there's so many different things that can be difficult growing up. And also, it's very important that you have the person determine which of the events they've listed. Let's say they have a number of different types of traumas. Which one do they feel like was the most traumatic for them? Which one still causes them to feel distressed when they talk about it? And sometimes they can't just identify one. And then that leads to your next decision. So if they have multiple different similar types of events, like seeing combat, then you might use that as the worst one, the multiple similar. So that looks like you describe an anchor, we call it, to do the testing, and we would maybe describe the anchor as the worst of my combat experience, okay? Now, if somebody had multiple different traumas from different times in their life, like childhood abuse, and then went to combat and had some horrible things happen there, you would do the clinician-administered PTSD scale test, the one that comes after. You do one for the childhood event and a separate one for the adulthood event.
Does this clinician-administered PTSD scale have a handy abbreviation?
It does. Okay. We'll call it the 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐽. That's actually what it goes by.
Okay. How common is the use of the MMPI-2 in your profession?
The MMPI-2 is actually the most
So real quick before we go into the MMPI-2, I was able to find the 𝐊𝐄𝐽𝐽 past month version. It's 22 pages, so we'll skim through it so it doesn't take too long. I think this is the right tab.
That's
okay.
great that they were able to find it. Oh yeah.
Because you're not supposed to be able to get it without asking the VA for permission. So let me zoom in. So this is for the clinician. So the clinician, like myself, would have this form and we would have you do an interview. And for example, here's some of the instructions. Identify an index traumatic event to serve as a basis for symptom inquiry. So for example, for this, they would probably use the relationship.
Yes.
Read prompts verbatim one at a time and in the order presented, except use the respondent's own words for labeling the index event or describing specific symptoms. So there's very specific ways you're supposed to administer these. These are to help with repeatability and validity for research when they do these. So that's why they have these very specific instructions. Rephrase standard prompts to acknowledge previously reported information, but return to verbatim phrasing as soon as possible. For example, inquiry for item 20 might begin, you already mentioned having problems sleeping. What kind of problems? So if you don't have sufficient information after exhausting all standard prompts, follow up ad lib. In this situation, repeating the initial prompt often helps refocus the respondent. As needed, ask for specific examples or direct the respondent to elaborate even when such prompts are not provided explicitly. So you do it as needed. In general, do not suggest responses. If
That's the
respondent
big fucking issue.
in bold or in capitals.
In all caps, do not suggest responses.
Yeah.
And
If a
I'm not
Go
trying
ahead.
to necessarily repudiate Dr. Hughes' clinical
Evaluations.
experience. Yeah, but first of all, she didn't use this. Did she use this one?
She,
Did
I
she
think
use
did
the
a cap.
PT?
I think she did a 𝐊𝐿𝐴5.
I think she did do a 𝐊𝐿𝐴5. But what she only does, her clinical focus is on victims of sexual abuse and the
And
only
interpersonal violence.
and interpersonal violence. And so the only tests that she administers are for PTSD, anxiety, depression. And it's two different tests for PTSD. So to me, once again, that looks like searching. And that
Yeah, it has
implies to me also that it's looking for a response.
And I think that's one of the things that I get why they would have her come in and be the expert, but I think they may hurt themselves in the end. And we'll see once the jury returns a verdict.
Yeah.
But I think the doctors, if anything, are going to be the ones that they're going to go to when because they're going to hear Johnny's testimony and Amber's and all these other witnesses, but they're going to go to the expert witnesses and go, these are the people that I would think, or these are the people that have the experience and these are their assessments. How do we think about this? Do we trust it? Do we think that they're right? Do we think that they're lying? And so,
it's not even lying. It's very
or
likely,
inaccurate or something.
It's very likely that if your specific clinical background is dealing with people who have PTSD and are victims of sexual violence or interpersonal violence or interpartner violence, then you're going to be looking for it. Unfortunately, we're supposed to kind of recuse ourselves of that sort of bias within the psychological profession, either as a clinician or as a research scholar, such as myself. But trust me, bias always enters in.
You can't always help it.
It's easier for someone like me from the pure scientific side of things because we can do double-blind testing and all kinds of stuff to reduce bias. But bias is always something that you need to be aware of.
Yeah, but it's too easy, and that's one of the things that when I work with people, I am so anal about making sure I don't accidentally input my own personal transference or countertransference. Like if someone's got normally I can handle most things people present me. One of the few things I won't work with is people who have severe drug addictions because of my just not that I can't do it, just I don't want to have the potential that I would even be not be able to be impartial and do my job correctly because of personal history or history within the family. Is I would rather not risk it, so I'll give them to someone else. I'm fine dealing with the worst of the worst, like abuse, any kind, physical, sexual, emotional. I can deal with that, regardless of age, regardless of how bad it was. I'm one of the few people who's fine dealing with that. I could deal with that.
That's rough, man. But yeah,
it's rough. it's rough, but I feel like I've been able to do a good job with it. So, and not many people are comfortable going into those things because it is rough. And so I have no problem taking on that because I'm okay with it. At the end of the day, I can be okay. And if I know I can be okay and I can make my client be okay, then that's, or help them become better or get to being okay, then that's all that matters. I'll deal with the rest of the shit at the end of the day. I try not to take it home with me. So it is what it is. So if that makes any kind of sense.
Oh yeah.
So it is hard sometimes when you hear like, shit, I think I had a kid recently disclose to me I was the second person he'd ever told about being sexually abused.
Oh God.
And the only other person was his friend, and he was like a teenager. And, I was trying to talk to him more about it. Hey, do you want to talk more about this? Do you want to go tell other people about this? Mm-mm. And so, he wouldn't name, like, because the issue is if I go to make a report to the state, okay, person said that they were abused. Okay. Did they name the abuser? No. Did they do this or that? No. If I don't have the information, the state goes, there's not enough information to open investigation. Thank you for calling us.
Yeah,
Have a nice day,
exactly.
basically.
Well,
And so, not that it's a waste of my time, but it's fucking irritating because like I have to make the call because I'm a mandated reporter.
right.
So, but
But you
know,
can't give any details because no details were given. So
yeah, it's not. I can't help if they won't tell me. I can't force them, nor would it be ethical too. So it is what it is. So as frustrating as it can be. So, but let's see here. So do not suggest responses. If a respondent has pronounced difficulty understanding or prompt, it may be necessary to offer a brief example to clarify and illustrate. However, this should be done rarely and only after the respondent has been given ample opportunity to answer spontaneously. So this right here is to prevent the kind of shit we saw in the 90s and 80s with the satanic panic and false memories of sexual abuse.
precisely. Yep.
Yes,
Sorry,
because
I'm
you
eating
don't
some
want
cereal.
people. Oh, you're fine. Do not read rating scale anchors to the respondent. They are intended only for you, the interviewer, because appropriate use requires clinical judgment and a thorough understanding of CAPS 5 scoring conventions, which we're going to go through in a minute. Move through the interview as efficiently as possible to minimize respondent burden. Some useful strategies. Be thoroughly familiar with the CAPS 5 so prompts flow smoothly. Ask the fixed number of prompts needed to obtain sufficient information to support a valid rating. Minimize note-taking and writing while the respondent is talking to avoid long pauses. Take charge of the interview. Be respectful but firm in keeping the respondent on task. Transitioning between questions, pressing for examples, or pointing out contradictions. So there's an issue. So scoring. As with previous versions of the CAPS 5 symptom severity ratings are based on symptom frequency and intensity, except for items 8, amnesia, and 12, diminished interest, which are based on amount and intensity. However, CAPS 5 items are rated with a single severity score, in contrast to previous versions of CAPS, which required separate frequency and intensity scores for each item that were either summed to create a symptom severity score or combined in various scoring rules to create a dichotomous present/absent symptom score. Thus, on the CAPS 5, the clinician combines information. What's that?
Oh, I think probably the previous version had more
Reliability.
arguably more in-depth
more
data.
data. Yeah. I think it was probably done to make it easier to administer and score.
Yeah.
For the clinician. So, thus on the CAPS 5, the clinician combines information about frequency and intensity before making a single severity rating. Depending on the item, frequency is rated either as the number of occurrences, how often in the past month, or percent of time, how much of the time in the past month. Intensity is rated on a 4-point ordinal scale with ratings of minimal, clearly present, pronounced, and extreme. Intensity and severity are related but distinct. Intensity refers to the strength of a typical occurrence of a symptom. Severity refers to the total symptom load over a given time period. It's a combination of intensity and frequency. What do you think of that definition? Good, bad?
Sorry, I'm gonna eating cereal. I'm pronouncing this. I think it's
That's
pretty
fine.
good. To
Okay.
understand
I think it's okay.
for ordinal scaling, that makes sense. Again, that's a Likert type sort of scale.
Yeah.
It's in order. Of course, you have nominal, ordinal, interval, ratio.
God, I hate those. Are so fucking irritating to remember
But
because they're trying to remember the statistical things you can use for each one. Oh my God.
oh, I love it. But
I have a flow chart that shows you which ones you can use for which. It's actually really cool.
right, but It seems fine to me. I see nothing in this description that makes this seem to be an improper scale to me. I would like more detail in the data, but they've changed
Obviously,
it to be.
more data is always fun. You
But
can never have too much data. Well,
but again,
that's not
because
true.
I
Strike
can
that.
understand why this would be frustrating to administer if it with the let's say if you put it into a more complex scaling and had Likert type instrumentation outside of yes or no sort of, or although minimal, clearly present, pronounced, and extreme. That's an intensity. That's an ordinal scale. That's a Likert type instrument. So it appears to contain both. So that's fine.
So this is similar to the quantity frequency assessment approach to alcohol consumption. In general, intensity rating anchors correspond to severity scale anchors described below and should be interpreted and used in the same way, except for the severity ratings require joint consideration of intensity and frequency. Thus, before taking frequency into account, an intensity rating of minimal corresponds with a severity rating of mild. Subthreshold, clearly present corresponds with moderate / threshold. Pronounced corresponds with severe / markedly elevated, and extreme corresponds with extreme / incapacitating. The 5-point CAPS symptom severity rating scale is used for all symptoms. Rating scale anchors should be interpreted as follows. 0, absent. The respondent denied the problem or the respondent's report doesn't fit the DSM-5 symptom criterion. Mild subthreshold. Respondent described a problem that's consistent with the symptom criterion but isn't severe enough to be considered clinically significant. There's that thing that we talked about before. The problem doesn't satisfy the DSM-5 symptom criterion and thus doesn't count toward the PTSD diagnosis. Moderate, number 2. The respondent described a clinically significant problem. So at 2, you're getting into clinically significant problems. The problem satisfies the DSM-5 symptom criterion and thus counts towards a PTSD diagnosis. The problem would be a target for intervention. This rating requires a minimum frequency of 2 times per month, or some of the time 20 to 30%, plus a minimum intensity of clearly present. So
Not what we're actually seeing in the diagnosis, by the way.
What's that?
Because Amber Heard wasn't seeing the woman who diagnosed her with PTSD 2 times a month, as far as I understand. Every month.
No, the 2 times a month is referring. No, it's 2 times. The frequency, it would be 2 times a month of the issue.
Okay.
Not necessarily, not with therapy. It would be with the specific issue as we go down the criterion list, right?
Gotcha.
So score 3, severely markedly elevated. The respondent described a problem that is well above threshold. The problem is difficult to manage and at times overwhelming and would be a prominent target for intervention. This rating requires a minimum frequency of 2 times a week or much of the time at 50 to 60%, plus a minimum intensity of pronounced. So it's above clearly present. And then 4, extreme incapacitating. Respondent described a dramatic symptom far above threshold. Problem is pervasive, unmanageable, and overwhelming, and will be a high priority target for intervention. In general, make a given severity rating only if the minimum frequency and intensity for that rating are both met. So this is where the clinical judgment and stuff comes in and making sure you follow the instructions. You need to establish symptoms not only meet the DSM-5 criterion phenomenologically, but is also functionally related to the index traumatic event, i.e. started or got worse as a result of the event. CAPS 5 items 1 through 8 and 10. Re-experiencing.
Kind of important because she could have PTSD as a result of her childhood trauma, but this is based on the event described.
Yeah, the index trauma is one we're trying to measure. So this one. So CAPS 5 1 through 8 and 10, re-experiencing, effortful avoidance, amnesia, and blame are inherently linked to the event. Evaluate the remaining items for trauma relatedness and use a TR inquiry and rating scale. The 3 TR ratings are definite. The symptom can clearly be attributed to the index trauma because 1, there's an obvious change from pre-trauma level of functioning, and or 2, the respondent makes the attribution to the index trauma with confidence. B, probable. The symptom is likely related to the index trauma, but an unequivocal connection can't be made. Situations in which this rating could be given include the following. 1, there seems to be a change from the pre-trauma level of functioning, but it isn't as clear and explicit as it would be for a definite. 2, the respondent attributes a causal link between the symptom and the index trauma with less confidence than for a rating of definite. 3, there appears to be a functional relationship between the symptom and inherently trauma-linked symptoms such as re-experiencing symptoms, e.g. numbing, withdrawal increases when re-experiencing increases. And C, unlikely, the symptom can be attributed to a cause other than the index trauma because 1, there is an obvious functional link with this other cause, and or 2, The respondent makes a confident attribution to this other cause and denies a link to the index trauma. Because it can be difficult to rule out a functional link between a symptom and the index trauma, a rating of unlikely should only be used when the available evidence strongly points to a cause other than the index trauma. Note, symptoms with a TR rating of unlikely should not be counted towards a PTSD diagnosis or included in the total 𝐓𝐢𝐻 scale symptom severity score.
Again, it's because we're looking at one symptom or one trauma, one scenario at a time. So
yeah. So we have cluster scores, diagnosis. So let's get into the thing here. So you have your criterion we reviewed before, the different things that would be exposure to, witnessing directly, learning about it, experiencing repeated exposure. And so if I'm administering it to you, Aydin, I'll go ahead and I'll read it to you like I'm administering it to you, right? I'm going to ask you about the stressful experience questionnaire you filled out. First, I'll ask you to tell me a little bit about the event you said was the worst for you. Then I'll ask you how that event may have affected you over the past month. In general, I don't need a lot of information, just enough so I can understand any problems you may have had. Please let me know if you find yourself becoming upset as we go through the questions so we can slow down and talk about it. Also, let me know if you have any questions or don't understand something. Do you have any questions before we start? I'm assuming no.
no, I'm pretty good.
Yeah, the event you said the worst was event. What I'd like for you to do is briefly describe what happened to me.
Explain.
I explained, so the index event. So what happened? How old were you? How were you involved? Who else was involved? So these are the questions I'm going to be asking the person, right? Was anyone seriously injured or killed? Was anyone's life in danger? How many times did this happen? So I'm writing this down. I'm taking notes of what you're telling me as the client, right? And then exposure type. And I know this was talked about on, I think, cross-exam or something about her, or I think for hers, for the 𝐓𝐢𝐻 done by Hughes, because she left certain things that weren't filled in here.
Yes.
Which I would agree that you should be filling it out here and not over here, because that's how you're supposed to properly fill out the fucking form.
Yep.
So, because if you do it over here, I don't know if you mean this, or like, it doesn't give me the, like, you're supposed to follow there's specific instructions for a reason, right?
Yeah, precisely. That is sloppy. I put it that way.
That is very sloppy. So you want the exposure type. So this is the DSM stuff up here, basically. Exposure type, experienced, witnessed, was it life-threatening, serious, sexual violence? So criterion A met. So I'm going to sit there and go, no, probably yes. Okay. For the rest of the interview, I want you to keep event in your mind as I ask you about different problems that may have caused you. You may have had some of these problems before, but for this interview, we're going to focus on just the past month. For each problem, I'll ask you if you've had it in the past month, and if so, how often and how much it bothered you. So criterion B, presence of one or more of the following intrusive symptoms, blah, blah, blah. Item 1. Recurrent involuntary intrusive distressing memories of traumatic events. So I'm not reading this. This is for me, right? So in the past month, had you had any unwanted memories of event while you were awake? So not counting dreams, right? 0 if absent, only during dreams. How does it happen that you start remembering event? Are these, if not clear, are these unwanted memories, or are you thinking about event on purpose? How much do these memories bother you? Are you able to put them out of your mind and think about something else? If not clear, overall, how much of a problem is this for you? How so? And then I circled to the stress level, as we discussed in the instructions.
Yep.
And then how often have you had these memories in the past month? And so I write those here. And then I have to write, as we discussed before, absent, mild, moderate, severe, and then the subthreshold, threshold, and then there's the reminder here for the intensity of distress. So, and then we go on to the next one. This is for recurring distressing dreams. So in the past month, have you had any unpleasant dreams about the event? So now we're during sleep. Describe a typical dream. Do they wake you up?
Give me one second. I'll be right back. Go ahead. But
that's fine.
continue, sorry.
So what do you experience when you wake up? How long does it take for you to get back to sleep? So like if you woke up sweating or whatever, basically. If reports not returning to sleep, how much sleep do you lose? So if you wake up and you can't fall back to sleep because the dream was that bad, and how much do those dreams bother you? And again, we're rating them over here. And so basically this is asking a bunch of questions, and I'm not going to go through all of them. It goes through basically each of the points on the, so we're like B3, that's criterion B3. We've got 22 pages here. It goes through asking multiple questions about each criterion because you want the detail to be able to clearly give the assessment and be able to say, hey, this criterion for B3, we had a ton of information, and I could say it's subthreshold, it's not enough for clinical, or hey, it's severe enough to be, it's moderate, it meets the clinical threshold, we can count it for diagnosis, or it's pretty bad, this is something we probably need to focus on, when we put together treatment planning and when we talk about doing therapy. If you're doing that for this, obviously it's different. If you're just doing the assessment for like court, intense or prolonged psychological distress. So if you've been emotionally upset when something reminded you, and so we go through, that's criterion B, then criterion C. So we see all of this, we go through all of these questions, we ask a shit ton of questions. This probably takes an hour or more to do, I would think, depending on how much, because remember, you're asking someone to retell their trauma, so it may be very difficult for them to discuss or bring up, or they may break down, or they may speak slowly, and you have to deal with that. You have to work around that. So this could take 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour to do just this one assessment. That's why 12, 20, 30 hours for these experts to talk to Amber isn't necessarily that abnormal. That sounds about right. Because you're talking MMPI 2 takes 500 some questions. It's going to take 2-3 hours for a normal person to do, because you have to answer all these questions. And you know there's reading, and depending on if you don't understand it, and you take your time. So let's see here. So we go to global ratings. So item 26, global validity. So this is for me. Estimate the overall validity of responses. Consider factors such as compliance with the interview, mental status, so problems with concentration, comprehension of items, dissociation, and evidence of efforts to exaggerate or minimize symptoms. So at this point, I'm rating as the clinician, okay, is
Right.
what this person's telling me valid? So excellent, no reason to suspect invalid responses. Good, factors present that may adversely affect validity. Fair, factors present that definitely reduce validity. Poor, substantially reduce validity. 4, invalid responses, severely impaired mental status, or possible deliberate faking bad or faking good.
Which is what Dr. Curry is talking about.
I would love to pull up the screenshots of the 𝐓𝐢𝐻 that both of them, I think both of them did, if they were shown. I know one of them was shown. I need to get those screenshots because I would love to compare all. I don't know if all these are in. I'm pretty sure I don't know if it's been submitted in the court documents. It'd be cool to be able to get a hold of those. So if someone knows how to find those, please let me know, because I'd love to compare, because we have access to the 𝐓𝐻5, which not many people would have access to. So we're kind of cheating here a little bit compared to other streamers probably, because I know how to find shit like this. So then we go to global severity. Again, this is clinicians. This is for the clinician. Estimate the overall severity of PTSD symptoms. Consider the degree of subjective distress, degrees of functional impairment, observations of behavior in interview, and judgment regarding reporting style. So no clinically significant symptoms, no distress, and no functional impairment. Mild, minimal distress or functional impairment. Moderate, definite distress or functional impairment, but functions satisfactorily with effort. So it's distressing, but you can kind of get by. Severe, considerable distress or functional impairment. Limited functioning even with effort. When you get to severe and extreme, we're talking someone whose PTSD is disabling. Like they might not be able to work, they might not be able to leave the house, they can't do certain things because just doing it is so trauma-inducing for them. Like the recollection and the triggers are that bad. Like global improvement, rate total overall improvement since the previous rating, rate the degree of change whether or not in your judgment is due to treatment. So asymptomatic, considerable improvement, moderate, slight, no improvement, insufficient information. Specify whether with associated symptoms, individual symptoms meet the criteria for post-traumatic stress disorder, and in addition, in response to stress, the individual experiences persistent recurrent symptoms of the following. So we're asking a couple more questions now. This is to get that specifier basically. So depersonalization and derealization is what these questions are targeting now. So we get these two in here, and then we come to the end of the sheet. And so criterion A met, yes or no. Intrusive symptoms, need 1 for diagnosis. So is it any of these? Do we have any of these?
Right.
For symptoms B? So no, yes. We just need 1. Avoidance symptoms need 1 for diagnosis. So do we have either of these or both? Do we have, and again, answering yes or no depends on whether it was clinically, if it met the threshold or not, if you remember from above. So if it did meet the threshold, we put no. If it met the threshold or higher, we put yes. So we go through all these, and then we get your scores. So you have subtotals, and then you have the severity. So if this is severity is greater than or equal to 2, so you have your 2 different scores here, which is interesting. I'm sure there's, so sum of subtotals B, C, D, and E. Duration of disturbance, no or yes. Distress or impairment need 1 for diagnosis. Criterion, subjective distress, impairment in social functioning, impairment in occupational functioning. So you
Mhm,
just need
mhm.
one. You don't need three.
Yep.
Some things in the DSM require more than one, but
Yep.
for PTSD you need at least one. So you don't have to have two. And then you have your global validity, severity, and global improvement that we discussed before. Those 0 to 5 ratings go here. Associative symptoms, and then PTSD diagnosis. PTSD present, all criteria A to G met, no or yes. With associative symptoms, no or yes. Then your delayed onset, and then that's your CAPS 5 for a
There it
past month.
is.
There is the
So-
past week one. That was a lot to fucking read. So
Oh, good. I would want to say, I have a horrible sore throat, and I think I'm unquestionably getting a cold. Would you mind if we finish? We've been going on for
a
a
while.
while. A while.
5
Would you-
hours.
yeah, 5 hours. Would you want to finish this talk some other time? Just because
Yes.
right now my throat is killing me, and I know you got to go make food too. So
Yeah. If I don't make food in the next 5 minutes, if this bus goes under 55 miles an hour, it will explode.
sounds like a
I'm
perfect
sorry,
timing then.
this short bus. Also, real quick, we have another super chat.
Oh
Real
yeah,
quick, hold on, let me find it. Where the fuck did it go? Where'd it
from
go?
Bunny.
So we have for $50, Evil Bunny says Bunny and donation test, and might as well make it 200 for the day. So that means where'd it go? Bunny.
Bunny.
Thank you, Evil Bunny,
Thank you,
for your
everybody.
for chat. I appreciate it. Bunny. Yes, Bunny. So thank you, Aydin, for stopping by. Everyone, make sure you check out Aydin Paladin on YouTube. Her links are in the description. We also had Calming the Chaos. Tracy from Calming the Chaos stopped by earlier. Please go check out her channel. Help subscribe. Help her get up to 1,000 subs. Let's get her monetized if we can. I know
Hell yeah.
there's not too many watching a day, but if you want to go check out her content, watch her videos on the depth stuff. See how you see her videos, how they compare to the stuff we talked about today. And, I definitely am going to see if I can check out her stuff. I'll get with Aydin and see if Tracy wants to come back to finish this later this week. I don't know what day yet. I don't know if tomorrow is available or not. I got to see what because we have to take the cat to the vet tomorrow. So,
Oh, I know.
but-
And I hope your cat's okay. I'm worried about that.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm hoping she's old. She's like 17 years old. So,
That's quite old
But,
for a cat.
yes.
See,
Also, we have
Goody
another.
sent you one more.
Did Depp have another use for your throat too? Oh, come on. We don't put our Maker's Mark bottles there, okay, see, Goody? So-
The thing is, we don't go out a whole lot. We went out to a party 2 nights ago. I just think I got a cold. Remember when colds were a thing you could get?
The stream sponsored by Dragon Dildos. So,
Again, I took a Strepsil earlier, like a throat lozenge, and that worked for a little bit.
little bit.
But it's I've got a really killer headache and clearly
So- what I'm going to do is
sore
I am
throat.
going to screenshot, because I'm going to fuck this up. I'm going to screenshot the timestamp of this so I don't
Good
forget
idea.
when we resume that. And I'm going to add this to my bookmarks bar so I don't forget which stream it was. So, any final comments before we go?
No, I don't think so. Not for at this point in time. My only final statements, I guess, on it is that this stuff's complicated.
Yes.
And it does need to be dissected. So I'm glad we're going through it from the psychological perspective and looking at what the psychologists have had to say, rather than, again, as everyone else is doing, which is basically just looking at Johnny and Amber's testimony. You can't completely divorce the two. You can divorce Johnny and Amber, but
Too soon.
but you can't can't divorce the things that they're saying from the statements of their psychologists, because obviously you need to look at their behaviors a little bit. And I think Amber's behavior has been telling to me.
I think her behavior gives away more than any of the testimony. Just watching her at her table, at the defense table, has been more insightful than any of the testimony so far.
Oh, her on the stand, I think it's actually been terrible for her case.
Oh, I think putting her up first was a bad idea. I think they're trying to get people to forget what she says. But
I suppose so. But what I've seen online, I suppose, is that even feminists don't believe it, and they're
Really?
upset from what I've seen, even feminists, like I said, I went on Reddit and the Redditors were like,
What
I'm a
subreddit though?
feminist. I just went on Reddit and typed it in. And so like I saw all different. Now there's like a Justice for Johnny subreddit. I avoided that one for obvious reasons.
Mm.
But
It's not biased at all.
well, because that is biased. And I
That
don't
was
want
the
to see
joke.
that.
That was the joke.
So I avoided the Justice for Johnny one, but the other ones I saw from, and they were from like progressive, like it was like the 2X, one was like 2X chromosomes. I know that that's considered
Oh
to be
God! Wait, were 2X chromosomes not supporting her? That would
not
be
what I
interesting.
saw.
No
Not what I
shit.
saw.
That's
You
insane.
know, I mean, I know that's a feminist, literally a
Well, it's
feminist.
a
Reddit.
stupid feminist, like not to shit
Yes.
on feminists, but that's a stupid feminist subreddit. So like,
It's an obscenely feminist subreddit, and
Yeah.
even they did not seem to be. I think that they see
That's
the writing on the wall
amazing.
that this makes them look really, really bad, and it makes it when you see Amber Heard, who has recordings of her, I didn't hit you, or no, excuse me, I didn't punch you, I hit you. I hit you. Get over it, baby.
yeah,
When you
that
have
doesn't look good.
no, it doesn't look good, and it diminishes women who are the victims of SA and DV, you know, and I think even the feminists see the writing on the wall that you don't want to be anywhere near this fucking crazy lady because
Oh, yeah.
she makes your entire movement look fake. So,
And whether or
and
not you
it shouldn't
support the
be.
movement is its own thing. But if you want a good movement, having someone who destroys it like that doesn't help. Because it just doesn't help to have someone making your movement look bad. Again, whether or not you support the movement is its own thing.
Mhm.
But having someone who's destroying the credibility of your movement, that's a problem. At least that's the way I would see
Yeah.
it.
And I think it's not gonna. I think that there's probably a lot of feminists who are just like, go AH, you're our girl because we
I'm
have
gonna check out 2X chromosome.
Well, I
and
only
see
saw
what
a
they say.
couple, but and again, it might be deleted because, well, not an acceptable position to have. I saw stuff on a bunch of like left-leaning subreddits though as well that were very much like, is Amber Heard ruining the women's rights movement and stuff like that? Because
Really?
yeah, on Reddit, I mean, there's a lot of the responses to the threads were like, it doesn't matter, you know, believe all. It was still the you know, chanting, believe all women, believe all women, believe all women. But I
Yeah.
did see some people on these subreddits, and again, they're just subreddits, whatever the fuck that means. But people who are, I would say, inculcated into this belief and this mindset that, you know, women never lie, essentially, are having to deal with the fact that she looks to have been, if nothing
Right.
else, an equal abuser, right?
Yeah, that
And
doesn't look good.
and that being the face of the Me Too movement does not look good when the best you can do is like, well, yeah, maybe Johnny Depp abused her, but she abused him too. That does not look good for your movement. Your whole claim is that women are the perpetual victims of SA and DV. Except women commit it too.
That's a good point. It doesn't help support, like, and I don't think that the Me Too movement has been as supportive of men coming forward, which I think
No.
has probably hurt some of the credibility.
No, and Amber's explicit statement, I think, because they'll say, oh no, of course we want male victims to come forward. Well, that movement, and again, it's no one person, it's a group of people, so you can't blame any individual. But that movement made Amber Heard their icon for like years. Of she's and she called herself that, I think, too, or was called that in one of the articles. I don't know if it was the Sun or which one it was. They called her.
It was one of them.
Yeah, they called her the face of Me Too. And if you're the face of Me Too, and you say on recording outright, yeah, go ahead, tell the world, Johnny Depp, I'm a victim of DV, and see if anyone believes you.
God, that just pisses me off to hear that. Like, I can't even.
I think that line is. I think that recording is devastating for her.
Oh, I
beyond
agree.
anything else of being like, yeah, go ahead and try to tell people, I, Johnny Depp, I'm a victim of DV, and see if anyone fucking believes you. Well, Amber, why are they believing you? Is it because you're a woman? Because that's what it seems to me, and what seems that you're aware of, that no one would believe Johnny Depp was a victim of DV because he's a man. So I think that's damning recording of her.
Oh, I completely agree. It does not look good. But I hope your throat gets better. Try not to stick too many Maker's Mark bottles down there.
I'll try not to.
I'm gonna go ahead and cook some fried drumsticks in the deep
sounds good.
fryer, and try and figure out when the hell we can finish this up, because doing the DSM and other stuff, like, this is the thing when you bring
Thanks,
on a bunch
Trevor.
of professionals or experts and stuff. Not that I'm an expert, but when you bring in people who know the subject matter, they tend to deep dive on it and segue, and so you end up like, how far into the video to begin?
20 minutes, I think. I mean, you know,
something like that. But either way, it was good. It was fun. It was good to have Tracy come on too.
yeah,
It
it's
had
awesome.
a really good dynamic, I thought, too. It was nice to have her insight. She's got plenty of experience, considering she's only 5 years away from retirement.
yeah.
So that was a great insight to have, too. Interesting to hear her take on it. So even if there was disagreement on it, I don't think there was too much. So, but definitely go check out Tracy's stuff on Calming the Chaos. It should all be in the description. Other than that, thank you again for coming back. I hope you enjoy coming here. I know it takes time out of your day.
I always like talking to you,
So-
Ken. Always a fun time.
Oh, yeah. So, well, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you, chat. Thanks, everyone, for the super chats. I appreciate the support. And let me go ahead and play the outro here. Take care, everyone. And I will see you next time on the couch.
Baby shark, do-do-do-do-do, baby shark, do-do-do-do-do, baby shark, baby shark. Buy it, use it, break it, fix it, crash it, change it, melt, upgrade it, chart it, point it, zoom it, press it, snap it, work it, quick erase it, write it, get it, text it, save it, load it,